Good morning. Today is 1st of April 2025 and we're going to be racing today. Today we're going to be racing at Rosehill. This is in New South Wales, Australia. We've got some good races today here, and this race was abandoned on Saturday, and it was rescheduled for today. So this is where we're going to be racing. The ground rating is heavy. It's a heavy 8 last time I checked, and but this they have fantastic drainage system. I hope it doesn't interfere. But the ground rating is heavy. It's heavy 8. The last finishing mile is about 408 meters, and we've got about 10 races today here at this track. And we've raced here a few times. This happens to be one of the tracks in New South Wales. They play very fair. We'll see what we can do here today. We've got 10 races and we'll see. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing 5 days a week. And we do that in 2 steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock or at the gates when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we have chosen are looking good and good to go with, we stick to our picks and place our bets. But if we find that there are better horses at the paddock or there are circumstantial changes, we do make changes with our picks and then place our bets. It's horse racing. We need to be vigilant. We need to be making decisions that are worthy and in favor of us. So that's what we try and do. So I've got 3 tabs open in front of me. The first one is where we get the feed. The second one is RaceNet, where we get to see the number of scratchings and the odds. And the third one, which is looking a little tricky today, is Top Sport, which has gone through a different branding. And we generally refer to this particular site for the winning numbers. They look like they've gone through some changes, and we'll see what they're up if they're doing the same thing. But that's what we try and do. So without any further ado, we'll get on with the first race today here at Rosehill and see what's going on. They say there's a possibility of light rain, still heavy 8. So all those are scratchings: 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 13, 14, 15, and 16. I've actually prepared the races and I'm going to take a look at it one final time, and I'll share my thoughts once I have something on this. Till then, we'll see what's going on with the feed. There's no feed yet. We'll wait for the feed to come up. One, 10, 9, and 7 are the odds. 1, 10, 9, and 7. All right, so if we look through the odds, we still don't have a feed yet. I'm hoping that we get it as soon as possible. There's 15 minutes to go. We'll try to look at what do we have and what are we working with. So if we look through the odds, it's 1, 10, 9, and 7. That 1 is the favorite. The 1 is the linear. It's in beautiful hands. But the problem is that it is not within the rails. It's the first one. It's a 1300 fifth up benchmark 72. All that are within the odds. Okay, 1, 9, 10, and 7. They're all within the odds. But none of them are within the rails. Out of which 7 is not the linear. The linear is 1, which is a 6-year-old mare. The 7 has league races and has been put with a lot of advantage. One of the best jockeys. The best jockey is probably on 9. Then it is 7. All that is there, but this is the linear. The problem is it is not within the rails. Is it a good horse? It is a good horse. It's a very good horse. There's no doubt about the horse. The horse is fabulous. It's a 6-year-old mare. It's got fabulous numbers. All that is happening. It's in beautiful hands. The highest handicapping is on this horse, and it is the linear. So ideally, this should win, but it's not within the rails. This side we don't have the data, but this side definitely it is not within the rails, and that makes it a problem for this. So I'm not going to be putting in money on the first one. I anyways don't. I do not put in money on any of the first races, unless it's one of those days. But today is not one of those days. I'm going to watch what's happening with the first one, and we'll see how it works, because the ground is heavy. That's the first thing. It's a very heavy ground. Secondly, it's not a great situation at this point of time when we are looking at it. We'll try to figure this thing out a little more when we get the paddock. But at this point of time, ideally, one should win. It's the linear, but the problem is it's not within the rails. It's a 1300 meter. If Rosehill will have bends on a 1300 meter, it is not like Flemington or the other tracks with a straight run. There are going to be bends, and if there are bends, then this one has problems. (11) is 11 and 4. These are the two largest drifts. 11 and 4 are two of the largest drifts, and they generally do get in as the second or the third horse pool. Both of them are good horses. This is a larger drift, this is a smaller drift, but this one has the advantage with both sides of the rails. So does this one. The difference is minor, but still this is in better hands. The 11 is in better hands with the rails. So this ideally should be a second horse pool or something like that. And ten, I don't know. 10 is also in a good hands, but these are not winning numbers. These are not winning numbers, or if we have to compare this with anything, they kind of, I am not sure what 10 can do. 1 is a question of chance. This doesn't have the rails, and also it doesn't have one of the best jockeys. That is also not that great. So this is very questionable at this point of time. So if that is questionable, anything is possible. Anything is possible. If that becomes questionable, then 11 cannot win. That's not a winning position. That's not a winning number. But it'll get in some way or the other. It'll get into the top 3, top 4. It'll get in. The other question is with this 18, which is there, because within this particular section, if we look at the BB, this one is at a 67% pressure, which is ideally a linear is always under pressure. That's good pressure, but it also needs to have the rails. It doesn't have the rails. On the contrary, there's a lot of advantage given to this 7, which has got 8 league races, out of which it got 2. There's an advantage, plus this 18, which is one of the lowest BBs, with a very strong advantage. But is that a winning number? No, that is not even a winning number. It's not. It's so the moment that 1 becomes questionable, everything becomes questionable. So I'm not going to get into it. We'll see how it works, and then probably we'll take a look at it and see. Frank, welcome back, Frank. No feed yet, Frank. I'm trying to look into it, what's going on. It should come. It's there. And these people are doing what? Sleeping on a Tuesday. We have some good races coming up. This is the first one. It's a tricky one. 8 minutes to go and still nothing on the feed.
Soft form is probably acceptable. Couldn't find him as far as appearance-wise goes. He looks terrific. His coat's glowing. He seems upbeat. Very happy with him.
Everyone's a star, number 11, Tyler Schiller and Mark Chevalier.
Yeah, going well without winning, and surprisingly he's had good support. I just thought 1,300 from a wide draw might be a bit of a stretch for her. She hasn't won past 11.50.
She's deep into the preparation, having a good few runs, but she obviously holds really good condition. She's a very relaxed and casual customer. Hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard.
Here's Mon Felicity, number 12, Dylan Gibbons on board for David Payne.
Yeah, she's had her 2 trials. She's capable and she's sprinted well fresh in the past. I'd respect any late confidence when she leaves the yard. She's just steady at $21 now.
She looks slightly soft for mine. I think she'll take good benefit out of today's run. It might take her a run or two to come to hand, I feel.
Putt for Day, number 17, Tom Sherry on for Mick Addard.
Yeah, look, he's got a set of blinkers on today. He just wasn't himself there at Warwick Farm last start, and hard to have off that, but we know he's more than capable if he puts his best foot forward. He does have a good draw.
He's another one been around a good few times this preparation, but still holds good condition.
Artie Bet, number 18, Alicia Collett and Cloncarrick at Sarnets.
I thought she was the overs, very good at big odds last start. May have turned the corner. 4 of 5 wins have been on the soft for her as well. That's a big stat.
She's a really busy little type since she's walked in the yard. She's getting slightly warm, but she's up on the toe.
And we've got Sumo Star, number 19, Rachel King and Gary Portelli.
He's going to be further forward if he jumps clean from that outside draw today. He's a tough customer who rarely runs bad, but he might just... All depends on how much work he does have to do to get across.
I couldn't find him as far as appearance-wise goes. He was very relaxed and casual in his parade.
Greg Hickman, Gordon Thorne, a relative newcomer to your stable. Good run last start.
Yeah, it was a very good run, a little bit unlucky. Yeah, good.
Third up fitter.
Definitely. I think he looks a treat today. Just under the other part owner, just looking at him up in the stalls, and I don't think I can get him any better, Greg.
What about the heavy conditions for him?
Yeah, I don't know if he has failed before, but he's from Ireland, so I think he would have experienced that. He's been on 7 and went okay, so that's probably the only minus to it all.
Okay, good luck.
Thank you.
There's Greg Hickman with Gordon Thorne. Here's Corey Brown with his thoughts in the Midway.
Feels a little bit different being here on a Tuesday, Group 1 racing, Rads, but I didn't settling with number 1, Mahogany Girl. I think it's a great story. Obviously, 2 from 2 this time in, paraded really, really well. Got slightly warm as she first entered the enclosure, but then relaxed down really, really well once she got with the pony. So yeah, number 1 for me, Mahogany Girl.
I am 7, 1, 18 and 4. This market looks pretty static. Other than, yeah, Pufford Doe looks fancy today for some reason. So I'll go with Glenthorne, hoping he does get through the going. So I think the timing's right there after a good run last start. College Sticks go his way. Mahogany Girl, look, she's been quite dominant, I think, winning the past 2. And she'll be a firmer in the provincial final if she can win here. Of the others, I thought Artie Bet was a touch of overs, may have turned the corner, and we know that she loves it wet. So Good, So Cool will be finishing on strongly if that's the pattern of the day here. 7, 1, 18 and 4. Tim?
Wide open the first, the Midway, $5.50 the field. We have equal favourites, Mahogany Girl and Tenderize. I will say, though, Mahogany Girl, by far the most popular runner with Tab.com, over 40% of the total hold, which makes it a pretty decent loser, being a $5.50 chance. So she's solid as a $5.50 chance today. That's unchanged from her price after scratches this morning, but a firm from Saturday when we put these markets up $8 into $5.50. So she is by far our worst way. The horse we like was Tenderize on the 6 metre rail today. Looks likely with Molly Burke on, it'll find the front. It'll get first use of the track, and it was the horse we wanted to keep a little bit safe. Albeit it's just been a little bit easy, $4.80 out to $5.50 Piraeus. There was money for it earlier on in the week on Sunday and Monday, 8 into a short of 6. And he's just a touch easy today, 6 out to $6.50. He's fresh off a bit of a break. Ronnie's horse, Gluntorn, was a horse we didn't mind. We put up $6 on Saturday. It's just been a little bit easy, 6 out to 7, and just getting a little bit tough to lay Gluntorn. No real money around for it. So Good, So Cool. The last Midway winner here has been easy. It's been $8 out to $8.50. No real money around for So Good, So Cool. The firm is Putt for Dough. I'm not surprised to see money for this horse. Had some really good heavy track figures and a couple of good efforts when it's drawn soft. A couple of its wins have been from when it's drawn barrier 1, barrier 2, and today draws barrier 1. Just with the rail out 6 metres, we've got it mapped third defence. So I think the firm behind this horse.
Dows, welcome back.
$14 to $9 today for Putt for Dough. So it's been the good firm weight. Everyone's a starter. There was money for it earlier in the week, 11 into 7. It's just been a bit easy today. 7 in $7 out to $9.50. Sumo Star in a bit today, 11 into 10. Artie Bet's popular as a $13 chance. That's in from 15 this morning. And Mont Felicity's a soft one in betting. She's out to $21. She's the rank outside of the field. But $5.50 the field. You don't see a much more open market than this. Mahogany Girl, our worst way, the horse where most laying here, over 40% the total hold. Tenderize the one we liked in the race, and that late firm for Putt for Dough, drawn barrier 1.
Okay, let's go behind the barriers to Chantel Buckley.
Well, Mahogany Girl, she came around on the pony, and that's just her. She gets herself very worked up. I believe she's quite sweet and innocent at home, but race day, it's game on for her, and she can get herself quite worked up, and that's exactly the way she is. She's not above herself. She's not doing anything wrong, but she is sweating up, and from previous times I've seen her, I'm not too worried about that. I think she's that type of horse that would sweat on a freezing cold day. So she's in really good order. Putt for Dough, I want to concentrate on him for a moment, because this is a horse that can get himself a very...
That 18 is a major check, PC. Welcome back, PC.
Tom Sherry just jumped
You
on.
like the 18? The 18 is a major check, but I'm a little worried. We'll just watch the first one. The 18 is just that the drift on that thing is a little weird. It'll have to work hard. It is not going to be easy.
Previous past few weeks, so it's a welcome breeze, that's for sure, and I'd say this track will continue.
And the jockey is a perfect moron of the highest order. That's there.
Features right throughout the day. 2 Group 1s. Let's get Tuesday racing underway at Rosehill as we wait for Sumo Star to move up. Here's Darren Flindell for the opener. So two to move in here for the first on Tankred Stakes Day. So the first time run on the first Tuesday of April.
18 is a major check.
Saturday, so here we go for this dual Group 1 card today. There's a jackpot in the quaddie. Just note a slight adjustment of the race times for what was listed on Saturday. Light is on, stand by for a break in the first. They're ready to go. And the gates are back now, they're off, and Glontoon jumped pretty well together with Everyone's a Star. And showing speed wide out is Sumo Star, and now Tenderize is really revved up, and Tenderize will hold a lot of them out. From Everyone's a Star, Sumo Star, and So Good So Cool slots into fourth. In front of Putt for Doe and Glenthorne, who jumped all right. He's going to settle midfield now. In advance of one of the favourites, Mahogany Girl, is fast improving on the rails. Hardy Bet right behind. 3/4 the outside, Piraeus, and Mon Felicity is last. So Tenderize, he did some work to lead, steadying the speed here, narrowly in front of Sumo Star. Everyone's a Star with cover on the outside of Putt for Doe. Two off into So Good So Cool from Mahogany Girl. Then came Glontorn, further back Mon Felicity as they come up to the home turn. And Tenderize shows the way from Sumo Star, a half between the pair. Then came Everyone's a Star, Putt for Doe, So Good So Cool pulling out. Two further back, Mahogany Girl being roused along, Glontorn going with her. And a fair way back to Artie Bet. Tenderize at the 250, leads the way by a length. The Mahogany Girl's not going well, she's dropping out, and Tenderize kicked 2 lengths clear. Piraeus is making good ground on the rails. It's Tenderize 2.5 clear. Piraeus zooms home into second. Tenderize led all the way.
10, 9, 17.
And run a clear second. Putt for Doe third, then Glontorn. Further back to Mon Felicity, So Good So Cool, Everyone's a Star, Sumo Star, Artie Bet. Mahogany Girl dropped right out. Okay, Tenderize is going to lead all the way here. Number 10, Molly Burke and Gary Portelli. Did you see the ground that Piraeus made up and where he was? Putt for Doe has run third. Ronnie, Tenderize home, Piraeus second. Yeah, good on us.
The jockey was a moron of the highest order, BC. That jockey.
First, second, third, settle the fence. Not saying on
The worst one.
second horse comes a long way back.
13,
So,
17 and 7.
comes wide, okay, looking for further Glonthorne, but all honours the winner. But first race, advantage, right.
That's the 18. Last, still running. Here is what happened. The one was the linear, but it was not within the rails. So that made it very questionable. Rest everything worked. Rest everything worked. 10, 9, 17. 17 is this one. Ten, 9, 17, and 7. So I did not find a balance in this one, and if the lean, I mean, my brain doesn't work. If the linear is not in the right position, then my brain doesn't work, my mind doesn't work. If the linear has to be in the right position, then probably the others we can talk about. But this was in a very tricky situation. It was not within the, it's a problem for the linear. If the linear is not within the rails, then it'll have to be a fabulous horse. It has to be a fabulous, like, love that. That PC, that jockey was also moron. The 18 I liked, but see, that's the 18. Okay, here we are measuring the jockeys. That's This one we don't have any clue, and this is the last. But the 10 actually won. Because of the team. Because of the team. That was a bad jockey with a dysfunctional team. This was also a bad jockey, but it was a. This was a fox king in a bamboo forest.
Race 13 in Dazer with Cody Collis.
Yeah, haven't seen this mare since the 26th of February, so a little over a month, and she was quite good. I remember she was trying to keep Sergio in a pocket at the top of the straight. Definitely worth watching here.
And Tony's next runner is Moretu with Damien Thornton.
Yeah, terrific win first up in a maiden here. And
2359 next one.
Class 1 a couple of weeks ago at Eagle Farm. Drew 12, the outside gate, so rode quietly back last and actually ran on really well. Found a bit of traffic top of the straight. I think she can bounce back and run much better here.
Tony's fourth runner is Whoosh Kaboom with Ryan Maloney.
This 4-year-old mare's been racing well. She's only had 2 starts. Good on debut behind a smart one at Ipswich. And then led, controlled and won at Eagle Farm. I think she's up to going up a grade.
And Chris and Corey Muntz trained 16 Piranha's Gem with Martin Huff.
Respecting, only winning 6 starts was a midweek maiden here, so just keep an eye on the market.
Rightio, that is how the Class 1 has looked in the yard. Maxi, favourite very solid, Show OU. Second favourite's gone for a big drift, Whoosh Kaboom, $5 to $8.50, but they do like the stablemate, Moretu.
Yeah, and that one that we mentioned in the yard, Chris and Corey Muntz, Pirata's Gem.
Yeah.
Second look at her, she did look very forward, nice and trim, and she's meeting with some support. Boom Boom Ray, number 1, I'm going to stick with. Pleased that the horse hasn't drifted at all, has remained at $14 on the QOP and on Tabby's at 13. So we'll stick with number 1 each way in a very, very competitive Class 1. Number 2, Chai Yu, and then 15, Whoosh Kaboom, and 14, Moretu. 1 each way, 2, 15, and 14, but there are other chances.
No, I thought Show You looked absolutely brilliant in the yard, fit as a fiddle, bright as a button, glowing in the coat, and just bright-eyed and looked happy to be here. So I think, barrier 1, it's just a matter of carrying obviously 60 kilos here today, but everything looks to be on his side. All right, let's get to Tim.
Thanks, Bernie. Cho, you really good go here in the first. Was $5 after scratching this morning. It's now into $3.40 and pushing 45% of the total hold on the race. So it's almost one-way traffic here. Keenan, first run for the new stable, holding its price. Firms at longer odds for Moreto into $7.50 from $10, and Lumen's Landing 14 into 11.
Light on. Set for the first. Show you the favourite runs from the rails. The rail that unsettled. Startup Randwick has a last look down the line. Hits the lever. They're off. Boom Boom Ray hesitated to start, went back to last, with Meritu not well served either. Whoosh Kaboom speedily away with Lumen's Letty, and there's Lantau Island and Indaza. They're both going towards the front, and Chow You will hold this position off the rails gate. He'll land 5th on the fence, and then Keenan is trying to navigate a path closer to the rail. It might do so. In fact, it does. One off right outside of Chow You. Then came Oriente, followed by Meritu. Well back was Make Row 3 wide, Pirata's Gem, and Boom Boom Ray whips them in. 7 lengths span, and they're halfway home, 600 left to run, and a fairly steady speed too. Lumen's Letty ran the first 600 in 35.67, leads Whoosh Kaboom by a head, and Lantau Island, piled 3 wide in the cheap seats. Chow You sweating on a run, 4th the rail. The favourite's got something to offer. Then Indaza, Meritu, Keenan drop back. Then Make Road, Boom Boom Ray, Pirata's Jammer, and Oriente. Lumen's Ready leads from Wooshka Boom. Show you still needs that run. The gap's coming now, I think, albeit slight. Berrettine getting up on the inside. Macro at Pirata's Gem right down the outside. A fluctuating finish. Pirata's Gem on the outside. Going home the best at one. Beat Macro. Berrettine third. Oriente fourth. Then Lumen's Letty, followed by Boom Boom Ray, passing a few, Cho U, then Keenan, Lantow Island, Wooshka Boom, and then Dar's the last home.
So 16, 10 and 14 the top three. And we're waiting on fourth. It looks like number 11 on the outside there, Oriente. But, yeah, first up, Pirata's Gem has swept home down the outside. There are a few of them bunched up with nowhere to go.
Right, this is the second one, Rosehill. It's a 2-year-old quality G3, Group 3. If we look at the odds, that's 2, 3, 5, and 9. If we look through the rails, that 2 is the favorite. It is well within the rails. This is the linear. This is the linear. And that's the scene. The tricky part of this is that this one has only one race. This one has only one race. The pressure is 84% on this horse, which is difficult to understand if this is right or wrong because it has just one race. There's a pressure on this horse. It is the linear. Ideally, it should win. Ideally, it should win. If that wins, the second one is probably this one, 1, with a larger drift, well within the rails. But here is the problem. The problem is there's a 83%, 84% pressure on this one. It has one race. And if we look at the other BB, we have approximately 150% reduction on this from this one. If we do this math a little quickly, this is 84. If we minus 84, that would be 0. This is minus 40, so that's approximately 150% relaxation on this. Can it win? It has this side of the rails. It doesn't have this side of the rails. So that makes it a little tricky again. But this is a major check. We'll try and listen to the paddock, what they are saying about this horse, and we'll take a look at this horse, that 5. Because if we compare these two horses, this one has 1 race, this has 3 race. It did not do anything in last 3 race, but it's a better BB. This is way more optimized than this one. This is a wild goose chase. This might happen, might not happen, but this one is a well thought. It's a well thought arrangement, but somehow this side of the rail is missing. So that is not there, and that makes it a tricky situation for this one. Ideally, the linear should win. If the other thing is, this one is a colt and filly race. It's a mixed sex, but they're 2-year-olds. It's an 84%, but it's not possible to compare this. It's not possible to get a vision on this because it has just one race. It has just one race. Depending on one race, it has 84%. So that is not bad. I mean, that's I mean, whoever has designed this, you know, they have a very strong opinion of this horse. They have a very strong opinion of this horse. But they have also created the contradiction on this one, which is like that, which is an advantage. It's an advantage. It's a 1400 meter. That's an advantage. So if that wins, then things are going to be way different. If that wins, then things are going to be way different. So that 5 is a check, 2 is the linear. Ideally 2 should win. That's a good number. That's below 250. We generally look at that. It's a 250, below 250. So that's okay. That's a good number. The management is right. It has both sides of the rails. Everything is picture perfect for this horse. The only problem is it has just one race. If it fails to carry the 84% pressure on this, then it will lose. That brings us to the jockey. The jockey is not one of the best. The best jockey is probably on 1, which ideally should come in second. And then it is 11, which is another colt, but I doubt it'll do anything. But 5 has a good jockey. So that is what is happening. And the 10 is a neutral. Nobody has spoken about the 10. We are not going to talk about the 10. The 10 is a neutral. The question is between 2 and 5. If 2 fails, 5 wins. In that case, this will not get in, probably.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this plays out, because I think there's a couple of horses we can follow out of this race as well. I'm tipping Flame Fiesta purely for the fact that she loves getting her toe in the ground and she's trialled up well. The replay I want to show you is her latest trial at Muswellbrook. Now, she was able to lead this trial. She was coasted down to the line under her own seam after being given a little squeeze at the top of the straight. She wins this trial by 4 lengths. Now, back to the inside, there's Majestuoso Phoenix. He was only out to stretch his legs. He was beaten 4.5. And you've also got Tabby Times in the white cap there, just ridden along slightly. Of course, Tabby Times an 8 times winner, a Group 3 winner at that. So I think if she can come out and replicate what she's done there, she's going to be awfully hard to beat. Of course, she broke her maiden last preparation at Taree on a very heavy track. I don't think she beat a lot, but it was just the way she did it. And she looks as though she's come back an even better filly this preparation. Run Rani Run, we've seen her break her maiden here on debut when she was able to defeat the short price favourite Extreme Diva. She was a gorgeous filly, and I was worried that she might have only been a wet tracker, but she was brilliant in second up at Muswellbrook when she ran second to 6 speed, and she was straight up in grade on that occasion. So I think she's equally as effective on top of the ground as well. So soft track should be perfect here today. She's trialled up well. She's got blistering speed. 900 metres is really her go. Majestuoso Phoenix is the horse I quite like. We've seen him break his maiden really nicely at Wyong on debut last preparation. He did a lot wrong. He covered a stack of ground. He was well backed in the market and they got him spot on. The query is 900 metres a fraction sharp. The only reason he might get away with it is because of the big track here today, and Capital Debts are coming off the last start win. 5-3, 2 and 4.
That was Tanya Randall walking past, giving us the big way.
Was she?
As she
She
went
might
through.
like her horse today.
Let's hope so. On to the third race we go here, Mel. This is a maiden plate over the 1,890 metres. Numbers 2, 6, 10, 11, and the bottom 2, 17 and 18 are not required. 225, El Paso coming here second up. Andrew Atkins for the Hawks family. The other pair in single figures are Hampton, third run into the prep at 340, and Stormbringer at $5. The Sea of Galilee is at 12, Tommy Thug at 13, so to Cheval Green, always right, 21, and Memphis, Tennessee is at $34. El Paso, though, favourite 3 of them in single figures here, race number 3.
Well, I'm with the 5 again. We've got 7 races today. Tipping the 5 on top in 5 of those races. So I don't know. It's a bit strange, isn't it? But I like El Paso. I seen him first up on the Kensington track. This is back on the 13th of March. He was resuming at 1,400 metres. He got back. I really like the way he hit the line when he eventually balanced up. It just took him a little while. The eventual winner, Meridiana, looks incredibly smart. And, of course, the second horse, Fleeting Spirit's coming out to win on the Kensington track. He's a far better horse than he can get out in trip, which he gets today. He gets the addition of Winkers. Of course, he contested the Geelong Classic going back at the end of last preparation when he was beaten 2 lengths. So I think up in trip, second up into the preparation, is coming out of the best form races. And Kensington track, when you get back and you're looking for ground, it's always probably just, it's not an ideal track for a back marker and a horse resuming over a trip that's probably short of his best. So on to the big track here today. I think he'll win. Hamden, he's an imported galloper. He's had 2 runs for the New Stanley. He's been very good on both occasions. He did all the work from the wide gate last start. That's what he stuck on bravely there for second. Very well placed today with the claim for breaking. Tommy Thug, he's actually coming out of both of the same races as Hamden, and he hasn't had the best of luck. He was back towards the inside here first up. He was held up at a vital stage, and he was caught wide the trip last start. So I think he's an improver, but he does need a lot of luck from the barrier today. And Stormbringer, he's been a model of consistency all in his first racing preparation. Perhaps he was a little one pace at the mile last start at Wyong, so they step him up in trip. He'll make his own up on speed. 5-1, 3 and 7.
Okay, that's a look at the first 3 races on the program. Commitments coming up, of course, at Rosehill and at Doomben, and we'll be back following all of that. Down look at the quaddy legs this afternoon here from Newcastle.
Well, Brad, she was fantastic on debut, narrowly beaten, and her sectionals she ran last start were phenomenal late.
Yeah, look, she's filly with a lot of talent, and look, obviously a hard time of the year, and just trying to place her where we can to get a good result. But look, she's trained really well from her 2 runs, and you know we've waited for this race. I think she's 3 weeks between runs, and drawn well today. So hopefully we'll be a bit closer today.
What about the track? It's sort of that borderline heavy into maybe a soft range now. Are you worried?
Well, look, you never know she's running, but look, she's got a great action, and you know she's a very athletic filly. So I'm hoping, but you never know. But she looks like she will get through it.
In time, what do you think she'll get out over?
I think she'll run a mile for sure. She's a beautiful filly to work with. She's a relaxed filly, and yeah, look, I'd like to hope she could run a mile at some stage.
Well suited here. Best of luck.
Thank you.
2-year-old stepping up to 1,400 here for race 2, the Rosehill Bowling Club Baillieu. $250,000, a Group 3, and this mounting yard for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Here is one backing up from the slipper. Quietly Arrogant, number 1. It was McDonald. It was Shin. Now it's Tommy Berry for Peter Snow.
Yeah, he's got a set of risers on today. He didn't do much last week in the slipper, but if you want to forgive for that, his previous form is good for this.
All right, so data is going to get messed up. There are loads of scratching, and they have changed the jockeys and the gates.
Sharpening him up a little bit. He's been super relaxed and casual since entering the enclosure. Obviously on the quick backup, would have liked to have seen him a little bit brighter, but he looks well.
Nepotism.
Man, there's always something or the else
For Team Hawks.
here at Rosehill.
Well in the Todman, Woden's
We
coming
have not had a single day of peaceful racing here at Rosehill.
He can come on from that, and he has undeniable credentials.
He looks super in the
There's some kind of a spell that we have here.
first up run as well. Coat's really healthy. He's still nice and bright. Well,
Sanctified Damien Lane for Gerald Ryan and Sterling Alexio.
Yeah, they're going to have a crack at riding him further forward if he begins well. He appears to be crying out for 1400. He's probably the one that's had the lovely grounding for this race and should be around the mark from the informed stakes.
cruisy customer. Got a nice cruisy style about him. He hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard. He looks really, really well. Yeah, no negative from mine.
Tupaccara number 5, Jason Collett for Neesham and Archibald.
Yeah, I'm going to take the risk with her on a wet track. She's never been tried on it. I thought she was terrific in the Riesling. She flew the gate. She was eased. She never got in, and she stuck it out really well, riding that solid speed there. So I think she can improve off that and be a real force here.
Yeah, she looks really, really well in the yard. She's nice and upbeat. She's nice and bright. She's having a good look around. Really striding out well. Yeah, it looks terrific.
Let's go to Dusty Bay. Tom Marquardt riding for Tracy Bartley.
Be further forward today, this gelding, he's hard to have on his Pago run. I think look and learn more today.
He's a big, raw type of horse. He's got a lot of sort of filling out to do and growing, but he's a lovely sort of style of horse, but quite immature, but looks well enough in the coat.
Next gen, number 9, Ted Schofield for Neesham and Archibald.
Oh, the punters like this form. They really like her. She's a big firmer. She looked very strong. Winning at 1300 on a soft 6 at her debut at Newcastle. So that's significant support.
I like that 5 PC, that 5 I like, but it lacks the other side.
Looks really, really well. She's not fine. But
I like that 5. I don't know if that 2 will be able to deliver.
Number 10, Jay Ford and Brad Widow.
I don't know. There's no comparison on that horse.
She had too much to do, driving back from that draw. She's going to be try to hold that barrier today, more forwards, and you'll see a better run.
Yeah, she's a nice style of horse. She's held good condition. Still nice and bright. Very healthy in the coat as well.
Barbarossa, number 11, Kieran McAvoy, James Cummings.
I've heard Corey commenting before. He's a big, powerful fella. He stands over this field, and I think he's got something. He's just look. I'm keen to have a look at him at 1400 now, and he could well be the value runner.
Yeah, you look at him on the instant, you look at him, you think of speed. He's a real thick set type of horse. Very strong. He looks terrific again here today. He's got a lovely attitude for a colt, although he does support that stallion chain, but he hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard.
Michelangelo, number 12, Tim Clark, Chris Waller.
Yeah, here's one out of that next gen race, and he had no luck in that race. So I'm sure I saw $61 go up last Wednesday, and he was into 34. He is, what is he now? He's $14, 18 to 14 since the prices have gone up here on race day. So that's telling you something. I think punters think from barrier 2, he's the one that's going to be charging and strong through the line. Pretty well like Piraeus in the first. He could well be a Queensland, JJ Atkins type. We'll see today, but he is fancy.
Yeah, he's a really good style of horse as well, Ronnie. Very athletic type of horse. He's got a really smooth action as he parades. Nice and bright and alert, and looks very fit and forward.
And one more seriously hot, number 13, Kieran Maher and Harry Coffey.
Yeah, further forward today, so that's generating a lot more speed than first thought into this race, with 3 or 4 of them to be more forward here, and you wouldn't be against that looking at the first. So he's in a good yard, but I just need to watch him do something today.
First time I've laid eyes on him, obviously, as well, Ronnie, but I couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. He's having a little bit of around, he's a little bit alert, but yeah, no, not from mine.
So they head out for the Bailey, the 2-year-old, stepping up to 1,400 metres.
Here's the final one. So the 2 is the linear. The 2 is the linear. That's through the rails. 5 is with the advantage, and advantage is not by a 1 or 2 points. It's about 150 points on this. That's not like just 1-2 points, it's 150 points. But the problem is this side of the rail is missing. This side of the rail is not there with 5. But it has a good jockey. It's the second race. I'm going to be on minimum tote. I'm going to be with PC. Let's go PC. 5.
Right, as far as the price factor, he was too short this morning. And Sanctified, who's another one going forward here. He's had a beautiful prep, and certainly there's a lot of respect. 5, 10, 2 and 3. Tim?
Your other new favourite here. Next Gen, your new favourite.
Even they are not sure.
This is also identified this morning as being under the
The jock.
$2.70 quote we were betting.
It's about the jock, PC. This game is about the jock.
$1.60 we led the market.
That 5 is a fabulous horse, but it lacks a side of the rail. If the jock makes anything funny or does anything funny, we will go upside down. But if the jock is
in the first, so
okay,
now the price for the tableau,
then
nepotism, albeit not that keen to lay it now that it's out to 40.
You're on.
The firm next gen go this $8 on Saturday, $6 this morning. It's now a $4.40 chance. Just coming off a Newcastle
5-3.
race there. It does have a tricky gate.
Yes, you're right,
So,
PC.
I don't know if it'll be favoured by the
You're right, you're right.
run, but money has been very, very strong for you.
This one is an outer one, so that will be the inner one. So you're right in a way.
Short as $5. Just now back to a $5.
But the 3 lacks both sides of the rail.
Phillies in the race, and they're just holding their price here. Tubakara and Sabi Halley, $5.50 unchanged today. Sabi Halley was 7 out to as much as actually got out to as much as $9. Didn't realise it got out that far. It's now back into $6.50. We just wrote about it for 7, so she's back into $6.50. They've both got the same form line. We're looking to keep both of them safe. And the other big form in the race has been for Michelangelo. Barrier 2, Tim Clark, $26 after scratches this morning. It's more than halved its quote. It's now a $12 chance. So it's been a big firm, quietly arrogant, unlayable. And a couple of longer rides have just seen a little bit of specking. Dusty Bay has been 61 into 41. It'll push forward. And Barrier 1, seriously hot, 51 into 41. A little bit of specking there. But next gen, a big firm here, $6 into $4.20. The lay of the day, nepotism, unlayable, all the way out to $4.80. And we quite like the fillies, a bit like Ron here, Tupakara and Sabi Halley. We're keeping them quite safe.
Okay, well, you suggested nepotism might get down to 350, 280 up to 480. Shanny, behind the gates, how do these babies look?
They're all great, really good. There's a few of them I'm seeing for the first time, and one of them is our new favourite.
It's okay. That's a 2-year-old filly, probably just nervous.
Ground in time. She's got a great attitude. Chad's just keeping her up the back, out of the way, and she's minding her business, and she's arrived in beautiful order. So if you have jumped on board next gen, there's absolutely no fault in her. Another one that there's been a bit of support from Michelangelo. I again haven't seen him, but he's a beautiful type to look at. He will make a really nice horse in time, so looking forward to seeing what he can do. Obviously, this is a step up from what he's been contesting, but he comes here looking fantastic. Barbarossa, I know why Corey liked him. He's a big, bold, strong type of colt. He's looked superb each and every time you see him, so I expected to see him looking like this. Sabi Halley has continued to come on nicely. This is her 3rd start, and she looks better and better each time you see her. Chupacabra, another one that's come on nicely from her run the other day. Sanctified he's a real neat type of colt. He's pretty casual, nothing seems to really faze him. He's got his head down on the ground and doing everything absolutely spot on. Quietly arrogant, I wanted to see how he was, given that he's on the quick, well, he's not really the quick backup now, but he's had an extra few days to get over it. But he's pretty casual, laid back. Maybe the visors will switch him on in the run. So absolutely nothing negative to report from behind the gates.
Okay, this will more than likely have size.
Yeah, 12 is 12 is also has advantage, but those are very far-fetched stories. The question is 2 or
but that'll
5.
come after the result.
I'm gone with 5 along with
Then
you.
it's getting bottomed out at 420.
I just
down back to
hope
4
that we are
$40.
right because
Down further again to $5.
it's just got one race. The 2 has one race. I don't have a way to compare or evaluate whether that pressure on that horse is right or wrong. It's 84%. And the last time it raced was at Randwick, which is one of the best tracks. So people with the assumptions are not wrong.
Newcastle, the yellow Kirk filly, and Chad Schofield aboard. Locked and loaded, ready
It's
to
a
run
question
now.
of
The
chance.
three
Let's
for the
see.
2-year-olds over 1,400 metres. They're set to go. Ready now. And they're off and racing, and Savvy Halley handled the start quite well and leads initially from
Come
Dusty
on.
Bay. Barbara Ross
Where are
will sit
you?
right behind it. Quietly arrogant, quite away well there, and is being sent forward. Tupacara will settle in fifth. Then
5.
came Sanctified,
There's
seriously
5.
hot. Is back down on the rails in the
Okay,
early
fair
part of the
enough.
race. With the well-fancied Nepotism on its outside, one off the fence. Michelangelo got well back, and Next Gen is the last one. So Savvy Halley in front from Dusty Bay. Quietly arrogant pulling up on the outside of Barbarossa. And Sanctified is caught 3 wide at this point. Supercara
Yes.
is going down towards the rails. Nepotism next after a length. Then Seriously Hot. Next Gen, Michelangelo couldn't
Do
use
that
Warrior
thing,
to it last
baby.
of all. So Savvy Halley at the 600 leads the way, a half on Dusty Bay. Barbarossa leaders back.
Do it,
Quietly
baby.
arrogant, 1 out, 1 back, and Sanctified 3 wide, no cover. Tupacara 3 fence on the inside of Nepotism as they straighten up now. And Savvy
You got
Halley
clear
in
go.
front, Dusty
Come on,
Bay
move
in
it.
the ground. This gives the run to
Move
Barbarossa.
that
Arrogant,
thing!
Tupacara the inside, and Nepotism.
Move it!
Savvy Halley at the
Move it! Move it! Move it! Move it! Move it! Move that thing, baby!
Between them, Next Gen's too far back. Savvy Halley joined by Nepotism, and Nepotism takes the lead late. And despite the betting drip,
2:10.5.
Nepotism too strong for Savvy Halley. Tupacara finished in third. Fourth, Barbara Ross and Next Gen there. The two, Michelangelo really powered at the end. Running on quite stoutly there. Seriously Hot making some minor headway. Big gap to Dusty Bay. Sanctified 3 wide the trip. White American went forward, pulled and ran last.
They couldn't write its name, the bookmakers. Nepotism, 280 this morning, out to $5. And at its second race start, after its debut in the Todman, running third, has won at Balliol and has won Ease Down. Number 2, Nepotism. Beats Savvy Halley and Tupacara.
And I saw us obviously a real Champagne Stakes prospect after
2:10.5.11.
to do what he's done there. He had a nice run in transit, but we were all thinking the inside. He peeled around them and he overpowered them.
I think it's 2:10.5.11.
Good. Looking towards the Champagne Stakes, I thought Michelangelo went good. That might be more of a Brisbane horse, and I think considering circumstances, Next Gen was pretty good considering what she had to do. But
Brilliant. That horse was brilliant, PC.
but very talented.
That horse was brilliant. This was the one. Losing any side of the rail is a problem. Losing any side of the rail is a problem. We took a chance with the 5, it came in third. And the 10 got in. It was a neutral. Neutrals do not win, but they do get in. And then probably 11 or 9, maybe. But probably 11 because of the jockey. Man, it did not do anything with that advantage. The 5 just didn't do anything with that advantage. But it's also fact that it did not have this side of the rails, so... The horse is a good one, but today it did not have the physics. Yep. That's it. I mean, blindfoldedly, we should have gone with the 2 because One thing that I have seen, BC, is, when we talk about this, when we talk about this pressure point, if the previous race has been on any of the tracks like Randwick, Flemington, Rosehill, Doomben, these pressure points are actually right. This one came from Randwick. The last one was at Randwick, and this is I mean, there are two sets of people who are working on this pressure. One is Randwick, and second is Rosehill, where it is actually racing. So Randwick actually gave it the primary uplift, and then Rosehill made it that. So this was not questionable. We questioned it because of just one race. But if this had come from a track like Muswellbrook, then where the problem is. If this had come from a track like Newcastle, then we have a problem.
Be good enough to give him a top 4 chance.
Henley Rooms from the Chris Anderson stable with Rod Stewart.
Still hasn't won a race, so it's eligible for a maiden, but certainly heading in the right direction.
William Crop trains the dark side with CJ Graham.
Yeah, his form has been okay. If you go on the run 2 ago behind Prince Levi, he was beaten about 5 lengths.
11.
Maybe he'll appreciate getting out to a little further today.
Called Fine is from the Jeff Dunn stable with Ricky Jamison.
It's certainly hard to recommend on all of 4 runs this time in. Looking elsewhere,
Cherry Lips could be the leader. Brenton Andrew, Billy Rose Andrew.
she's only won the 1 from 11. This looks a tough assignment.
And Mad Anna's Michael Morrison and Talia Fenton.
Yeah, had the 5 starts this order have done deals, so the trip's right, and I think she's one that you could put your faith into, to running a solid 2,000 metres. And apart from 1 or 2, this is not a strong race.
Alrighty, the firm has been He's a Saint, $5.15 to $3.80. Prince Levi has got $1.85 to $2.15. Also a firm for Liberty Park there, Maxi, 5s into $4.40. Stable to the favourite. Bit of a firm.
Dark side, 15 down to 12, just back to $13. So they're moving in. I'm with number 3, Liberty Park, from the inside gate. I think he'll run the distance. To beat Prince Levi, He's a Saint, and then the dark side, 3-1-2-6.
I'm with him as well, Maxie. It's that time of year with Chris Wallace, bringing these, lightly raced 3-year-olds over and testing them to see if they're going to be Winter Carnival Derby material or not. It's only a week race here today, but it is still a test nonetheless. So Liberty Park for me. All right, let's get to Tim.
Thanks, Bernie. Prince Levi, Paddock on the lead.
2 and Dom.
Dermot today, 170 after scratching this morning. We've got it all the way to 215. Keen delay. Best back to beat it. He's a Saint, 550 into 370. Liberty Park, 550 into 420. And also some money for the dark side, 16 into 12. So plenty of firmers with the favourite, a big drifter. Tad taking on Prince Levi.
Let's look at Prince Levi, 215. He's a Saint, 370. And Liberty Park, 420. The red light turned on. We're set for action in race 2 at Doomben. They're racing. Prince Levi missed the start by a length. He went back towards the tail. Cherry Lips was fast out of those black and red colours, steering towards the front from Call Side. High Class Roller coming across to be third on settling down, and Mad Anna will occupy 4th position. Then one of the market fancies, Liberty Park, just a tad worse than midfield. Prince Levi over on its inside, and He's a Saint outside the pair. So the top 3 in the market in the second half of the field. He's a Saint just wanted to make a left-hand turn at the mile turn. The dark side and Henley Room second last and last. They work up the side towards the 1,400 metres, and Cherry Lips, one of the outsiders, is the leader, and a clear leader at that. Out by 3 to Call Side in second. 2.5 away third, High Class Roller. Outside of Mad Anna, 3/4 back, 4th the rail. Liberty Park and Prince Levi keep company. They're tracked by He's a Saint right behind them. Then the dark side and Henley Room. They're in the back straight.
going down towards the 1100. Cherry Lips probably a bit keen out in front. A margin of 4 over Call Sign. 3 High Class Roller third, man out of 4. No change to the order. Jockeys are content with pace and position because the pace is fairly genuine. Liberty Park still outside of Prince Levi, and the favourite's got 3 behind him. And there he's the Saint, the Dark Side, and Henley Room. Off the back into the next bend, short of 800 left around. And Cherry Lips got another go on and went out to lead by 6. Look at Cherry Lips down the side. Now 7 in front. High Class Roller begins to move 3 wide around Call Sign and Mad Anna. Then Liberty Park, followed by Prince Levi, who's now coming off the bridle. He's a Saint was next, and then came the Dark Side, and 2 to Henley Groom at the tail end. Onto the turn, Cherry Lips comes back to them. Still 3 in front, but the margin abbreviator is firstly Mad Anna, then High Class Roller. Prince Levi to the inside, pitching inside runs. Then came Liberty Park, and he's the Saint. They're starting to run on. They get to Cherry Lips, Mad Anna, and High Class Roller. It's Liberty Park on the outside. It might be the one. 100 left to run. Liberty Park's dashed to the lead. He's the Saint up for the Quinella. Prince Levi not in it, but Liberty Park pulled away. One well. Beat home, he's the Saint. Third High Class Roller. Photo fourth. Either Mad Anna, Cherry Lips, or Prince Levi is not putting in. Then the Dark Side, Henley Room, and Call Side last over the line.
Number 3, Liberty Park. The Kiwi now had 2 starts here under Chris Waller and gets the money at his second start. So found the right race for him. Good effort going from 1,500 to 2,000. Second up, handled beautifully by Kyle Wilson-Taylor. Midfield in the running line. Beats He's a Saint. And then I think it was High Class Roller. And then very close for fourth, Prince Levi. Now, he ran into a dead end. I know he was under a lot of pressure coming towards the bend, but he appeared to run into a dead end at about the 250. We'll clarify that when we check out the head-on, but it was a pretty cruisy victory by Liberty Park. You can see Kyle just kind to him.
They do that.
And he's a 3-year-old by Ocean.
I don't know for what, but that is their favorite part of the game, sleeping.
I think the damage had been done at about the 250 or 300 metre mark when he seemed to run into a dead end. Now he's through back the fence under a lot of pressure. Cherry Lips is...
All right, we have got another one here. So if we look through this is the third one. If we look through the odds 4, 5, 2 and 11. 4, 5, 2 and 11. That 5 is the linear, but it lacks both sides of the rails. It's at 2000 meters. Generally, up till 2000 meters, the linears are the winners. But it has to have the rails. This one doesn't have the rails. The one that actually has the rails, that number 2, comes from a very weird track. I don't know what that track is and how is that going to work, but this number 2 is the one with both sides of the rails, and that becomes one of the the entire thing is handicapped. There's only one neutral and the entire race is handicapped, so there's no advantage, disadvantage, nothing of that sort. If we look at the highest advantage, that probably is going to this 7. The 7. That's the highest advantage has gone to 7, which comes right after the linear. And the linear is not within the rails. The linear is here. So is it a good horse? It is a very good horse. There's no question about the horse or its performance. It's a fantastic horse. But there's a lack of physics in this situation. There's a lack of physics. The one that has the physics and the advantage comes from a very weird track. I'll tell you which track it is. Number 2 comes from... Number 2 comes from something that I cannot pronounce. It is probably not even in Australia. It comes from New Zealand. Okay, so that comes from New Zealand. So I have no clue if this thing is going to be able to deliver this, but that definitely is not one of the greatest numbers, because if that's negative 482, this is positive 449. So in that case, 7 has the opportunity of, you know, running it down. But then again, 7 lacks this side of the rails. This is there, but I'm going to be out. The 5 is in a tricky position. This I can't believe. This is coming from New Zealand, and can it deliver? Maybe, may not be. I am not sure. 4 is the favorite. Now 4 is a drift. 4 is a drift number. This is not a winning number. But if it wins, it wins. I mean, it's the favorite. So I'm not going to argue that. But here is how things are. If we look at the BBs, then the right optimization probably is on 2. That's 116 by 55 with 7 races. And then this one is a little questionable. 4 has 8 races, but questionable. So I am not going to get into it. And this one is like a dysfunctional team. So is this one. This one is a good team. The 4 is probably a good team. The 11 is a good team. The 7 is also a good team. So all that is possible, but the thing is today they have made a lot of changes, and you know, things will get a little weird here today. That's what my expectations are, because there are loads of scratchings that they have done. They have done some changes with the jockeys here and there that they said, and if that happens, then I mean, not everything is dependent on jockey, but definitely something or the else will go wrong. So I mean, in my data right now, that 4 has one of the best jockeys, okay? But if they have changed that jockey, then I don't know what has happened. 2 has the second best, 5 has the third best. So that's how the thing is. If we look through the sectional timing, 4 probably is going to do something good. I don't know, but that number is generally not a winning number. PC 2 from New Zealand Derby Race Group 1. Yes, that is there. Then, okay. Then, okay.
She'd have to circle wide the bend, but she was far better than her rivals.
All right, let's check the paddock. How long do we have?
Thankfully, Sarah had
15 minutes.
Seconds in today, and she's put the late rider on with Grant Buckley here today. Divine Bettor could take a lot of confidence off the last start win.
I'm going to be back in a jiffy from the washroom.
He was really good. He did it the tough way. He was 3 and 4 wide the trip, but he really relishes that ground. He's very well placed with the plane for Millie Thompson. I know it took him a couple of goes to break his maiden, but he's always been a horse that's shown plenty. And the 3 channeling coming off the last start win at Kembla. Second horse has been narrowly beaten at Atari since then. 1, 2, 4 and 3.
All right, that brings us to the last, due to go at 5:35 local time, Class 1 over 1,500 metres to wrap up the day. Favourite here in the most open betting race of the afternoon. Alphabeel, 480 in favourite. Gain Adrian and Adam Hieronymus combined. We've got Blue Pino at $6, Primo at $7. Medium Bondi has been well back since markets went up, now into $7.50. Road to Paradise, a nice filly at 10, along with Mount Bona. Then out to Call Me Magnifique at 12 and Hartman at $13. Stack your chances here. Might pay to go a little bit wide in the quaddy.
Well, I've made a best bet here, just to throw you a
Getting your
curveball.
colours to the mark.
I like Alcabeel. I liked Alcabeel. This is another runner I really liked at Gosford, but we lost the meeting halfway through. This is him first up at Hawkesbury on the 8th of March. Now, he uncharacteristically settled off the speed. He's a horse that can lead. But he wasn't able to do so this day. He was just in behind them. He narrowly misses behind Casanova this day. Wide barrier today, but I'm not too worried about that. Hippo's on. I think he'll roll across, find the front, and take catching. He broke his maiden here last preparation at 1,400 metres. He's got to go an extra 100 here today, obviously, but he looks well placed, particularly if this track is playing a little to the on-speed runners with rail out. Second up into the preparation, he'll strip fit up, and I'm happy to have him clearly on top. The 2, Blue Pino, he's first up off one trial. He's trialled up well. He actually circled the field wide on the turn in the trial, covered a stack of ground, but loved the way he attacked the line late. He broke his maiden up in Queensland in a very good race last preparation. He looks like an out-and-out stayer, so I can see why they kicked him off straight at 1,500 metres here today. Road to Paradise, I didn't see her break her maiden here when she defeated Queen of Drama, but she looks super smart.
Yeah, she's nice.
So I think I'm looking forward to having a look at her today. She's first up off one trial at Scone. I will say she was beaten 4.5 lengths, but she looked as though she was only out to stretch her legs. She broke a maiden here at 1,500, first up last preparation. And interestingly, Chris only gave her the one run. He was happy to tip her out, so he might have a bit of an opinion of her. He's probably setting her for a race maybe. And Primo comes out the same race with Alcabeel. He got to the right part of the track and finished off nicely. I did notice there's been a late support for him this morning. 3, 2, 10 and 8.
All right, time for a best bet.
2 best bets here today. Race 5, number 5, Alabama Hussey, and Alcabeel in the open race. Race 7, number 3, I think can win today.
All right, what about the quaddy?
Quaddy today, I actually haven't spent a great deal. First leg 5, 2 and 8. Second leg 5 and 1. Third leg 1, 2, 4 and 3. And the last leg 3, 2 and 10. So 72.
Oh, well.
Best bet. You look shocked.
Well, a best bet that you had me sold on. You've thrown 2 more in.
I don't mean to be full.
Oh, that'll get back. Even money, Andrew Atkins. Shots fired. Love it. Andrew Atkins, $2 favourite. Haven't done a meet. Grant Buckley.
You said it, not me.
No. You said it. 650 out of Roper. We'll read my tape if you like.
You said it first.
You read my mind. $9 Louise Day. Tegan Latham there at 9 and Andrew Gibbons at $11. So pretty overcast. They're not forecasting much rain, if any, and we'll be right, even with the road out 9 metres, still very spacious track.
Yeah, it's a beautiful track, and like I said, we raced here 12 days ago, rails out 4, and it played beautiful on that occasion, so I expect us to do the same today.
All right, see you back here when runners are in the yard. First of 7 at Newcastle coming up at 5 after 2.
Well, he's an interesting character, this horse. 2 starts ago here, he was off the bit chasing, and all of a sudden he got going late. You put blinkers on last start, and he overdid it.
And he won. But I think up to 2,000, he just does it a bit too aggressively. So blinkers come off, I'm hoping up in trip he sort of doesn't hit that flat spot. They'll just won't be going at such a sharp turn of foot. So, look, I think he's earned his spot in a race like this. Being a smaller city stable, you got to let them earn their place there because we just don't have the amount of
Okay, I'm back.
to throw things in the deep end all the time. But I think he's the only horse that's won 3 races. So if that stands for anything, then he should be thereabouts.
Provided he pulls up well, would he be likely to back up on Saturday?
Well, he's not nominated, so they'd have to pay up. But look, it could be one of those years where anything could happen. He's very playful. You'd see how he pulls up, but you're going to make a decision quick. I think they'd have to make a decision by tomorrow morning. So it's not out of the question.
Please, he can
the way
11
pulling to
win
the Oaks
all the
works,
way lead.
There's no reason
11.
why, the Tulloch being a couple of days later couldn't work either. So definitely on the cards, but
Here is how the 11 looks like, all right? 11 is a good team. 11 is a good team. But how will that work? That's not one of the lowest. That is not one of the biggest. That is just an average horse. The pressure is almost nothing in terms of the others. How will that work? It doesn't have one of the best jockeys, that's for sure. It's got the management that's there because of the team. It's got the management. So if 4 is gate number 13 and if 4 wins, this is gate number 14. If a tailing happens, then this might come in second. If the 4 wins, which I doubt, I don't know. That doesn't happen. That's not a winning number. If the 4 wins, then maybe 11 will get a chance to tail this horse. But will that happen? Will the 4 win? That's the first question. Then the question of tailing arises. You are with 2, which is a New Zealand horse, and ideally that thing has both sides of the rails. It's the second linear is this one, the 13. The second linear is 13, which is again not within the rails. This is the third linear, which is within the rails. This is exactly like the 10 that you had, in the What about 1? Tricky. It's either the favorite. If the favorite wins, the favorite wins. If the favorite wins, then the favorite wins. For some reason, it'll win. I mean, the sectional timing is good, not for some reason, but it has sectional timing. That thing has advantage with the sectional timing. That is definitely there. This thing has a management problem. The 2 has a management problem. The 5 is the linear, which is not within the rails. So this entire race is questionable, PC. Get a coffee, I think. That's the best thing to do at this point of time. 1 is not favorite, but 1 is also not something that... 1 is within the rails, that is there. 1 is within the rails. Now, if you're talking about the grade races, that it has grade, it definitely has one group 1 or group 1 race that's there. But But it's in such a position that it can be attacked both by the 2 and the 4. It can be attacked both by the 2 and the 4. It's in such a position. Again, I mean, to deliver this, you need a fabulous jockey, which unfortunately is not the case. Either you need a fabulous jockey or you need a dedicated jockey. Somebody who has been riding this horse for a very long time. But those cases are not there. Then how? I mean, I'm not sure if my jockey thing is right, because if they've changed the jockey, that's a different story altogether. But I am not going to get into this. The 4 is the favorite. And but this one is this can go horribly wrong. Anything can happen, PC.
Quite strong type. He's on its feet up on the toes. It's walking into the yard. Couldn't fault him as far as appearance-wise goes. He's got a really nice, strong, healthy coat on him. He's a big lean customer, but yeah, looks well.
Deal and Dash, king on for Maker.
Well, a hard one to read.
If you're not on 2, I'm not on 2 as well. I'll stay out.
Mystery what happened at Canberra last start. So, tongue tie on today. Maybe there's a theory he may have got his tongue over the bit last start. But we know he's got talent.
Casual cruisy type of horse. Hasn't really turned a hair since being in the yard, so no real negative from me.
In his format, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott.
Yeah, he gets his chance to stamp himself a derby chance here. I think he ran his rivals into the ground there in an easier race at Kembla, but it was a soft 6. It was 2,400, so he's very tough, and he's going to give you a really good run for your money with the Tulloch Lodge bone and muscle there.
Yeah, he's all bone and muscle as well, right here. Obviously, had a good few runs this time in, but still looks really well. He hasn't lined off at all, and he still seems nice and bright, fresh.
4 Ribbon, Tom Sherry, David Payne.
Is this a forgotten horse? He put a margin in him on that soft 7 at Gosford 2 starts back. Then he did start favourite behind format last start and had a little bit of heat stress. So if you want to judge him on Gosford, he's over the odds.
He's pretty wound up. He had a little bit of a play when he was going down near the horseshoe there before. He's up on his toe. Another one, he's not getting hot at all, but he's quite busy in the yard here.
Second runner for Brad Widupper's Hard Point, Dylan Gibbons.
Has upside, but rather watch first time at this level.
Lean type of horse, doesn't carry any extra condition. Should be getting somewhere near peak condition, I feel, after this run.
Perfect Justice, Molly Burke, John Sargent.
Yeah, form good at a lower level. 2,000 might suit now, being from this stable.
Another one deep into the preparation, but still looks really well.
And in those famous Sangster colours, Black Babylon, Tommy Mark one for Meachman Archibald.
Yeah, Winker's on. Still a maiden. I'd probably prefer a few others.
He looks well enough. I couldn't knock his appearance. He looks well.
Okay, they're going to the gates, 2,000 metres, the Tulloch Stakes. 4 days out from the Derby. Corey, who do you like?
I like number 5.
I mean, if they've changed the jockeys, then the sectional timings will be different. So,
Drawing an absolute dream gate for Tommy Berry there. Should settle probably 3 pairs back, 1 off. Getting the dream run.
if they've changed the jockeys, then
11-4-5.
it'll go.
Obviously, the big computers don't agree. We've got a leader here, looks to get control, but they want nothing to do with him. So, obviously, they're disregarding that race he comes out of from Kembla last start. But I'm not. I just think he's fit. He's going to be in front, and it'll take a few horse to run him down. I think King of Thunder potentially is the best horse.
They also don't value Kembla.
Do here. I'm really impressed with
They also do not value the numbers from Kembla.
And they're right in the mix here. So I'm 11, 4, 5, and 2. I don't know what starts favourite. We've got 3 of them in line for it, Tim.
I think it'll probably just be Confetti Gardener, who took over favouritism around about 10 minutes or so ago. $5 into $4.
I mean, if we go with with a risk that it's a 2,000 meter, whether or not it has the rails it will manage, that'll be a risk. It's not a sure thing. It's not a sure thing. The 5 is the linear. Ideally, if that 5
and King of Thunder format. Look, he's not soft by any means, Ron. 8 out to $8.50. It's easy to lay.
On the contrary, here, 11 win Rosehill PC. I don't know what they said about the 10. I missed out on the 10. But in this entire circus, what is happening is that 10 is the neutral. All right. It generally doesn't win. But in this circus, I will not be surprised if that 10 wins. This is in tricky position. This I don't know. 4 is a drift number. And that 10 has been tested here at Rosehill. It's got 2 races. It's a neat one. It's not bad. And it's a neutral. If that 10 if that 10 does that thing on a 2000 meter, then the 10, these are all chances. I mean, I have never placed a bet on neutral horses because I know they have disadvantage, but here it might just go through because everything else is very blurry.
Performance nice and well here, arriving here. He looked great when he was stretching out for his prelim, as did King of Thunder. I thought he looked fantastic. Zach, he's back on board. He knows his horse really well, and he's come on really nicely from his win here last start.
Tommy Berry takes up Confetti Garden into the gates for Busson and Young. They all combined to win the Derby in 2016 with Tanago.
Best of luck, PC.
Pocketing, and up goes the outside gate, Firm Agreement. Here's Darren for the Tulloch.
They're set to go. Racing now. And pocketing left well, so did Tembry Wells. Moving forward out wide, Hard Point into a prominent position. Now towards the inside, Automaro on the white jacket is pushing through. Formats out very deep. We still haven't got an established leader. And War Ribbon's right behind them as well. So Tembry Wells takes the front in the early stages of the race. Hard Point continues to press on there in the black jacket and is looking for the lead. And Format's doing stacks of work out wide. But Format now rushes up going to second. Tembry Wells restrained. Pocketing's got a good spot fourth now, 1 out, 1 back. Then War Ribbon on the outside of Automaro. A gap of 2.5 to Confetti Garden on the outside of Black Babylon. A couple off to Perfect Justice. Racing on the outside of Golden Century. Then King of Thunder, Deal and Dash, and Firm Agreement is 5 lengths behind the second last horse. So Hard Point worked in the early stages. Dave Suddich Format 2 lengths away second. Tembry World third, a couple off to Pocketing. Then came Automaro 2 lengths clear from War Ribbon. Then came Black Babylon, 1 of 2 maidens in the field. 1.5 lengths to the favourite Confetti Garden, then Golden Century. Perfect Justice, Deal and Dash, King of Thunder, and Firm Agreement. A lot of the fancy runners are well back in the field, and they're inside the 650 now. Hard Point 2 in front. Format, the wheels are spinning, and now Tembry Wells are starting to zoom up on the inside, getting chased to the leader. 1.5 lengths to Pocketing. Then came Automaro, but he's shoved along and is picking up the bridle. And a gap to the rest as they turn. Hard Point in front, but Tembry Wells claiming it now. Then came Automaro, and Pocketing's coming down the middle. Several lengths away to Confetti Garden. Then came Black Babylon. Golden Century laying in badly under pressure. And King of Thunder coming right down the outside. So Pocketing the widest. Pocketing hits the lead. 3 lengths away, King of Thunder is starting to hit top gear. Pocketing in front. Firm Agreement's whizzing home on the rails. Firm Agreement going to Pocketing. They hit it. Maybe Pocketing a nose to Firm Agreement, and a head away on the outside, King of Thunder. Black Babylon, the maiden made up stacks of ground. Then came Automaro from Confetti Garden. Golden Century was a difficult ride in the straight. From Automaro, already mentioned. Then came Tembry Wells, Hard Point working out with War Ribbon. Then Format and Perfect Justice.
Very hard to line up here, and we're going to rail out 6 metres, which makes it a little bit trickier as well. Firm Agreement, back to the inside. There's the bolter, Black Babylon in the Sangster colours. Pocketing has hit the front by this stage. in the Yulong colours. And it's firm agreement and pocketing. And there's King of Thunder putting his nose into the picture as well. Pocketing stretches his neck out. Firm agreement with a lunge. Pocketing on that.
8, 1, 4 and 15.
Pocketing has won the Tulloch Stakes for Yulong. 4 days out from the Derby. 8 Pocketing will win and beat number 1 Firm Agreement, King of Thunder third, and the cricket score odds Black Babylon has run 4th.
Yeah, well, wasn't that a test? They went out a million mile an hour, and Pocketing, well ridden by Josh Parr. He's a very fit horse. I think taking the...
So that 8 so that 8 won. That was a difficult one. To do that race, to come out with a win on the 8 will take 24 hours to work. Minimum. You can't get that. That rail is best going.
It'd be important, but she's got the right form. A touch of luck, she should.
Hayoka is
It'll take minimum 24 hours to identify that horse.
This time in, and when she was beaten, it was a top effort. Third at the coast.
And this will be the only race in that case that we could have done.
With her.
Here's Selling Sunset from the Bob Marn stable with Boris Thornton.
Speed Map's got her at the rear. That's what she
It was a complete circus which was going on.
Past a few straight.
April in Augusta is the 5, Kelly Schweeder and CJ Brown.
Probably go forward. This is
All right, we'll see what's going on with the next.
She's been going okay, but we're just not seeing that knockout punch. Maybe she needs something a tad easier.
Tony Gollan trains Power Ace, who is first up from
1, 7, 3 and
She
14.
does like to lead, and she did lead and win over 1350 metres last preparation at Ipswich. She's got bar plates hind removed. I just think wait for her to get to something a little bit further, but she could be up on pace here.
Here's Bucks Fizz. Surely she does lead from Barrier 1. Damien Thornton rides for Matt Hoysted.
Well, they got a good result out of her last start. Unfortunately for her, she had Hayoka camp right behind her and came around her heels and beat her. But I think that Barrier 1 is significant. She could turn the tables on the other mare today from that inside gate.
Fearless Thinking is the 10, James Healy and Tiff Brooker.
Just happy to watch a few gear changes. Had a recent tick over trial. So first up today.
And Too Much Makeup would need to improve. Michael Hemmings and Georgie Cartwright.
The upper fairway in class today.
Rightio, quickly loading here, Maxley, and she's $1.75.
Yeah, she's been the best back clearly here, number 2. I think she'll win, just praying for a touch of luck. That's all she needs to beat number 8, Bucks Fizz, 3, Hayoka, 1, 16, Explorer.
One with her as well. It was a great parade by Adiala, and, she's always cool, calm and collected. And obviously, she's very, very fit. Let's just hope the barrier doesn't play against her. Here's David.
Starter Richardson has the button. Racing. Ardiella, Stone Marvellous fast out of the gates and 3 behind them. Bad start for favourite backers. Let's go to the other end. It's been up pretty early. Too Much Makeup, Hayoka and 16 Explorer, all go for it. Just behind them, Bucks Fizz taking cover. Then Parade's Fearless Thinking, a few lengths away, April in Augusta, outside of Selling Sunset. After the clumsy getaway,
The odds-on favourite and a well-backed odds-on favourite. Ardiella 3 away last, 8 off the lead. Into turn 1, 800 left to Rana. Sistine Explorer went to the rail and got the lead. 3/4 Hayoka second and Bucks Fizz is securing the box seat run, third behind the lead pair. And then away fourth, Too Much Makeup, 2.5 Power Race. Outside of Fearless Thinking, 2 away then, April and Augusta selling Sunset, and 2 to Ardiella who whipped it in the first 750 of 45.14. That's not fast. She's going to have to put in a big finish to win Ardiella. She's still last at the turn. At the turn now, with Sistine Explorer, almost joined by Hayoka. Bucks Fizz manoeuvres off the rail, comes up outside the pair. Then Too Much Makeup, April and Augusta, putting in a dash with Fearless Thinking. And Ardiella is still running on. Hayoka and Bucks Fizz, Fearless Thinking, April and Augusta. Ardiella, it's not over yet. It's not over yet, but Fearless Thinking drove to the lead. Ardiella's after it, Cambly. Come on, girl. Ardiella, too good. Beat Fearless Thinking. Photo third. Bucks Fizz and April and Augusta. A gap Hayoka. Then Selling Sunset, Too Much Makeup, Sistine Explorer, and Power Race last over the line.
So this is the fourth one. If you look through the odds, 1, 7, 3, and 14. All right. It's again at 2000 meter. It's a group 2. 1 is the favorite. And if we look through the rails, 1 has both sides of the rails, but the linear is 2, which is an 8-year-old gelding. The linear is 2, which is an 8-year-old gelding. And doesn't have the rails, so no, it has the rails. Sorry, it has the rails. There were scratchings. It has the rails. But it is an 8-year-old. 2000 meter. That's again a drift number. That's the second linear probably. There are 2 horses which are linear in this case, 1 and 2. And rest everybody has advantage on neutrals. So this one cannot be challenged, but it is an 8-year-old. This one can be challenged, but it has the rails and it is the favorite. This is in good hands. It's not that it is in bad hands. It's in good hands. (0.8 by 62, 103 by 44). This is 101 by 26, which makes it a neutral. Who else is there? 25. 13, 12, which is again a neutral. Tricky one. This is also a tricky one. That's the linear, but it is an 8-year-old gelding. 32 races. That is the second linear, which has the rails. Good people, but that number can be challenged. That number can be challenged by 5. That number can be challenged by any of these two, 7 and 8. So the 2 is the linear. Ideally, at 2000 meter, the the linears win. The linears will win. That's the fact. But it's an 8-year-old. What do you think about this 2, PC? What do you think about the 2?
Warwick Farm, which she was able to win by 7.5 lengths. She showed blistering speed early. She
Wide, very wide, 13.
But she responded well. She's very, very fit. She's quite a strong filly. And she's got a beautiful, healthy coat. The map looks a touch sticky, but away from that...
Plus, it is an 8-year-old.
6 is out onto 7. Castaway Coral for Jason Coyle.
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
She's been unplaced in 14 career starts.
I have no clarity.
Nicely in the mounting yard, but she'd need to improve form-wise.
Down the way then is excellent choice for John Cooper.
He's another one that's had a few chances, but I thought he stuck on quite nicely here last start. Into 3rd position, where he was beaten 1.5 behind Moonlight Gambler. He gets the addition of Winkers today for the first time. I expect him to be strong through the line.
Number 9, Aussie Mozzie, second up into the prep. Andrew Atkins riding for Gary Nixon.
He showed very good speed to lead here first up. He was vulnerable late, beaten 7 lengths. He's an 8-week freshen and resumes a gelding here today. I'm happy just to risk him.
And finally, Sizzling Boy, $12 chances first up, and Nicky Hodgson and Will Stanley.
He's a definite place chance. He's first up today without a trial. He placed a 2 from 5 last campaign, all at country grade. He's a horse that races well fresh. He looks as though he might take a little improvement in the fitness-wise.
So they're now equal favourites, this pair. The way ahead is joined by Oakfield Mars at the top of betting. There's been money for excellent choice, is 750 into 550. Aussie Mozzie has gone 8 into 7. Both Bandit, a bit easy, interesting betting race. Money Sizzling Boy down the bottom. Late mail time, Mel, 3 minutes out.
Yeah, I found it really difficult to split the top 2 in the market, and the yard didn't help me whatsoever. So I've left numbers the same, 5, 3, 1 and 8. I'm tipping the way ahead, just hoping this filly can find the front. And I thought she might take running down. She was very good winning her latest trial at Warwick Farm. Perhaps she's just taken a little bit of confidence off that. I will say she's a horse that's still learning her craft. Oakfield Mars is the filly that she walked in the mountain yard like she'd been here 100 times. Beautiful, relaxed filly. She's trialled up well, and she gets the claim today for Anna Roper. Top weight Bo Bandit has done everything right at the trials, has good tactical speed, and the 8 excellent choice brings race experience here. 5, 3, 1 and 8.
Okay, let's hear from Matt Smith with his first starter. Filly by Headwater and the way ahead.
Matt, you bring this filly here on debut, and she looks to have tried up really well, particularly her latest.
Yeah, look, the latest trial was excellent. She's been pretty green in her other trials, so she probably lacks just that little bit of confidence. So I'm hoping here today in a small field, join a decent gate, she can get a bit of confidence today and then go on with it.
There looks to be a little bit of speed in the race. Would you like her to try and find the rail for a bit of confidence?
We could. I had a good chat with Brand. We're going to be positive. Just try and give it a little bit of confidence, get her to travel and see if you can finish it off. But she's quite a fast filly. I think she's got plenty of ability. She just doesn't quite know how to use it as yet. So we'll see how we go today. We might make some big changes after today, but I just want to give her a run first and see how she goes.
Nice team run. And I also want to ask you about is Run Rani Run. She's back at the races today.
Yeah, look, been happy with her. Her prep's been good leading into today's race. Her trial was excellent. She likes the wet track, so some positives there today. I was a little bit disappointed at the back end of last preparation. She sort of trained off a little bit, but all the signs are good for today. She looks great. I mean, there's a fast one in that race, so it'll be interesting. They're both fast horses, so we'll see how we go.
Good team.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now the way ahead, back into favouritism. Got out the 3.30, now back into 3.10. Oakfield Mars is the one that's drifting now out the 4.20. Now, excellent choice. It's the one that they continue, Mel, to back number 8. is now occupying the second line of betting.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I had him nowhere in the mix until we had some scratchings by Bandit. I'm just worried about the horses that were behind him in the trial here on the Beaumont track. I will say he did everything right and he had a good attitude in the yard. Just don't know that he beat a lot when he won his trial, but as you know, these fast run races at 900 metres, he's straw barrier one and he's got good speed, so that'll hold him in good stead for a race like this, and the money just continues to come for him.
What about this bottom line that they chip away at? Sizzling Boy, $12 into 11 into 9 into $8.50 now into $8.
Yeah, he's had a few goes to break his maiden. Looking at him physically in the yard, he'll tighten up with the run. He's first up today without a trial. I will say he's a horse that always holds good natural condition. He was consistent without winning a country grade last campaign.
Okay, so we start on the soft 7. Right at 9 metres. A little bit drizzle out there just at the moment.
Yeah, hopefully we don't get too much rain on race day. Is never ideal. I mean, the track's only a 7, but we don't want to have visibility problems later on in the day. But at this stage, the track looks magnificent. I don't think it's going to be a great deal of rain.
It's two pretty hot class ones for a provincial meeting coming up throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, they are both really good races. Race 2, that's the 900 class 1, and a little bit later for class 1. Over the 1250, which also looks a great race.
Andrew Atkins favourite for the Jockey Challenge at $2. And say Lincoln, Brett Buckley $6.50, and Adam Roper is at $9.50. So just still having the last 3 or 4 to come up. So there's Oakfield Mars coming in, who's been a little bit soft in betting late in the piece. First over the 900 metre trip, and they're loading up pretty well. So putting on races 4 through to 7.
Yeah, I'm surprised Oakfield Mars is drifting in the market. I thought they'd get closer together, particularly after looking at the pair of them in the yard.
All right, there is number 5 moving in the way ahead. So we're just standing by for some instruction here. Is there an issue? I just asked the studio if there's an issue pertaining the caller here for the first. Aussie Mozzie about to come up. Have we got no caller? Mel, it's over to you. You're about to make your debut. I'll go and find out what's happening. Call them home. You've got to step up to the plate when the chips are down. Here's Mel Turner for the first. Check the date. April 1. Here's Phil Roberts.
900 metres. Set to go. Away, and the way ahead in the centre was away well. Excellent choice out wide with Aussie Mozzie both away nicely. Oakfield Mars not that far away. It's pressing through, and Beau Bandit on the inside is pressing up as well. Next then goes Castaway Coral, and Sizzling Boy goes back to the tail. So excellent choice going on with it, and establishes a clear lead 450 metres out. Led by the best part of 2 lengths now over Beau Bandit. Oakfield Mars being pushed along. Next then Castaway Coral, the way ahead. Aussie Mozzie and Sizzling Boy, the widest runner. Excellent choice is the leader, coming towards the 250. Beau Bandit is the challenger. They're 2.5 in front of Oakfield Mars, who's trying to pick up. Then the way ahead, Castaway Coral, but Beau Bandit ran to the lead at the 100. Going to second is Oakfield Mars, trying to pick up this leader. Beau Bandit in front. Oakfield Mars closing off, but Beau Bandit gets in. Beau Bandit over Oakfield Mars. Photo third. The way ahead, we've got Sizzling Boy out wide. Castaway Coral not that far away. Then Excellent Choice, who knocked up, and Aussie Mozzie last in.
Wherever you are around the country, you'll be hearing the trainer who is going apoplectic in the mounting yard. Tanya Randall with Beau Bandit going all of the way, a horse that she owns and trains with the partner Mal Ollerton and others, and it's won on debut over Oakfield Mars. The celebrations will go on until Thursday fortnight.
Yeah, it was well supported in the market, and he just did everything right. Albeit he wanted to wander around a little bit over the final stages. He only began fairly, but Louise was able to utilise the inside gate and he get a good kick at the top of the straight. He's got plenty to learn, but he gets out of Maiden Company at start number 1 today.
Numbers here, 1, 3, 5, 11. We're underway here at Newcastle.
Well, Rob, she's your little sweetheart of the stable. She only went taking on the boys today. How did she go?
She's going great. She's gone good all prep, just been a victim of slow run races. And it's been a bit of a rod for her back, so to speak. But, we've stepped up to 2,000 today. We'd like to go a little bit more forward today, so we're not, not the race isn't over when it's over, she's not involved. So we'll put her in the race today and give her a chance to be in the finish.
Wet track, no consent?
I don't think so. She's raced successfully on the wet track in the past. I think it brings them back to her too. She's a tough mare. She's a real tough mare. You'll see every time she goes around, her run-on's as good as anything in the race, So we're feeling a little bit upbeat, although we ran into a Chow Wolf, which is concerned.
A little bit unlucky that he's in the race, but I do remember this preparation. You were going to keep her around that 14 to a mile, and now you're going to stretch her out again. What was the reasoning now?
Only because the mare's races, there've just been no speed, and she showed that good determination in Queensland over those longer trips. The owners were keen to go, and the Nobles were great clients of ours who've been keen to go a bit further since the start of the prep. So we're obliging and we're giving it our best shot.
Good luck.
Thanks for that, Tony.
So before we get to Chawolf here, and a short quote for the Neville Selwood, back to the Derby, pocketing, they'd have to pay a late entry fee to get into the Derby, but I don't think that's going to stop Mr. Zhang if he wants to run. Pocketing, what price did you enter that horse into the market today, Tim?
Yeah, well, if Mr. Young wants to have a bet, $15 not nominated, just been added to the market subsequent to that race. But the firm was King of Thunder. He was the eye catcher out wide, 11 into 8. So he'll be a leading player in the Derby. Another horse of interest, Dealer Dash, had no luck at all. 26 into 15 was a firm agreement. After running second was $51 into $21. Well, Golden Century, a drifter, 15 out to $21.
Ronnie Dealer Dash will go a long way to see a more unlucky runner even for the rest of the day.
No, they've never got out of second gear there in the straight. And I think he had a little bit to offer there, so maybe he is promising. It was just an anomaly there at Canberra. He may have swallowed his tongue there, so he's a promising stayer. Whether it's all too soon for him.
Yeah, just maybe a worry whether he has enough price money to get in the race. If we have a capacity field, he may struggle.
Yeah, we are going to have a capacity field, Tim.
Queensland Derby.
There's already about, how many, Ray? 19? Something like 19 acceptors already.
Yeah, well, he's in trouble.
So we're going to have a capacity field of 18 in the Derby. So just take that into account, punters, when you're looking at this order of entry.
I'd say if Mr. Zhang wants to bet, I don't know if you'll be able to accommodate him. Tim, if he wants to have half a real bet.
Please go easy. Race number 4, the Precise Air Neville Selwood Stakes, 2,000 metres. And here's the mounting yards for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Well, Chawolf won't be backing up on Saturday. He'll be there in the Queen Elizabeth in the following week on day 2 of the championships. He's long odds on here in the Selwood.
Yeah, and look, you'd expect he'd have to, really put his best foot forward today. And I think he can. Well, he's got a few little obstacles to come. I know Pocket come down the middle there, but geez, there was a couple of overachievers up the rail there again in that race. So he needs a good ride here from Chad. He's got confidence in the horse. Hopefully they go quick enough for him and he can wind into his work. It's just a beautiful race for himself on a 9-day backup now. Soft's a bonus, and with even luck, he should come out on top.
He looked super again here today, Ronnie. You couldn't have him looking any better. He's one of those horses that, as we said, he's the boy that's become the man. He's really relaxed down, but it was good to see him. He had a bit of life on him going past the winner's stall there, so he's feeling well.
Here is the grey Bois d'Argent number 2. A Doomben Cup winner, Josh Parf and Isham and Archibald.
Yeah, a Doomben Cup winner on a soft 6. I think he's over the odds. So look, that'll tighten him up, chasing Pride of Jenny there first up. He should improve off that. I don't know whether he strides forward and takes up a forward position here. If he does, he's a definite knockout chance.
He's a beautiful looking horse, always has been. He looks like he's actually put on a bit of condition this last preparation. He's big, he's strong, and second up. Probably got a small bit of improvement opinion, but he could not have his opinion a better. Dackles have gone back as well.
That's an 8-year-old.
3, Tim Clark on for Gay and Adrian.
Yeah, he travelled well in the run. He was just outsprinted first up there in the Ajax. This suits better. I would have preferred a drying track for him, although he did win the Bart Cummings on a soft 6. I just think his best asset is running time on quicker tracks. But no,
He looks well. He's one of those horses. He never really jumps out at you as far as looks-wise goes. He's a little bit of a plain type of horse, but he looks well enough.
Here's a horse who ran in an arc, and now is second up in Australia for Kieran Mars. Zarek Kim, Jason Collett. I think they expect improvement on a softer track today too, so he should get a big guide on him today because he is a very, very well performed import.
He's a beautiful horse. Couldn't fault him as appearance-wise that goes. He looks terrific. Still got lots of life in him. Yeah, he looks well.
He's a shocker. Here's a wet tracker. Regan Bayless from Price and Kent. Yeah, just a matter of if he feels a better chance on Saturday on that heavy 10. So he's still, the soft suits him, 2000 suits him better, and place chance for sure.
Yeah, no, not for mine. He looks well.
Here's the Canberra Cup winner, Palmetto, Kieran McAvoy, John Sargent. Well, he's Johnny on the spot. Inside draw, races on the speed. He's found his winning form. He's very fit. And he's going to give them a run you a route, keep them honest for a long way.
They could not have him looking any better neither. He looks absolutely outstanding. He's glowing. Still looks nice and bright. Obviously deep into the prep, but looks well.
Gear up, Tom Marquand for Neesham and Archibald. Yeah, he should lift off that first up run. He's got a place chance.
I don't think he's there quite yet, but he's still got a little bit of tidying up to do in his coat. Looks like he's got good improvement to come.
We go now to Touristic, number 12, Rachel King for Peter Snowden. Yeah, visas are back on, the blinkers are off. Just fair this prep, he needs to improve.
Yeah, I couldn't knock him as far as appearance-wise goes. Stable always turns horses out in terrific form. Same again here today.
Madatsu, number 13, Tommy Berry and Quitwaller. It was a much better run second up in a race that wasn't run to suit him, so if we get speed up front here, he could run a cheeky race and run on strongly here.
Yeah, cruisy, relaxed casual. Looks like he's in peak condition here today. Looks really well.
Our Gold Hope, Tyler Schiller for Robert and Luke Price. We're going to try and ride her closer today. She raced closer when she ran in the Oaks, running second at Eagle Farm in the winter last year. So no weight here, further forward, and certainly has some credentials for different form.
Strong man, looks really well.
Okay, they're on their way to the gates here. Corey, who do you like in the Neville Selwood, or need I ask?
No need to ask. He's a standout out there, number 1 Charwolf. I love this horse. He's really become of age. He's so much better behaved than what he used to be. Yeah, you just could not go past him. It's going to take a good ride from Chad. He's drawn it slightly tricky, but if he gets any sort of luck, I'm sure he'll be powering home over the top of them.
Yeah, 1, 5, 7 and 2. Can't go past him. $1.50. Don't know, well, Tim was teasing us with $1.75 this morning. That's not going to happen. Yeah, look, I can see it. He's by far the best horse here, and he looks the winner to me. A few little things not in his favour, and he does need a good ride. If he gets half a good ride, he wins this race. He's a shot that can run on a soft track. I think Palmetto's going to give him a really good sight with the run of the race here. And Guardo's not fancy today, but certainly has the talent and performance on the board. 1, 5, 7 and 2.
Yeah, not going to get anywhere near that 175 I suggested. That might be his starting price this morning, Ron. 155 was taken this morning. We sat at 150 for most of the day. We got him back to 155, but that was taken around about 3 or 4 minutes or so ago. I thought maybe just run a race stuff, just a bit of a tricky draw, the 59.5 kilos, albeit he's not.
7 win Rosehill.
He still has to give away a bit of weight. So he wants me to risk him, but punters won't let me get him out any further. So that 155 taken back to 150. He's over 80% of the hold on the race. So yeah, he's not going to start any bigger than that 150. He's really easy to lay.
That was 1, 7, 2 and 3. I'm out.
As well, though.
I like the 2, but that's an 8-year-old.
He looks to get the run. So that's fine. The firm there. Our Hope, also pretty popular. 15 on
7.
Saturday, 14 taken this morning, now a $12 chance.
If it gets between 7 and 1,
just fine. I thought the leader would be pretty solid.
then 7 will knock it out.
Easy 11 out to 14. Bois d'Argent also quite soft. 15 out to 17.
That'll be the last
no real
mile.
Rackham. He's been 13 out to $17. He's a shocker out to 19 as well. Madatsu, he's holding his prices a $19 chance, and Gear Up 31, Touristic 51. The rank outside of the field 150. Kale Wolf, we can't get him past that price.
That 14 is a very expensive one. It's a neutral,
Shot of the favourite here. Chawolf over behind the
but
gate.
huge
Shoots out
advantage
Buckley.
today.
He looks $1 million.
He does. I'll touch on him in a moment. I just wanted to let you know that he's a shocker. He's being reshod. He's off hind. So the farrier was just having a look, and I think the shoe may have come loose. So just retightening the shoe, and we'll be underway. But just back to Che Wolf. I know Rory had him on top. I know he's very short, but he's an absolute standout. He always is a standout, but today especially, he's so calm, so relaxed. Each time we see him, he's getting better and better. His manners are
Lewis, welcome back.
a real man. I guess he was a bit of a boy last time around. And he's just the ultimate
Which is that one?
professional now. So Chad's just so casual up on board. He knows his horse inside and out. And there's nothing more I can say about him. He's just in absolutely perfect order. Our Gold Hope has arrived in a particularly good order. I had a really good look at her down the back, and I know she's the only female taking on the males here, but she looks in a particularly good order, as do the rest of them. I will give him a pass now, because sometimes we're a little bit negative on the way Palmetto looks, but his preparation, he's been looking quite well.
That 2 is so good. The 2 is so good, but it's an 8-year-old. I don't know. I just want to step out.
It looks fantastic. We haven't seen him in Sydney for some time now, but he will get through the wet track, and he's looking $1 million even as he's getting older. Who else? Just Fine is in a nice order. He's only one of those, as his name suggests, he's a fine petite gelding, doesn't carry a great deal of condition, but what there is of him is nice. Madatsu is another one that looks to have come on nicely in his 2 runs so far, so he might be ready to peak here third up. So there's still... He's a shock. He's still undergoing this barrier treatment, but we shouldn't be too far away.
He's still hammering. He was hammering out the shoe. Now he's about to put the nails in. All right, let's go back to Tim Ryan and find out what price he is now, this red-hot favourite Show Off.
Yeah, he's still at $1.50 podium. We're not getting any bigger than that. Like, we're mostly with the market, but there's just not really any room for us to budge any bigger than that $1.50 quote. And I'm struggling to get a good lead for anything else. There was that money for Palmetto, it was 10, into as short as 8. It's back to 10 now. Our Gold Hope, the money's dried up a little bit with it. It's a $13 chance. There is one firm, and it's probably the horse with nearly the best, he does have the best form outside of the favourite Zaraka. We didn't see him at his best in his first run.
Lewis, that is a very good one. But it's an 8-year-old. I don't want to risk it. It's a good one. It's the linear. It is.
Of interest in Zaraka, but really,
it's a color.
Can't lay much else.
It's a grey. It's a linear. But it is also an 8-year-old.
Knowing that he's got proper Group 1 form overseas running.
He's a very interesting runner. You would have liked to see a little bit more spec in, but I think they'd be disappointed if he doesn't improve today on a softer track. So this race all revolves around how quick Just Fine wants to roll up front. Where's the chasers? Does Barjon, is he ready to go forward, Barjon? The market says no, so that's a problem. Palmetto definitely finds Just Fine's back, and then there's question marks below. What does he do, Chad? He's got the game face on there today. This one looks superb. So it'll be...
does he take a risk trying to slot in there somewhere in midfield, or he just takes his medicine and goes back to last and thinks he's on the best?
Takes his medicine.
Finished.
Is he doing all 4 shoes here?
300 a shoe. So he's, it might look easy, but it's not an easy job, that one.
Do you know, that's a good one. The 14 is a good one. It should get to the second. It should. It's a very expensive horse. It's a neutral. Winning might be difficult, but
what's beyond that, Tim? The Japanese
place, I don't think it's difficult.
It's had a little bit of spec. It's not huge money. And then you're probably looking at Light Infantryman, the Australian Cup winner Buckaroo. I think heads there. Whether or not he pays up to the Doncaster, I'm not quite sure, but she could get very, very short if we have a couple of failures here today.
Yeah, so Wolf and Dubai need to make a statement ahead of the Queen Elizabeth, because the Sistina is top of the pops at the moment at $1.70. Now, Shani, all well over there?
All well. We've got 2 to load, Riderjean, and he's a shocker.
There's the grey Bois coming up. And there sees a shocker, having had the shoe fixed. So this is the Neville Selwood important race for Chawolf, heading to the Queen Elizabeth. Darren Flindell with the call.
Nice there. Neville Selwood Stakes. Joe Wolf $1.50, bouncing around in the gates. They're off. He jumped out quite well, Chayo Wolf. Palmetto won the start just fine there. Chayo Wolf there. And Gear Up prominently placed on the rails. Wider shots out very, very wide early from Zarakim in the middle of the ruck. Then he's a shocker to Ristic. Further back to Al Gold Hope and Madatu settles last of all. Just fine taken to the front by Clark. Chayo Wolf punching the breeze second early, and Palmetto gets right up behind the leader. Now Bartishon pressing forward on the outside. And it's looking
That's a beautiful jockey.
Right off the track. In between runners Gear Up from Touristy the fence.
Beautiful jockey.
And Madatsu last of all. So just fine leads down the back section of the course. Bartishon goes to second. And Zarakim is still caught in a 3-wide position going to third. Palmetto getting an economical run fourth on the inside of the hot favourite Chayo Wolf. He's got his spot. Further back then to Touristic, inside Gear Up, 2 up to Our Gold Hope, he's a shocker. 2.5 away to Madatsu last of all, and about 8 or 9 off the leader. At the halfway mark now, 1,000 out. Just fine in front by a length and a half wide on. Then Palmetto getting a nice run on the inside. Zarakim out wide. Chayo Wolf a handy pin. So he's only about 2.5 off the leader. Then came Touristic from Gear Up. Al Gold Hope the mare back on the fence from He's a Shocker. And Madatsu written stone cold last of all. Just fine, 7.50 to go. A length in front to Bois. Then came Zarakim. Palmetto being reined up in fourth on the rails. Chayo Wolf wedge between runners. Then Touristic from Gear Up, he's a shocker. Our Gold Hope chain towards the inside. Into the straight now. Just fine in front from Bois. And now
Run, Grandpa. Run. You're good, run. Nah. Grandpa is too old for this.
Chayo Wolf, Al Gold Hope working into the clear. Just find a narrow leader from Chayo Wolf is lefty. Then Al Gold Hope Touristic late. Chayo Wolf putting the nose in front. Oh, did he get there? Just fine, right in it on the inside. Just fine, Chayo Wolf, Al Gold Hope whizzing home. Touristic just missing out the outside. Palmetto in restricted room down the straight. Then Wider Jean, he's a shocker, Madatsu, and Zarakim was last of all. This is very close, very deceptive. 3 horses hitting the line locked together, and you'll notice the noses are out of sync here. Well out of sync, just fine in the red colours. Here's Chawolf, the long odds-on favourite. Schofield wheeling the whip, coming out after just fine. And here's the grey Our Gold Hope. There's another one there as well, which is Touristic. Maybe not. Wait for the photo. Showolf's going to win this now.
14. I think 14.
Obscured there by the hoof.
Man. 14.
That's the hoof of Chawolf. So Chawolf's nose is on the line and is going to get this. Just show that again. Chawolf from Just Fine and the great
Tuna.
Don't mistake that white mark there on the end of her nose.
1 or 14? 1.
Brisbane will come back with more. Oh, doesn't that boy breathe a sigh?
1, 3, 14. 14 got there.
Alrighty, thanks very much, Greg. What an exciting finish that was, Maxie. But I guess for favourite backers, it was a happy ending.
1, 3, 14. What a finish. A lot depending on that. So we'll just getting
1,
behind the start here.
1, 3, 14.
This is the favourite, $2.80 ahead of Rimbo at $4.60.
What else?
Number 11, Johnny
1, 3, 14.
I'm going to go
and
with
what?
Johnny DeWolf here, without any great confidence, because he's up a little bit in competition and there's always been a boom on him, and he's only won the 2 from 14. Both wins have been over this distance at Ipswich, so I think the distance is right and he should get a lovely run in transit on pace. 11 on top, putting in number 10, Voracious, the likely front runner here. 13, So Butte to run on, and number 14, first up.
Mini boom.
The 10-year who didn't beat a whole lot last start, but it's been beautifully placed by Tony. So, and was a convincing winner. So I'm going to go 10 to beat 1 Rimbo. I thought he looked amazing in the yard and it's been faultless this preparation. In fact, I did swap off him. So I think it's between those two. 10, 1, 12 and 11. Here's David.
It's 4. They're all in now. Ready to break from the gates. There's the light. All set race 4. They're racing.
1, 3, 14 and 12.
Early leader. Ferocious is driving up on the inside to try and hold the front, and there's plenty of speed outside of it. I think it may take a sit today. Johnny the Wolf, Hang 5, and Too Hard to Refuse are all going forward outside of Ferocious, but Ferocious now picking up along the inside. Good Lieutenant just behind them, 5th but deep. Rimbo being restrained, then Boys Night Out, followed by Castilian. To the same New Texas Fireball, and Ludovici settles out in last position. They go to the first bend, 800 left to run. Eventually they sort themselves out. It's Hang 5 in front from Too Hard to Refuse and Good Lieutenant. He's stuck there 3 wide. Ferocious and off the speed roller though, 4th the rail. And Johnny the Wolf on its outside at 5th and Rimbo going up 6 3 wide but with cover. First sprint is slow, 46 and 31. Interesting race developing here. Then another line of 3. Texas Fireball around Castilian. Boys not out the fence. Then Ludovici hooking wide. And so beautiful.
It was very close. It was a gamble for 1. It was very close. It won by a nose hair. I think half of a nose hair. 12. 12. Okay, so what happened here is that 1 won, but it actually had a lot of trouble from the 3 and the 14. That was very close. It was a gamble. The thing can be challenged by any one of them. So that happened, and the 2 was an 8-year-old gelding. I loved it. It was a gray, and that was all there. But still, an 8-year-old over a 2,000 meter, that is a common sense, I think. So the 1 went through. It was a good one. It was the second one in the linears, so that went through. 3 had one of the highest advantages. So 3 went through. 14 was a very expensive but neutral horse. It came in 3rd. It was well balanced. This one was supposed to be a place. This one actually was supposed to be a place. So that's what happened. And the 12 got in with the highest outer drift. If that 14 was not there, that 12 would have been the second one. But they kind of like that. So that makes it tricky for them. Anyway, we'll go to the next. We need 1 right race with the right opening. 1, 9, 12 scratched. 1, 9, 12 scratched. 7, 4, 15 and 14. 7, 4, 15 and 14. God knows busy with the programming.
Between now and Queen Elizabeth, yeah, something to reflect on, and as I say, more interested in what Chad's got to say than anything else, and just how he pulls up.
Well done, Jack.
Thank you.
Okay, well, here's what he's got to say. He's cheap.
Him out of his comfort zone slightly, but not a big margin at his game.
He was, yeah.
Sticky draw, I sort of had to be a little bit decisive. We were giving some decent horses weight, and for the only way we can really get beat is if we give him too much to do. So after he jumped cleanly, I let him stride forward. We beat the draw, and then he relaxed in the 1-1. Ended up getting out nice and early, and it was tradesman-like. You know, he had a lot of weight. It's quite hard to give, like I said, decent horses weight, but he was going.
It was a quick backup, and he didn't have that acceleration that he normally has.
I think that with the combination of that sticky ground, I know he's run second in the Derby on a bottomless track, but he's definitely more dynamic on top of the ground.
Whatever.
Thanks.
Second event this afternoon, gee, this terrific Class 1, Provincial Class 1 coming up here over the 900 metres. Favourite at 250, Just Name of Hestia over Run Riding Run. But we start with Majestuoso Phoenix. First up from a break for Kieran Maher and Louise Day.
He's really strengthened with the break. He's a beautiful, big-bodied horse. He's first up today off 2 trials. He hasn't been asked to do a lot at the trials. He was beaten 4.5 lengths in his latest trial behind Flame of Hestia. And he wasn't asked to do a lot, like I said. He was impressive breaking his maiden on debut last preparation at Wyong. He did it the tough way. He was wide throughout. I think 900 metres will be a fraction sharp for him, but he's a horse with plenty of ability and he'll be strong late.
Let's have a look at Run Riding Run. Another one resuming for Matt Smith and Keegan Latham.
Well, she's got speed to burn. She was very good breaking a maiden on debut here last preparation, defeating Extreme Diva. She was placed after that in a 66 at Muswellbrook. Resumes today off 2 trials. She was very good in the latest at Kembla, where she stuck on nicely there for 3rd position. She's another one that's strengthened with the break. She's got good tactical speed, and she's one of the main players here.
Down to 3, this is Capital Dancer, the last start winner, the Greg McFarlane and Mitch Stapleford.
She was able to get out of Maiden Company here first up. I don't know that she beat it. It's always promised to win a race. 5 of her 6 career starts have been here at Newcastle at 900 metres, and she hasn't finished out of the placing. She'll utilise the inside barrier with the claim for Mitch Stapleford, and that's probably the best I've seen her parade. She's beautiful and healthy in the coat.
Is the filly Flame of Hestia resuming for Chris Lees and Andrew Gibbons?
And she's first up off 2 trials. She was very impressive winning her latest trial at Muswellbrook by 4 lengths. It was an open trial. She wasn't asked to do a lot for the majority of the straight. She broke her maiden on wet ground last preparation, defeating Sharpen the Knives. She's a beautiful filly to look at. Barrier looks a little awkward, but if she can replicate what she did at the trial, she's a big player.
Number 7 is On Her Word for Rebecca Dunn and Anna Roper.
She's had 1 run back after 3.5 years off the scene. She'll take a good improvement from the outing there at Tamworth. I'm happy just to watch her here, but she's presented nicely with the claim today.
And the last of them, Executive Decision, but Mark Cross and Will Stanley.
He's won 1 from 11. He comes back to 900 metres deep on into the campaign. Don't really like the setup for him, but he's a winner here at the track and distance.
Okay, not a lot between this pair. Run Riding Run now into favouritism at 250. Shading Flame of Hestia at 270. $5 chance is Majestuoso Phoenix and $5.50 Capital Dancer, who was a winner here at this track last start. Speaking of the filly, she's trained by Greg McFarlane, who's out there now with Melinda.
Greg, it was good to see this filly get out of Maiden Company here first up.
Yeah, she's been promising to win a race for a while. She runs well all the races, so it was good to get the job done.
Get the advantage of an inside gate, and I noticed you've taken the claim today.
Yeah, we rail out 9 metres and go 1, it's a big bonus, so with Mitch on board and the claim, we think we should give her every chance.
How she come through the run?
Very well, she's improved since last start, so hopefully she can get the job done again today.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Here's Greg McFarlane as they arrive at the start. So Run Riding Run, who bolted in here on debut by about 8 lengths or so. They're over that filly in the Yulon colours. Flame of Hestia, Mel at the gates. Only up.
So this is what we have for the 5th one. If you look through the odds are 7, 4, 15 and 14. 7, 4, 15 and 14. These are the top odds. 7 is the favorite. So if you look through the rails, this is how it looks like. 7 is within the rails. The other one which is within the rails is the 4. The linear is 15, which is not within the rails. This side of the rails is missing. And 14 is there, within the odds. So that's all that. Okay, that is all that. Now, if we look through the pressure points, 15 definitely is the linear. And then there is this 10, which also has a huge pressure point. I tried looking up on this horse. This is from Ireland, Irish horse. It's in a good hand as well, but both of them are not within the rails, the 15 and the 10. About this horse, 7. Now, this thing is not a safe number. It's like this. The one actually won, but that winning is by a nose hair. Do I want to put money on that kind of a situation? I don't want to put money on that kind of a situation where it is going to be a nose hair. That is definitely that. This thing can be challenged. This thing can be challenged by anybody racing here in this race. It's a 1500 meter. The pressure is not adequate for 8 races. That's not adequate. That's we've got others who are with massive pressures on them. So it's the favorite. The advantage is it is in good hands. 4 is also in good hands. 15 probably is the best hand. Then there is this 13, which is also coming up in good hands. So all that is there. Now, this can win, but that win is not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy win. It's like this. We've seen what happens to the ones which are not linears. This one was okay. This one was okay. But for a 4-year-old gelding, getting a competition from a 7-year-old gelding and winning by a nose hair, that's the place which needs to be stayed away from. So that's not a great thing. Here we have all 3-year-old, 4-year-old fillies and all that is happening. It's a 3-year-old filly. I mean, everything looks good. This is probably very good, but will it win is not a definite shot. It's not a definite shot. This has all the potential of getting into competition. If we look through the sectional timing also, it is probably, it's a 1500 meter, so a lot of horses will get a lot of opportunities. A lot of horses will get a lot of opportunities, and that number is not such that it can resist that. The number is not such that this is not a well protected number. This is a well protected number, but this is not within the rails, so it lacks physics. This has the physics, but it is not a well protected number. This thing can be challenged by anyone. I'm out. Four-win Newcastle. PC. Newcastle, no, please, PC, don't. That track is yeah, but I mean, you are the biggest contradictions that you make the biggest contradictions that, I value. You make the biggest contradictions, and probably, because of you, I get the inspiration of doing this every day. But don't go to Newcastle. I know the kind of money that you put in. Don't do that. That's a friend saying, it's a friendly request. It is not even an advice. It's a request. Don't go to Newcastle. Doomben is okay.
Silverwood, and there's not much to report because we've left Chow Wolf as a $6 chance as a second pick there. To the eye, he probably didn't look overly impressive, but dissecting the race, he did sat outside the lead.
We'll get an opening, PC. Don't worry. We'll get an opening. We'll get one opening. A sure shot opening we will get.
To Chow Wolf's front, so we left him as a $6 chance there for the Queen Elizabeth, where Fair 16 at the ruling 170 favourite.
We will get a sure shot opening.
Timmy? Yeah, Brad, you got me, mate?
Three.
Back here at Rosehill now for the Emancipation Stakes over 1,500 metres, a Group 2 for the fillies and mares. About to have a look at them for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Pulchritudinous, number 2, Tim Clark.
For gate number 1, that 3 doesn't have the right weight, PC.
New Zealand Oaks. Yeah,
56 kilograms from gate number 1. You needed at least 58.5. It has 56. That's the first problem.
Number 3, Jason Collett and Glenn Thompson.
Second is the management, which is a bigger problem.
Expected previous win was great. She's got that beautiful draw for a perfect map. I think she's right at the finish.
I don't remember getting up on the march like she is here today, Ronnie, but I know she got noticeably warm, but she hasn't gotten warm at all, but she's obviously feeling very well, nice and bright and fresh. There's not a lot of her, but she still holds decent enough condition to being fourth up.
Scarlet Oak is next, number 4. Damien Lane on for Chris Waller. I thought she was above herself first up and very good, then disappointed in the Coolmore, and then you dissect to form all of her forms on the wet, so it's a big positive. Not as confident as I was with the pattern. But if she overcomes the pattern, she's right there.
Yeah, she's had that edge knocked off her here today. She's paraded really, really well. You couldn't fault her appearance. She looks rock hard fit. She's good to go.
Lek Varden, number 5, Josh Parjo Pride. Too short for the first up, and although she has some soft form, I prefer her on dry.
I couldn't really knock her as far as appearance-wise goes. Being the grey, she's a little bit hard to get a true guide on, but she looks nice enough.
Honey Girl, number 6, Kieran Marr, Harry Coffey. Yeah, interesting man this. She's ex-Peter Booty and Captain Coleman. She, resuming here, she was playing in her first Aussie prep.
That has the highest drift.
Kieran on an interview during the week for a good race.
That's why it is so interesting to them. They don't talk the reality. They don't talk the reality. All Hebrew. All gibberish.
She got on Ace Favours and capitalised well with an easy win in the favour. So
that 6 has the highest outer drift, so it's quite capable of getting into the second position.
condition. Thought her win was terrific last time out. Looks like she's trained on again.
Osbred Flirt, number 8, Alicia Collett and Brad Widow. Big roast mare, she overachieved first up. I would have preferred her on a drying track though.
Yeah, she is a big, strong mare. It's really, really good condition. Looks well, looks good enough.
On to Sakti, number 10, Chad Schofield for Mick Price and Michael Kent Jr. Very interesting mare, imported mare. She's had 145 days off since winning. Lightly raced imported mare. She races on the pace, fights hard. I was going to respect the market. Yeah, but there's a theory around she probably doesn't go as far forward today, but $26, and you'd hate it slipping under your guard here because she is talented.
She's above herself as well. She's been right up into the bridle since getting in the enclosure. She's got the playing top horse. She doesn't really jump out at you, but she's got a nice healthy coat on her.
Okay, that's Sakti. Now here's Private Legacy, number 11, Rachel King and Greg Hickman. Just fair first up. I'd rather have said her today.
Nice enough horse. Looks like it's got a slight bit of improvement left to come in the coat, but no knock for mine.
Mrs. Morell, number 13, James Ferguson and Tyler Schiller. This import having its first run in Australia. Yeah, we're trying to work out why she's here. 60 to 1 chance or whatever. 54 days ago, first up run. She won her only star on the soft box 5 lengths. Just impossible to line up. The market doesn't know, but she's obviously got something to arrive here.
She's a very highly strung top of horse. She's been right up into the bridle. She's getting into the enclosure. She's flicking those front feet out. She looks very healthy. She's a lighter, finer top of horse. Obviously, not a lot of condition on her, but she's very well.
Harlem Queen, number 14.
PC3 and 14.
Yeah, surprisingly, no money for the 3-year-olds here. The blinkers are on her. She was beat by the speed of the race first up. Obviously, looks horrible on the map as far as that draw is concerned, but you've got to respect this 3-year-old form, and I thought she did more than enough first up.
Yeah, she's a really nice type of horse. I still don't think she's the finished product yet. She looks really well. Yeah, she's been a little bit sort of itchy as she got in the enclosure, but yeah, she's settled down now. She's well.
And Snow in May, number 15, Karen McAvoy for O'Shea and Sharp.
Well, another 3-year-old with the right form. Look at that form around order. Glow Lady Shep Go at last prep. She comes off a win, third up now off a win, so she presents well. An acceptable draw, 53 kilos, and obviously she's never been on a soft track. That's the gamble.
She's another. She was not a lot of her, but she's quite highly strung when she first entered the enclosure. She did relax down and settle down a bit, but yeah, not for mine.
Kira Ma, newcomer to your stable, Honey Girl. What do you
God knows.
She's prepped up really well. She got a bit of juice in a jump out the other day, and I thought she stretched nice. Fitness is good. And I thought her form overseas was probably more wet track, but yeah, she needs to lift on current form, but I think she's prepped up pretty well. Okay. And Duke de Sessa later on in the tank with a Caulfield Cup winner. How's he going? I think he's going very well. Should thrive on the conditions. It's had a really smooth prep leading in. He's travelled up nicely and seems in good order. Good luck today. Cheers. Thanks, Kieran. Kira Ma. Corey, who do you like?
Yeah, number 4, Scarlet Oak for mine. She was really busy when she was in the enclosure here last time out. She got quite hot and bothered, but she seems to have trained on well. She was super relaxed in the yard. It's going to take a good ride from that tricky sort of gate, but I think if she gets a bit of luck, she should be very hard to beat.
Yeah, that's what she needs. Won't be easy. I am 4, 14, 15, 7. I'm with her as well, just trusting that her best form is in the wet. I'm liking the 3-year-olds as far as form lines are concerned, Harlem Queen and Snow in May. And
I mean, look at the way things are. They just want to be, politically correct. They just want to be politically correct. They will always talk about the top odds.
Yeah, favourite lead 0 just keeps firming with tap.com.au was 320 after scratchings this morning. Got into a short.
Why can't they talk about the contradictions? Why can't they?
60.
I mean, they have better
She's almost half the
arrangement.
She'll go forward and make her own mark. She was dynamite winning over the 1500 metres here a couple of weeks ago. So not a fave that we're that keen to take on. She's a 2 or 60 chance and very, very firm at that.
At the paddock, they spoke about the 6. The 6 is the highest drift, the outer drift. But the moment it is about picks, they just went to straight to the odds.
Just with that tricky draw, not entirely sure how she's come up this prep. 460, we've got her all the way out to $6, but keen to late Scarlet Oak. She's second most popular runner in betting with tap.com.au. Snow in May, there's been no interest in her. She's been 550 out to 850, and the other 3-year-old filly down the bottom there, Harlem Queen, 550 all the way out to $9. They're both noted drifters. Harlem Queen, a tricky gate, and Snow in May just coming off a Canberra run. At longer odds, there's a big jump out from those top 5 in betting out to the next pick, which is at $19 for Ledvade, who's a little bit of a trim up, 23 into 19. Sakti sent a little bit of support, 26 into 23, but it's not big money for those ones at double figure odds. All the money is for Lazura. She's this big firm, 320 into $2.60. But specking for Cuervo Volante and Scarlet Oak, very, very easy to lay, despite us taking a set against it.
Okay, Shaddy, take us through what's happening behind the gates.
Well, Lazura and Leclade were probably the two that arrived here.
Yeah, that's fine.
Touch on Lazura, she's fantastic. She has been all fronts this preparation, looking great and just continuing to tighten up each time you see her. So she's in tip-top order. Snow in May was one of the ones that arrived here just behind the other two girls, and she's great as well. I watched her in the mounting yard and she was handling it really nicely, doing everything spot on. So she's arrived here perfectly. She's at an absolute peak now. I know she won second up, but she's come on so much from when I saw her first up. Harlem Queen is another one. She's really pepped up with the blinkers going on today. So
cheering for 15, yeah. 15. I would so love it if the 15 wins. It's a good one.
Shades on just to get onto the
But the problems are genuine too now with that 15. It doesn't have this side of the rail, so that's a genuine problem. But if it can overcome that, then
is ready to peak. I've just been watching
it is
two runs so
a
far.
goddess.
She's certainly ready to do something today.
Then it is a goddess.
She's
I mean, very rarely that happens. Very rarely you will see a horse that defies the physics. That's very rare.
Just dancing and prancing about since she's arrived here. She's really settled down.
I mean, we are unlucky that we couldn't race while Winx was racing. I'm sure that horse defied physics.
Walks Osbert Flirt. We're just about ready. Darren Flindell to call race number 5, the Jean Cotter Chemist Emancipation Stakes of Fillies and Mares, Group 2.
No draw. So we're good to go here, locked and loaded. Fillies and Mares ready for the Emancipation. Set now. Dogs are back. They're off. Private Legacy a little bit tardy out, and Lazura jump well. Curve showing a bit of toe on the inside, and the import Sakti's racing forward. Here, over racing too, Sakti really wants the front. Osbred Flirt moves up on the outside, going to
That's
second.
the Irish import.
This is Mabrill's out very wide,
Number
going
10.
forward 3 wide. The favourite Lazura parks just behind them, in a bit of a clump with Curve right there on the inside running rail, and Honey Girl is out wide. Further back there to Scarlet Oak. She looks to be caught wide. Further back then on the inside to Private Legacy at this point. 2 leads to Pull Protudinous from Lek Bart. Harlem Queen is back last of all. Mrs. Morell takes the lead now. Mrs. Morell out by a length and a half to Osbred Flirt. They're followed then by Sakti. Looks to have switched off a little bit better now. Honey Girl strides up the outside. Then Lazura. Scarlet Oak deeper out from Curve then Snow in May. In advance of Pull Protudinous, Private Legacy, Lekbard and Harlem Queen revved up last of all, about 6 off the lead, turning for home. Mrs. Morell just in front of Osbred Flirt, Honey Girl the outside.
Run, baby.
Lazura's in restricted room behind them, needs to change path. Further back to Sakti going up the fence. Lazura's been shut out there. Curve taking a rouse run. Meantime,
What is that?
Harlem Queen gives chase. Lekbard races to the front.
5.
Clear. Harlem Green goes to second. Lazura's out now. It's
That grey.
Just got in.
5.
Then Snow in May. Careful up the inside.
Oh man.
Protudinous, Scarlet Oak, Osbred Flirt, and Mrs. Morell.
Leckvart will win the Emancipation Stakes, a Group 2 for Leckvart. Reliable man Josh Parr and Joe Prod. Well, a Group 3 angst.
What is happening?
Emancipation. That might go down as the most unluckiest of the day, Ronnie. Maybe
5-7.
gets up that one. Yeah, you would have to say that.
5-7.
Really underrated man.
5-7, 14 and 3.
But she's learned to handle them in recent times. She's got that sensational turn of speed that can just put a field away. And she did she put them away quickly there when
The 15 did not make it. That's a problem.
Running into dead ends. Harlem Queen was great from the back. Snow and May was okay late, but yeah, she's just got that turn of acceleration that counts in a race like that, and it's good to see something coming down the outside there.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Ronnie. And where she come from in that field as well, she was obviously back towards the tail of the field, but she picked them up in the matter of strides and looked to the sort well. Obviously, there's a couple of unlucky runners there, but all on us with the winner for her.
Okay, they've run 1:31.49, home at 36.16. It's a race-to-race double for Joe Pride.
Welcome back to June.
So what happened that 5 won? It's a 6-year-old mare, but it was a grey. It had one of the highest advantage with one of the best jockeys. And that jockey is a dedicated jockey. That jockey is a dedicated jockey. I remember there was this gentleman who used to play, and he was here a couple of months ago. Novato from Venezuela. Now, Venezuela, Novato always used to play with the horses, with the dedicated jockeys. And that used to prove results. This one, I am sure that's the reason. That's the only reason. Nothing else mattered, because the handicapping is done in such a way that anything can be challenged by anyone. So here, the advantage becomes, a dedicated jockey. So this jockey has been with this horse for a very long time. He understands the horse. And it's advantage plus a good jockey. That's all. And those numbers can be challenged. If the linear is not in a position to win, then anything can happen. The linear has to be right. That's the leader. That's the group leader. The linear has to be placed right. If the linear is not placed right, then it's ideal to stay out. Then anything is possible.
Keeping home, it doesn't matter how wide you are coming towards the bend. It's an advantage to get out there for sure.
I think so. Until Valhalla is the other favourite, Kira Maher and Emily Lang.
She's a mare that's been up for quite some time now and racing on a Saturday very, very competitively. Okay, last start at Eagle Farm behind Space Tracker. That was that impossible race. She couldn't make any ground at all. So this is probably more suitable for her today, and a bit of give in the track is good.
All right, Moon and Mares from the Mick Lakey stable.
1, 2,
with
5,
Robbie
and
Dollar.
6.
It's a horse that I always, keep on my side. Even last start, he ran fourth, beaten a little over 2 lengths at the Gold Coast behind Toes on the Nose. He's one that can get up when you least expect it, so give him some respect here today.
All Hello Tide is the 14, Matty Dunn and Damien Thornton.
Nice race for this guy, nice gap between runs. First up to second up today, has a chance.
Here is Ruval, the favourite, or equal favourite, Johnny Dan and Woody Bellamy.
Looks to be hard to beat. He's had a great prep so far, and he can easily make it 3 wins on the trot.
And November Falls is the 16, Mitchell Beer and CJ Gray.
Yeah, she's been very solid in the market. A Kiwi bred, the soft 6 is perfect. She's third up. She's come a long way. Wouldn't think for nothing, so they're obviously fairly good about her picking up a prize.
Rightio, they're still equal, at least in the QOP there, Maxi. However, on tab until Valhalla is the $3.60 favourite.
Yeah, not much between them. With Ruval, the parade I thought was only fair, but it's the right race for him. Field of 10, he might do an Adiella, not is the pick, but can give them a bit of a start if they indeed ride that way and sweep home down the outside. 15, 16, 9, 14.
All right, I'm with the 4 more trouble. Guess David.
So they're early now, ready to go for the 5th of the day. The Larry Cassidy handicap. We're running the metric mile. At the halfway mark, race 5 of 10. Here's Demon Dart going in now. The line is complete. More trouble anticipated the start well off the inside until Valhalla began well. They're riding Demon Dart for speed and November Falls driving through as well. All Hello Time will settle 5th behind that leading quartet. Bold Mervyn over on the rail at midfield. A few lengths away to Rosehill, simply 4th last one off the
14 Doomben, PC.
Texas and Moon and Me, they're back second last at last. That's the first call. They've gone through the first 400 metres. They travel the back straight and November Falls takes the lead and steadies in front by 1 length to More Trouble. Until Valhalla, a length and a half back third in a good position. Outside of Bold Mervyn improving 4th the rail. 2 to Demon Dart behind that pair. 2.5 to All Hello Tide is over on the outside of Confidence. Ruval, 3rd last, about 6 to 7 off the lead at the halfway mark. And Texas nips it in. Now they're on the side of the track with 700 left to run. If it falls by and large, having good run in front, trying down most of the way. More Colwell still in close attendance, and until Valhalla, which is giving the opportunity, is a decent run behind the lead pair. 62.18 the first 1,000. Bold David coming off the pit, Demon Dart trying to come into the picture. All Hello Tide under pressure. Well back coming to the turn, Confidence, Moon and Me. Ruval still spots from 6 to 7. We'll have to put it on 2-minute finish. And then came Texas in the straight. November Falls and More Trouble. Grabbed by Demon Dart. Have a look at Demon Dart.
Come on.
He's sprinted like a gazelle.
What is that?
He put a gap on his rivals. And it's all over, Red Rover. If you're on
Kidding me?
Up, straight to the winning queue. The further they go, the further he runs away. And he wins by 4. Until Valhalla in second. Third over the line was More Trouble. And November Falls in 4th. Then came Ruval, followed by All Hello Tide, Finn and Me, Texas to Confidence,
That's
Bold
8.
Mervyn, last over the line.
So Demon Dart, number 8, sprinting quickly in the home straight by Bailey Wheeler for Rob Hitcoat, 9:30.
Right, this is the 6th one. If we look through the odds, it's 1, 2, 5, and 6. If we look through the rails, it is 1. Let's look at 1. That is the pressure point. And that is the number. This thing cannot be challenged. This thing cannot be challenged. The only way this horse can lose is if it gets tailed or if it stops running. That's the thing. If this wins, 4 probably is the next. These outer drifts are not strong enough. This is the largest inner drift. And they also tail. So this is a possibility that the 4 is the next. 1 should win. We'll take a look at the 1. Where did it come from? 6. Flemington. It came from Flemington, so the numbers are right. It came from Flemington. The last race was at Flemington. The pressure points have been checked by Flemington, re-verified by Rosehill. So that's the result. The only way that 1 can lose is if it gets tailed, which we are going to take a look at. If it gets tailed, I'll be out. And the other possibility is there that because of the pressure, if it stops running. These are the two possibilities. But if that one wins, we are probably looking at the 4 as the second horse pool. So that should happen. That's the largest inner drift. The outer drifts are not strong enough. They are not strong enough. This is a strong number. That's stronger than these numbers. The horse is also good. Nine probably is there. I mean, 5 probably is there. Then anything is possible. Then 2, 5, anything is possible. All of them are within the rails. All of them are within the rails. This one is not within the rails, but it is a drift. So if it's a drift, if the linear delivers, this should deliver.
It'll be all the better for the runner of the trip now. Third up, he's drawn to get Matt Favours here today. He doesn't mind getting his toe in the ground.
Number 5 is El Paso for the Hawks family and Andrew Atkins.
This is a horse I really like. He gets the addition of Winkers today for the first time. I've seen him on the Kensington track first up, where he just took a little while to balance up, but he was very strong through the line to be beaten a touch over 2 lengths behind the very smart Meridiana. We've seen the second horse, Fleeting Spirit, come out to win since then. He's drawn nicely. He looks spot on here today. He's coming out of some very good form races last preparation.
6 out, he's 7 Stormbringer for the Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott, Louis Bosley combination.
He's an on-speed galloper. He's actually doing a really good job in his first racing campaign. He led it a good clip at Wyong last start. He was just touch one paced in the run home to beat the 2 lengths. We've had a winner come out of the race since then. He steps up in trip. He lacks no fitness. He might just take one down here.
Number 8 is always right for Paul and Martha Cave and Andrew Calder.
She's improving with each run this preparation. She got back from the wide gate last start at Hawkesbury, but she finished off nicely to finish into second position, beaten 3.5 lengths. She's a very lightly framed mare, and I think she'll just skip across this ground.
Number 9 is Chevelle Green, nice and fit, but Smith and Adam Roper.
Yeah, she's been doing a really good job without winning. She finished third last start at Hawkesbury, where she was beaten 4.5 lengths. So she travelled a touch strong in front, but I thought she batted on fairly in the run home.
Get an expert at 100 to 1 in the old number 12, firstly, Rock All Night, Brett Witter and Zach Waddick.
I really liked this filly's debut run at Wyong in what was a fairly moderate maiden. She was very disappointing though last start at Hawkesbury. She gets the addition of the nose roll today. She's a beautiful, strong filly to look at in the yard. Claims only a bonus today.
On the Whittles back, number 13, Brenda Belisha of Archibald, and the Rider Louise Day.
She just raced a touch one pace on debut. She steps up in trip here today. She's not happy to race. She looks like a horse that will continue to improve with racing and perhaps switch on in time.
Number 14 is Sea of Galilee, $15 chance for Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bott and Adam Hieronymus.
He was able to find the front in the small field on the Kensington track on debut, but he was very one pace late, beaten 4 lengths. He comes back in grade here today. I think the extra distance will certainly help his chances.
Not a worry, number 15, John Thompson, Will Stanley.
He's been unplaced in 5 career starts. He steps up in trip for the first time, third up into the campaign. He's definitely open to some improvement here.
And Memphis, Tennessee is the last of them for John O'Shea, Tom Charlton and Ben Osmond.
He's at the 4 career starts. He's yet to be placed in any of those. He's had 3 runs back this preparation. He's nice and fit, but needs to improve form-wise.
His favourites into even money. Been a good go. El Paso just over 2 minutes out. So into $2 or even money in the old Hampton, $3.40. And the other one gets out Stormbringer, $5.50 to $8. And a big jump then to Tommy Sugg, who was 12. So at the start, Late mail time. I'll move up shortly.
5-1, 3 and 7. Very keen on El Paso. He's had very good market support late. Saw him on the Kensington track first up, where I thought he was brilliant at 1400 metres. He'll be far better suited stepping up in trip, and he's come on beautifully in the code off his first up run. Hampton, the imported galloper, he's had 2 runs here in Australia. He's been very good on both occasions. He looks very well placed. Third up into the preparation with the claim today. Tommy Thug has had no luck in both runs this campaign. Needs a lot of luck from the wide barrier, but he deserves change. And the 7 Stormbringer, an on-speed galloper. He's been placed in both runs all 3 runs this preparation. He will make his own luck up on top of the speed. 5-1, 3 and 7.
You're right. He looks the likely leader here, Stormbringer.
Yeah, you'd think so. He was able to lead over the mile at Wyong last start. Now he steps up to 18.90. I know he's drawn a little awkward, but Lily will just take his time and let him amble across from there. Hampton won't be far away either, though. He had to work across from the wide gate to lead at Hawkesbury last start at 2,000, but perhaps from barrier 1 they might just let 1 or 2 go. He certainly be prominent on top of the speed.
Maybe the money Tommy Thug included in the number.
Yeah, I quite liked both of his runs. He's desperately unlucky here for...
On 7 win Rosehill.
The same race as Hampton. Both those gallopers have gone around in both the same races this preparation. And then he went around that same race last start at Hawkesbury, where he was caught 3 and 4 wide to trip. He was beaten a length and a half. The barrier's the concern with him, where he gets to from there. They're probably going to go a fair way back for him to be able to get in somewhere.
Let's go to Tim Ryan from this over into the red now. Tim, El Paso.
Mixed firming, but we've also seen money for the second pick. They're both firms today. El Paso 225 to 190, around about 60% of the total hold. So just a little bit above what you'd expect for a $1.90 chance. Hampton also firming though, 370 into $3.40. So between them, they have a very, very strong hold on the market. Tommy Thug, the only other one we've really laid $13 into 11. A big drift to Stormbringer. It's been 5 all the way out to 11. Well, at the longer odds, we have seen a little bit of money for Casablanca Express for David Payne's stable. Keegan Lake to ride 81 into 51. It's a small firm at longer odds. But it's all about the 2 picks. El Paso just a slightly better back of the 225 into now evens. Did touch that 190 that we spoke of, but now back to evens. Hampton 370 to 340 today.
Tendon in alongside El Paso, the favourite in this. Now, Rock All Night, they try once more with this runner. And it goes in now. So Rock All Night goes in. Always right, about to come up. And that will leave Tommy Thug to complete the line. Tommy Thug comes in. Line is set. Race 3 Newcastle. 1890. All clear from behind. And they're away. El Paso not all that well served at the start. Hampton was away nicely, showing speed as Stormbringer in the white cap. It's going up with Rock All Night and not that far away Casablanca Express and Sea of Galilee trapped quite wide into that first bend. Now El Paso was able to recover after that moderate getaway and it's tracking up to be a little bit better than midfield on the inside. Has the back of Hampton. Followed next then by Tommy Thug, who's out 3 wide around Always Right, Memphis, Tennessee. Cheval Bree goes back to 3rd last with Not a Worry. And back to the tail is Whittlesbark. So they're down the back of the track and they head inside the 1,300 metres and it is Stormbringer on top. Stormbringer leads out. Rock All Night works up, goes to 2nd. Sea of Galilee 3rd. Hampton 4th on the inside. Followed by Casablanca Express and El Paso, a length and a half back on the inside of Tommy Thug. And they're 2 lengths in front of Always Right, who's out on the outside of Memphis, Tennessee. A couple of ways, Cheval Bree, Not a Worry. And back at the tail is Whittlesbark. So they head off the back straight inside the 900 metres. Stormbringer at a fairly even tempo. Led out by a neat length over Rock All Night in 2nd. Sea of Galilee 3rd on the inside. Followed by Casablanca Express, El Paso, On the move out wider is Tommy Thug. Hampton just sprung up in traffic for the time being. Always right going forward out deeper. Chevalbury starting to track into it as well. Followed by Memphis, Tennessee. Further back then came Whittlesbark to the outside and Not a Worry scrubbed along back at the rear. Field packs up. Coming to the bend. Stormbringer under pressure. Rock All Night immediately goes to it. Tommy Thug working down the outside with Always Right as they run to the 300. Hampton gets a run near the inside. 250 left to go now, and Always Right strode to the leader over Tommy Thug. Hampton gets a split, gives chase to this leader now. The El Paso down the outside, Always Right is the leader. Hampton trying to wear it back on the inside. It's Always Right in front. Hampton making a lunge as they dive at the line. Always Right and knows Hampton. Third, some 2 lengths away was either Rock All Night or Tommy Thug. Close up El Paso, wide of Whittlesbark, then Sea of Galilee. Next in was Chabelle Green, Memphis, Tennessee, Casablanca Express, Not a Worry, and Stormbringer after setting the pace, finished back at the rear.
He's one of the prize, something of $28 on the tote. I think he'll get up on the outside here. Always Right over Hampton, who was searching for a run at the top of the straight and had a wall in front of him. Eventually he got clear. Eight will get it over 1. Just a twist the head on here. 3 will be third, Tommy Thug, and 12. Rock All Night. It's finished in 4th.
Yeah, you could offer a case for this mare. She's been improving each time she steps out of the races. She was brilliant in the second position last day at Hawkesbury, but she was just tough late. Hampton had the beautiful running transit. We'll be interested to have a look at the head on like to say though, Gav. Always right this one to lay in a little over the final stages. Tommy Thug is going on nicely, and our favourite just had no luck in the running.
Right, so there is the head on, but we're in the red cap with the white sleeve, and the OTI colours, that's Hampton, about 3 off the fence, who eventually will squeeze through that gap. So 8, 1, 3 and 12, the winner has to say at a big price. Just the concluding stages, there may not have been anything in it, but it might have been worth a look, is it?
I don't think so.
At this stage?
But I think that's past.
That's right, yeah, right on the line of past it. Anyway, the pick your prize. Rosehill is next.
Well, I thought I'd come down and have a look at this little miss. Her name is Verena Rose. She's lining up in the Group 1 Binary Stud Stakes coming up very shortly. The stable tell me there's 2 of her. She's either really, really quiet or she's a little bit naughty. Her strapper here, Sam, tells me that she's actually been really good today. At Kembla the other day, she got herself a little bit hot and sweaty. It was quite humid conditions, but it's nice and calm at the moment. I'm not going to get too close because she can bite, she can do a few things wrong, but she's 3 from 3. I guess the track is always a little bit of a question for her, but she's shown promise from day one. They've been ultra patient with her. Her win the other day was phenomenal. In fact, all 3 wins have been very promising, but she's taking on a very handy horse, Treasure in the Moment. But just looking at her, first time I've seen her, I think she might be a filly to watch for.
Okay, we're about to get our first glimpse here in Sydney of this hot pot filly, Treasure of the Moment. Just to the Queen of the Turf, Tim Ryan. That's where Legvard's going to have a final run before she goes to the sale, and I believe Lady of Camelot may go there as well, because Adrian Bott just told Greg Pritchard no Doncaster for Lady of Camelot. Royal Patronage will be their runner.
Okay, so we'll take the Lady of Camelot out of the Doncaster betting for the Queen of the Turf. Legvard was big odds. She was 101 pre-race. She's now a $26 chance. Missouri, we firmed up after that unlucky second, $11 into $8, where Lady of Camelot's also an $8 chance. But Chris Waller, plenty of decisions to make there. He has an embarrassment of riches. Fangirl, the $2.50 favourite. He has a tissue there as well. Moira also betting for the Queen of the Turf. So that'll be a great race on the day 2 of the championships.
Barrier draw tonight at 6:45 for the Doncaster and the Derby live on Sky Thoroughbred Central. And around that time, acceptance is taken at 6 o'clock. The Sires and the TJ will be out as well. Now, what price is she, Tim? $1.40?
No, she's even shorter than that. She's into $1.35. But the victim of a lot of all-ups, predominantly through Kale Wolf. Plenty of punters like that double, so she's a terrible, terrible way for us. She's very, very short on the parimutuel, 130, the parimutuel, so now into 135. And I've got him out to lead. It's going to be no disadvantage the way this track's playing.
Here is the mounting yard for Harvey Norman, all you need in furniture betting, electrical and technology. Well, here she is. Let's have a look at her. Show yourself. Treasure the Moment. 7 from 9, Damien Lane and Nat Laurie.
Oh, we know we got some ripping fillies around, your Lady Shenandoahs, your Autumn Glows, but this filly's a class filly who's been dominant on a winning streak all the way through. Is there a danger here? Probably only the wet track. If she reproduces some of the performances that she's produced, she's certainly got style about her.
She's a nice type of horse, Ronnie, but I was expecting a little bit more. She doesn't really jump out at you. She's obviously well put together. She's still got a little bit of furnishing to do, running 3-year-old like the race, but she looks nice and healthy. She's obviously, it's not all about looks. She's obviously got a big motor under there. She's got a really smooth action on as she walks. Yeah, no knock at all, but yeah, she just didn't jump out at me like I thought she was going to.
Number 2, Moving Out. Same colours, another one for Yulong here. Zach Lloyd is going to ride for Chris Waller, and Zach wearing the black cap.
Yeah, filly I've liked all the way through. I know she's only had one run, but we've seen her at trials and track gallops and whatever. She's composed a lot better today. Usually she's all energy and on the toe and ready to, run through a brick wall. So I'm just not sure she's had the grounding to win this, but it was an incredible performance, dragging back in a slowly run race last time. And to think that she charged home there was an excellent performance. Can't rule her out at all.
After the post run is where I loved. She was doing 2 to their 1 through the line. She looks like she's really improved on that run as she was presented here today. She is a little bit wound up, but nothing like she was first up. She got quite hot first up. Obviously nowhere near as hot here today. But yeah, she definitely looks like she's trained on well.
We've got Powers of Opal, number 3. Tommy Marquand on for John Sargent. She's seen a bit of Treasure the Month.
Yeah, she hasn't been disgraced, mind you. And look, she did start odds on the Wakeful behind Treasure at the moment, beat the length 1.75, and then second in the Oaks. So John Sargent, we know what he can do. He's a run off the grand final. He's put the blinkers on her. You would really like her to perform today, and I think she can. She'll go much better now that they're getting serious with her.
Yeah, she's a nice, neat-looking horse. She's another one. She's got a little bit of furnishing to do, but she looks well. She's walking out well. Attitude's always good.
Real Clash, number 4. Tommy Berry on for Chris Waller.
I expected a little more first up, but she was just outsprinted in a slowly run race. So just keep an eye on her for next time in the Oaks.
She's a big unit. She looks like she's trained on well, and yeah, she looks like she's tightened right up since that first up run.
Declici Boulevard, number 5, Nasharilla riding for Chris Waller.
Going great, with excuses, legitimate excuses along the way, and things going wrong and the way races have been run. So no, that's a little bit of positive wet form. She's going to be further forward. That's another positive move. Yeah, only has to run 2,000 to run well.
She's a playing Jane to look at, but she's paraded really, really well. Nice and healthy in the coat. Another one that walks out very smoothly.
Benegill, number 6, Tim Clark, Glenn Thompson.
Nice push for this Melbourne mare. She was not filly, I should say. There was no fluke in that second up win. She maps nicely from the draw, and I think possibly a forgotten horse here.
She's a beauty. She's a big, strong, robust type of filly. She holds really, really good condition. She seems to have good attitude. She has that style of the pony there, but she hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard, so she's got a big tick from me.
Verona Rose, unbeaten, 3 from 3. Karen McAvoy and Gary Portelli.
Yeah, beware the unbeaten horse, and that's exactly what she is. She savages the line. She's got a staying pedigree. Good test for her today, but she's untapped.
Nice horse and paraded really well.
Canny Queen, Tyler Schiller, Brad Witter.
Okay, big odds behind Verona Rose at Kembla. She's got a nice Oaks pedigree, but I'd be watching her today.
Deep into the prep, but still looks really, really well.
Ella Hazel, Josh Parr, Richard Lee.
Yeah, another up-and-coming, well-bred staying filly. More so Oaks type than this, but we'll learn more about her also today.
Yeah, she's a beautiful horse. She doesn't carry any extra condition. She's quite a lightly frame type. But yeah, I couldn't really put a knock on
her. Right, so about that 7. The 7 is a fabulous horse. It's not a bad one. That 7 is a fantastic horse. It's got almost everything, but it lacks the rails. That's the only... these numbers are not to be joked. These numbers are very strong numbers. These are very good fillies. But it lacks the physics. It's a 2,000 meter. The linear should win. And the physics needs to be there. The only possibility in this one of that one losing is they're right that if this is a wet track and that affects, if that kicks in, there's a possibility. What about the 7 PC? Is it good on wet?
Throw in Benegill, who just probably finds the favourites back here. I think might find the favourites back on the rail, which could be a nice little advantage for her. 1, 2, 5, and 6.
Yeah, so back to $1.40 about the favourite. Did touch $1.35, but just now back to $1.40. That's in from $1.60 this morning. The big firm came after Kale Wolf won in the Neville Cell with the other odds-on chance of the day. Lots of multis into Treasure of the Moment. She's not a bad way in the straight-out book. Once you throw in all those multis where she's the last leg on, she's a very, very bad way. So $1.40, I don't think you'll see much better than that. She's around about 80%.
That's the other problem. You do not have the best jockey, but you definitely have a very good sectional timing. If that sectional timing and the wet thing kicks in, then there is a possibility.
Boulevard, also hard to lay 8.50 out to 11, although I was buoyed by the fact.
But it is also getting tailed. Physics is a genuine issue. Physics is a genuine issue. Dedicated jock on 7.
Verona Rose is very popular, albeit a very big drifter, 11 out to 19.
Even one has a dedicated jockey. Both of them have dedicated jockeys. Even one has a dedicated jockey.
Looking to duck a very large multi-roll here with the favourite Treasure Moment. $1.40, terrible result. Take it to
I am.
even money chance. Big bet.
I mean, we'll go with. Dow's thought on 4. 4 should get in second. 4 should get in second if they do the right thing. If they do not do any smartness. But 4 should get in second. 4 should get in second if it is not getting tailed or if the jockey doesn't do anything funny. 4 should get in second. 4 is second. That's the largest inner drift. This will not go to the outer drift because the outer drift, I mean, that's what I think. The outer drifts are not strong enough. The 4 is the strongest inner drift. All right, I'm going to go with 1 win. But here is the thing. I do this because I am developing a product and my bets are 12 cents. So I am under no risk. Yes. That's the thing. I am under no risk. If I lose, it's not going to bite me. If I win, I am not going to make a lot of money. So that's what my thing is. Yes. PC. There's absolutely no money, but if you club it with 4, there is possibly a lot of money. But that's a long shot.
So back now, they're off and racing. There's a great line out overall. The favourite Treasure of the Moment was one of the first out. Real class there with Caddy Quinn on the fence. Now, Whiteout Powers of Opal being sent forward. And a clean Boulevard as well is firing up in there.
There's nothing else.
Get some cover. To the back to moving out from Benegill, who's taken the spot down on the rails. And the last two, Ella Hazel and Verona Rose, as Powers of Opal goes forward on the outside. And Powers of Opal will take the lead, and the favourite Treasure of the Moment now rolls into second position. So the early rolls of the race are reversed from Victoria, and Powers of Opal a bit keen in the lead from Treasure of the Moment. Real Class is right there together with Kenny Queen, who's plonked down on the rails. and the Clichy Boulevard got really fired up in the early part, and now she's pulled away into third.
3 is doing better. That's the largest outer drift.
The black cap on the outside of Benedict.
That 4 needs to kick in now. Otherwise, the 4 is going to be in trouble.
Seems to be racing a bit freer in the lead now from the Clichy Boulevard, and Treasure the Moment is in the third position, the $1.40 favourite. 2 after Canny Queen, Real Class in the running line. Then Benegil moving out now, third last from Verona Rose, creeping a bit closer on the inside of Ella Hazel. So Powers of Opal goes further in front. Tom Barker is making it a staying test here in the Group 1 Binary Stakes. Powers of Opal 4 in front. To the Clichy Boulevard. Treasure the Moment. Then Real Class further back to Canny Queen and moving out, getting to the outside. Powers of Opal's coming back to them pretty quickly. The tactics are backfired. And quickly, Treasure the Moment, given the cue by Lane, and races to the lead from the Clichy Boulevard, who's fighting on Gangley. And Benegil's doing best of the rest and running a big race on the outside. Treasure the Moment, 200 to go, a length in front. Benegil goes to second, well clear from the rest. Treasure the Moment, here's 7 in a row. The second Group 1, Treasure the Moment, a class above.
1,
A photo
5.
Clichy Boulevard's been so brave trying to cling on. Verona Rose dived on the outside. Then Canny Queen, Real Class, further back Ella Hazel. Powers of Opal drop right out.
They give up. PC, I tell you what, you know, so they you know, this is something that we've seen the other day at Flemington also, that horse from New Zealand, if you remember the name, which was the favorite and was well within the brackets and everything. I stepped out because you came in with the other horse, which was also good, and both of them had the same weaknesses. So I stepped out of that, but that actually won. But when I looked at that video, what happens basically is when you have that kind of a number, these people, they actually stop running. They give up. They give up. So what happened here is one, I don't know the winning numbers, but I think 5 got through. The next one. The 4 was doing well in the beginning, but they did smartness. And if also we look at the sectional timing, there are others who are also there. This should have gotten in, but it did not, as a second place. But bottom line is, the 7 was good, PC. The 7 was good, but here is the thing, PC. If you think that there is no value in the race, if you really think that you know, going with the odds is not the right value, then I think you need to, I mean, it's ideal. I mean, this is what I do, PC, that when I do not, if I do not find the right opening, I generally step out. This thing was lacking both sides of the rails. It was not here to win today. It got to the third position, I think. Something else came in between. I think 5 came in between with a little larger drift or whatever. That thing came in. But this is a problematic area. You need to be within 4 length at the yes, 600-meter marker is the exact point where you have to press the button. If it is a 400 meter if it is a 400 meter straight, 600 meter marker is the place where you need to. Hey Frankie, 600 meter marker is the place where you need to press the button. If it is less than 400, then you need to press it even earlier. But this is 408. So 600-meter marker is the right position. 600-meter marker is the right position. And the jockey did exactly that. But this was probably the only clean shot out of the last 5 races. This was the only clean shot. We lost the second one where we also had a clean shot with that Colt, but that was a chance. That was okay, but this was probably the only clean shot. There's no money in it. That's a different thing. We can't have everything. We can't have money, clean shot. That will happen when we go to heaven or hell. We are not going to heaven for that matter. None of us are going to heaven.
Race number 6. Red light switched on, started with his finger poised on the starting button. All set. Ready to break. No jumpers yet. Still no start until it's in there. We'll try if he can fit over the barrier petition. Racing now. In the end, it was a good line out. Certainly Can began fast off the inside. Thank you, Henry and Grey Zeus were well away. Bowrider keeping up. And Super Duck settling in 5th position. Followed then by Scott, Mean Approach and Treasurer. Third last on settling down behind the well-banked John Rambo. Second last the rail. And trailing was set about. So the first end. Certainly Can lead Grey Zeus by a neck. Bowrider drove through to be third. The box six Super Duck. It's off the track, and thank you, Henry. KWG got in a pretty handy spot, 5th one off the rail. 3 wide Mean Approach, 4 wide Treasurer as they pull past the halfway mark. Then down the eye, John Rambo currently sticking to the rail, followed by Scott and centre-bounce last, but no more than 4 off the lead. 36.44 the first 600 metres. Certainly Can try to lead all of the way. Came to the turn in front of Grey Zeus and beat it off. Thank you, Henry, to get into the clear. John Rambo working just behind him. Then Bowrider, Treasurer, Super Duck and Mean Approach down the outside. Thank you, Henry, getting full there, but so too is John Rambo. They're making their runs together, and wide Mean Approach. John Rambo on the inside, shot the gap, shot to the lead, and got the money. And they got plenty of money. John Rambo from Thank You, Henry, Mean Approach, and Treasurer.
John Rambo.
Scott, Super Duck, Racers.
What is that number?
52.
Johnny Rambo, on his day, he can do that. He can do that. He spotted the inside there. He was having the world's best run back there, covered up. That's what he likes, so he can't do anything silly. And they all wanted to get off the fence, which was predicted. And
4.
Elected to stay there, and he has finished.
Oh, man.
Henry was terrific again. He just couldn't hold John Rambo. Nice and fresh, getting that inside run under Martin Harley, trained by Tony Gollin. So first up today, John Rambo. He came off that incident back in October last year, where he was pulling like a train, struck heels and dislodged the rider.
Where is the 3? The 3 is back here. Oh, man.
The ownership group don't mind a bet, and they've had plenty on by the looks of it. Here's what Martin Harley's looking at turning into the straight. He comes around the heels of one horse. Certainly Can staying well away from the rail. She's
So it should have, okay, 12.
3 off. And he's starting to really gather momentum late here. Thank you, Henry, in the middle, trying hard. And Mean Approach wide out has returned another tip-top performance first up. Didn't suit certainly Can there. She's better when she can lead roll on the rails, and that wasn't going to be the pattern of the day. So there are the totes. John Rambo, the 5-year-old by Adelaide, 431.70. Thank you, Henry, $1.60. Mean Approach, 210. Scud gets 4, take note. Number 7, Scud for trainer Paul Shaver, 4, 5, 12 and 7. 10 races today, so we kick off with the quaddy as our next race here at Doomben, race number 7. But we head back to Rosehill now for more after the binary, won by Treasure the Moments.
Congratulations, Matt. she is what
15 to 13 and 7.
from afar. Yeah, she's the dream horse. But she'll learn a lot today. I think she got a little bit lost. She sort of didn't have that trail, that spread out enough, and she was just sort of sitting out on a limb with nothing really there to follow. Looked a little bit lost, but then when she got into it, she was really good load. So she's only going to be better for the experience. And it's great to win another Group 1 and great to win a Group 1 for you.
Here's your fourth in your career, so you're moving things along. But you're first in Sydney?
Yes, we were close second last year in the Slipper, but anyway, we've made amends. Yeah.
What about the Oaks? How much improvement is there to come?
She's proven at that distance, and she's going to lap it up. She's just gotten better and better. We've been here for about nearly a fortnight, and she lost a little bit of weight on the way up and wasn't completely settled. But as we got deeper into it, she just looked better and better, and I was very pleased with her today. So 2 weeks or whatever it is into the Oaks will be perfect.
Yeah, was it a blessing that we delayed the meeting and got an improve with the track today to get back to a soft? I mean, if we rushed on Saturday, it would have been actually hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, she'd had soft track form, but the way the weather was, I mean, it was going to be bottomless, and there was a high chance that everyone would have turned up for the first 2 races and had to go home. So it was definitely the right call.
What's her temperament like at home?
She's wonderful horse. Yeah, she's got a great brain, very easy going horse, very trainable. She's bomb-proof.
What's it like to train for one of the biggest owners in the world?
Well, I feel blessed, They're big players. They've been very supportive. They've had horses with us for quite a number of years. And look, this was one of the first batch of Alabama Express, that they'd bred themselves. And, how lucky am I to have her in the stable?
Very lucky.
Thank you.
Well done. Here's Damien Lane.
Congratulations, Tyler. The wheels spun a little bit at the top of the strike, but once he got traction, he was good.
Yeah, I was mindful of exposing him too early and having him do too much today if he's going to sort of have a grand final on the weekend. But we're here to win, and I thought he'd do a really good job of it. He quickened sharply, and I thought his last bit was quite strong. He was good through the line. He's still got plenty in hand, and I think he's pulled up quite well from that.
Until he's still learning.
He's
Back for a Newcastle race number 4. We'll kick off the first.
This is the 7th one. If we look through the odds, it's 15 to 13 and 7. 15 is the favorite. That 3 is the linear. It's a 1200 meter. That thing is well within the rails, but it is not there within the odds. That's a little weird. I am not sure why that thing is not there within the odds. We'll take a look at where it came from. Rosehill, Randwick, Rosehill. That 3 is the linear. It's in good hands. It's a linear. It's well within the rails. But it is not within the odds. Why? That 15 is not in a winning position. That 15 is a drift number. That's an outer drift. It's how and why, I don't know. Resistance is 3.
And then disappointing last start. I just find him hard to catch.
And finally, good ones was the last of them, but John Steinmetz and Zach Waddick.
He's another one that's hard to catch. He's won 1 from 26. He's never far away in these types of races. I think he's better suited to getting onto the big track today. He's been around the tight tracks his past few. He's been getting back and running on the beautiful long straight will suit his racing pattern today.
Getting around the gate, Smell, late mail time ahead of the first leg of the quad.
5, 2, 8 and 1. Ken Midway clearly on top. He's the best horse in this race. He just needs to get the first part of the race right. Fifth choice, if he can reproduce what he did 3 runs ago, that'd be good enough to be very competitive in a nice race for him today. Tennille is much better than what she's shown her last few. She's off oppression, but then kept right up to the mark. And Prime Impact gets the home track advantage. 5, 2, 8 1.
Speaking of Prime Impact, Spec $16 into 10 will be ridden by Ben Osmond.
Oh, this fellow today, you've had a bit of luck on him in the past.
Yeah, we've had a good little run together. He's good. He should enjoy the big straight here. He's a really big horse and he probably needs that kind of extra room. I think he struggles around those Canterbury type tracks. So back to his home track, that's definitely not a disadvantage. And he's drawn well. So whether he's in leads or whether he's outside the lead, that's his general pattern. And he likes a bit of sitting out of the ground, and he seems to be going well. And hopefully he can run some sort of race for me.
He obviously kicked off the campaign really nicely, and then his form's just tapered off slightly his last few. But hopefully getting back to his home track, do you think that'll help as well?
Yeah, maybe a bit of confidence as well. He's probably not the smartest horse, so he might just be going around and just following him around at the moment. So. Hopefully we can.
Big Bird General
In the
Samuel.
last Blue
Which
Pinot,
one
he
is
resumed. He's
General
actually tried
Samuel?
up nicely.
Yeah, really nice horse. His win in the Gold Coast was quite
15.
a good win. He put them away quite easily that day. Chris has put him out and
15.
kicked him off over the 15. I think that's a really good starting point for him. He seems like in his replays, he seems like he just kind of gets off the bridle early and just takes a bit of time to wind up. So again, you probably like the Newcastle track and draw one. So
I back 3
Thank you.
at Rosehill and before you call it went backwards entire race.
Odds on favourite though as we go to Tim Ryan
Race
from
5.
Kenmare Bay. Tim, who comes here third up from a break.
Yeah, punters are pretty confident with his favourite.
Okay.
210 after scratching this morning. We laid even money around about 11 o'clock, spent odds on ever since. Did get into as short as 175. Now back to that quote of 185. Very, very popular. 75% of the total hold for the favourite. Action just firms again. Now a $1.80 chance. There has been money for the second pick in Stay Tuned though. Paul and Martha Kay trained the previous winner. So that money has obviously gone all up here into Stay Tuned. $8.50 into $5.50. A good go for this go. Most of the money coming in the last 5 or 6 minutes for Stay Tuned. $8.50 into $5.50. Prime Impact, we heard there from Ben Osmond. It had been getting quite soft in betting. It was 11 out to 16.
Okay.
16 was about 10 minutes ago. It's been good support for over the last few minutes. It's back into a $9 chance. So 11 into 9 today. We got bigger than that for Prime Impact. Flying Step has been soft in betting for the Bruce Cross stable. It's been $7 all the way out to $9.50. Tennille, a $12 chance. It's been soft, as has Tropic Sands. Fifth Force, a huge drifter. And the rank outside a good once, a $51 chance. So 180, Kenmare Bay still. It's
Jumps
very, very
from
good.
that, yes.
In our tab.com, you book the good money for Stay Tuned. Paul and Mark McCabe chasing a running double here, $8.50 into $5.50, and Prime Impact has also seen some good support.
Okay, Tim, thank you. Got those late mail numbers here from Mel. They are 5, 2, 8 and 1. So this to get the quaddie underway. And it's all about Kenmare Bay as the loading process gets underway. After this, we'll be back to Rosehill for the Star Kingdom at Group 3 level, and then the Kia Tancred Stakes coming up at 20 to 5 local time. Let's head upstairs to Newcastle. It's the Sun makes an appearance. Let's head up to Bill Roberts.
Stay tuned with the nose roll on. Yet to move in. His favourite Kenmare Bay coming up in the line.
Okay.
Bright sunshine here for the fourth event. A little bit of everything weather-wise today.
Okay, 3 is bad on wet. That I can see. 3 has no races on wet.
Once comes in.
No heavy races.
Red lights turned on. Set to go and they're away. And Kenmare Bay in the second half of the field early on. Tropic Sands and Prime Impact, the two best to begin. The outsider, Good Once, is coming over from that wide gate and it goes to third in the early stages. Followed by Tennille and then fifth Force.
Downs 2 has won 5 out of 8 and placed 7 times on heavy.
2 lengths away back at the tail. Prime Impact is the leader. So make their way into the back straight, heading to the 1,500 metres. Prime Impact led by 3/4. Good One works up on the outside, goes to second. Tropic Sands now takes the third on the inside of Tennille. They're 2 lengths in front of Flying Step, and on its outside is fifth Force. A couple away Kenmare Bay second last, and a couple away to Stay Tuned back at the rear. About 10 lengths off the leader, with 1,100 metres left to go. Prime Impact cuts them down the back straight. Prime Impact by a little over a length to Good Once. Tropic Sands locked away third on the inside. Tennille getting a nice run fourth to 1 off around Flying Step. And then a length back then to fifth Horse. They're about 3 in front of the Kenmare Bay. Patiently ridden and 2.5 away. Stay Tuned, still back at the tail. 800 metres left to travel. They're down the side of the track. Prime Impact has been in front from the outset. Led by a length. Good Once, the roughie, sits in second spot. Tropic Sands and Tennille were next, followed by Flying Step working off the inside. And then came fifth Force. Back then Kenmare Bay and Stay Tuned back at the rear.
PC, your last, your the comment that you made on Flemington the other day was the best. Apes, jockeys, and then humans.
Siege. Tennille goes to it, hits the lead, and now Kenmare
From apes, it is straight to the jockeys.
Tennille, a neck. Kenmare Bay trying to pick it up. Tennille punched out close to the line. Tennille gets in over Kenmare Bay. Flying Step third.
I was laughing my guts out. I was laughing my guts out all day after the races because of that comment.
Congratulations, Frosty. She's been super impressive getting here in Melbourne. Comes up here onto a Sydney leg and done exactly the same.
Yeah, she's very uncomplicated. She did lead to Barry as well. Straight on Sydney lead. And yeah, the race worked out well. She didn't love the heavy ground, but because she's so honest, she just kept on keeping on.
She took a little bit of finish away because of the track.
Yeah, just a little bit tempo before the corner, and then just the heavy ground. She didn't quicken as well as what she normally would, but she's just, yeah, like I said, she's so honest. I think she'll handle whatever you throw in front of her, but she definitely is going to excel back on the ground. Thank you.
Well, Tyler, you're right, general salute. You must have been really happy with him having a long time off, but the way that he won down at Kembla must have impressed you.
Yeah, it was very impressive. I thought he jumped really well. And we didn't want
You are.
So we went back.
You are.
Impressed with the way he quickened up on the bridle. He got to them very sharply, and I thought when he put him away, he really did it with a bit of a...
What do you think today? Draw a little bit tricky?
Possibly. I think there's a bit more pace today.
Then
run a good gallop, he should be midfield to back, and I think if he can just cruise up outside of him, soft track, we'll see how the track's playing by then, if we want to cut the corner and then come out or what, but I'll be really happy if he's flying through the line again, but I'll be expecting him to put in a pretty big performance. Best of luck. Thank you.
The 15 is not bad. The 15 is it's been on this distance forever.
Yeah, so she was $2.30 this morning. We laid $2.30 just before the race. She was into even money. We went $1.75.
Been on this distance forever.
The $1.75, and she's now into a $1.70 chance. Bennett Hill also a firm in the O. She's now into a $6 third pick. She's in from as much as $15.
What will it deliver?
Firmed up just a little bit there as well, $15. into 11, but she looks to have the Oaks at her mercy.
Now we go to the Star Kingdom Stakes, E Group Security, 1200 mounting yard for Harvey Norman. Here's Cole Crusher, Chad Schofield, Joe Pride.
Yeah, it'll be a big day for Joe. He's got 3 runners here. Look, we know he loves it wet. 1200 suits better. Probably a touch over the odds, although he's got a big weight to carry. He's paying the price for his performance now.
It looks like he's tightened up again from that first up run as well. Ronnie, he looks really well in the yard. He does all the time, but yeah, it's just something about him. He looks well.
Here's Marzu, stablemate, Natural Willa.
Well, we know wet suits him at 1200 metres now as well from a good draw. Gets Nash back on board, and he just gets his chance now to put another win on the board in an easier race today.
He's another one. He's just something about him. He's like he's got a new lease on life. He's really healthy in the code. He's walking out really smoothly. You could put a knock towards him. He looks well.
Uncommon James, the Queenslander, and Damien Matt Woolstead.
I reckon he's been terrific in both runs. He just loomed and knocked up in the challenge after such a long break. And then he was fantastic in the Galaxy the other day. If he can reproduce last week's run and handle the wet, they're just little question marks and the draw, and he should be a lot shorter in the market. But he just needs things to fall into place, and he's right in this race. He looks great.
He looks terrific on the quick backup. You couldn't really fault him at all. He looks well. He's nice and healthy. Another one that's walking out very smoothly.
Dragonstone, Josh Parr, and the third runner for Joe Pride.
Yeah, the pattern against him last week, he should be running on with a suitable track, but he's still yet to win past 1200 metres.
He looks like he's tightened up a lot since that last run. Third up, he should be spot on.
Ostracker, number 7, Jason Collett for Neesham and Archibald.
I like him here. I think he just drops in grade off the Oakley plate in the Newmarket, so he's third up now. A track he likes. The map, the shape of this race looks good with him going hard up front, and if he can get that weaving collar ride, I think he's got a good little chance.
Obviously didn't see him his first 2 runs this time in, but he looks well enough here in the enclosure. He's another one that seems to be walking out well. He's always got that terrific attitude. He's really calm and relaxed, so yeah, no knock at all.
All right, Brutal's doubled his price here, number 8. Now Dylan Gibbons, Chris Leeds.
Well, he's honest, and he's off a last start win. Depth here, but he rarely runs back.
He looks really well. He's deep into the preparation. He's got no extra condition on him. He's fit as they can have him. He's walking out really well. Yeah, attitude's good. So big tip for mine.
Insurrection, Rachel King, Michael Friedman.
Well, you've got to forgive last start. They have to drag back in that fast race and run a wide draw. So he'll go back to his old pattern today. Barrier 1, he'll be aggressive. He might even lead on the rail and run better.
Yeah, cruisy customer. Hasn't turned a hair since being in the yard. Walks out freely. Good attitude.
Punch Lane, Tommy Berry for Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Crossover nosebands off. He's had 158 days. He's had 2 trials. He loves it wet. He has nice fresh form. Just a matter of whether he wants to touch further than 1200 metres. But he does have gate speed.
First up, he's super casual and relaxed in the yard. He hasn't turned a hair since being in here. Looks like he'll take a bit of improvement out of today's run, but I couldn't really knock him.
Vivier, Harry Coffey, Kieran Mack.
Yeah, she's had 1 trial. After 130 days off, so no recent wins. Look, on paper, it appears to start off race good for her off that 1 trial, but she did come solid at the end of last prep, but I expect her to be doing good work.
Yeah, she's still not quite there yet as far as coat-wise goes. She's got a little bit of tidying up to do, but that's more negative for me.
Okay, here's Espionage, number 13, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott.
Interesting runner. He's back to a winnable race, third up now, off a long break. He won the kindergarten at the end of last prep on a heavy track by 3 lengths. So there's nothing wrong with his performances in the opening plate in the Newmarket. I think he fits in nicely with the strap here.
I couldn't find a negative point on him. He's paraded well so far. It's not a lot of
That's a very weird gate for number 3 and a very, very weird weight. That is a disadvantage. It's from gate number 14, carrying one of the highest weights.
I must say, he'd return with an authoritative win on a soft 6 at Kendall, looking good. Gets in light here and should be strong again late.
Obviously didn't get the scene down there at Cameron, but I was super impressed with his win as well, Ronnie. He picked them up He was doing 2 to their 1 from the furlong home. He looks great. He's up on the toe. He's still nice and bright and fresh.
Adrian Bott, Espionage, back to a Group 3 after running in 2 Group 1s and very creditable runs they were.
Yeah, it has been. Yeah, he's got a little bit unlucky down there, a little bit lost on a few occasions. So I think back to Sydney's a big positive, and obviously back in grade. So it looks
All right, let's go.
I feel he's in good shape.
3 stays at existence.
He's maintaining condition, looks in excellent order. So very happy with the way he presents.
Now, what about Thoban today in the 10th? But a race
15 is the favourite. PC says 15.
Come on nicely from that first up run. Obviously, he was.
PC knows what he is
Conditions. I think they seem to be better conditions for him today.
working on.
Relaxed so far. Expected probably get a little bit warm once again, but that's him. And
Let's go.
Thanks very much.
Here's Corey.
Yeah, I like number 2, Marzu. I think he's a little bit of a new lease on life. He's not back to his absolute best, but I thought his runs have been good. Barry draws great. Nash goes back on board. So, yeah, a couple of big ticks there for me. Should get an absolute dream run directly behind the speed.
But it will not be easy.
I am 7, 13, 3 and 2. I'm trusting the Oakley plate and Newmarket for me with 7 Ostraka and 13 Espionage. I think Ostraka, if he just gets a bit of cover here and can duck and weave, I think he's going to be strong off what looks to be a good speed up front here. Similar with Espionage, he's just lacked a bit of match practice in his 2 runs back off a long spell. So, you know, we were thinking
Yep.
he was a slipper horse earlier
15, 15, 15. Let's go.
Uncommon James, he's good odds because of the draw
15.
here. Damien Lane can overcome that.
Double down.
And Mizzou's here to run well. He's very solid in the market, just staying rock solid at that $5 mark. 7, 13, 3 and 2, and no knock on General Salute Dawson.
Yeah, well, General Salute is your favourite. There's a big move for him right at 9 o'clock this morning. 5.50 into as short as 4.20. We are keen to lay him late, though. We're 4.60 on a 4.40 NOP, and that's just mud related. We think he's going to have a tricky run here, so very keen to lay him. Marzu's so popular. We don't want to lay him. We can't stop laying him. He's been 5 into $4.80. Been short on the Paranetra all day long. He's our only loser and a bad one at that. Firms for the Newmarket form. Espionage 7 into $5.50. Striker 7 into $6.50. Uncommon James on the back up. He's been friendless 7 out to 10.
No, one thing that I can vouch is, you know, I know PC's language. I have been racing. I have been with PC for last maybe about more than a year or something. So I know PC's language, and I understand when PC have a strong conviction.
Coming up.
So I don't want to contradict that,
Brilliant in the binary stud stakes. Do you buy under the favourite?
because PC has the grey hair and I understand PC's language. I'll keep my fingers crossed. I know it's a tricky one. They have laid the 15. They have laid the 15. I don't have the numbers, but I will go with PC. It is PC's conviction, and he is not wrong. He's been it's rarely when PC speaks like that.
In now, first one back at big odds, Ostraka going forward, and the last to come up, Uncommon James, who originally scratched here on Saturday, back in the field here today, drawn the outside, and Uncommon James is locked away, and they're ready to run in the Star Kingdom. Racing now, Dragonstone last out, Flying Crazy's taken back. Uncommon James went up again fast with Insurrection booting through on the rails. Ostraka's right there with Brutal, Marzua. Espionage in the middle of the ruck, pushing into a prominent role. They're followed then by Punch Lane out wide. On the outside at Cold Crusher, Dragonstone the rails. 2 after General Salute, length and a half Flying Crazy. And Vivier is back last of all. So Uncommon James cleared the pack from the draw. And goes across the lead by 3/4 to Ostraka, pulling in second. Then Insurrection, Espionage, Brutal off the course. Marzu 3 back the fence.
That 15 is back there. It is on a holiday. What is he doing?
Salute, Flying Crazy, and Vivier. So into the straight they race now. And it's
Now he is looking for an opening. Come on, move it.
Marzu working into bit clear.
Move that thing, baby.
Striker takes the lead clearly, with General Salute and Dragonstone closing in. It's a striker in front.
Come on, move it, 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 move it. Yes.
I'd say, give it to General Salute and nose to Dragonstone.
Baby.
Striker. Get Uncommon James from Rosehill.
Baby.
And Cole crushing 3-1. General Salute 2-2 after a long break off. Right down the outside. Here he comes into the frame now in the yellow colours. General Salute will get up and beat Dragonstone and
15. 15-5-7. And then probably 3.
Sterling has definitely got a handle on him this preparation, and he was excellent there. He was excellent. Dragonstone, what a little try over years. Just got a little keen there. I didn't expect him to be a striker that close, but he's battled on well after.
No, I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something, Frank. I'll tell you something, Frank. You know, so this channel is about a year old, something like that. We started racing back in 2023, December. And this is 2025. So a little here and there, 12 months. And, you know, me and PC, we've been racing all over. PC has been there. I don't even remember. So PC has been there. And, you know, the thing is, I understand now, you know, so how the thing is, I kind of look for contradictions. All right. This entire sheet that I have, this entire sheet has, you know, a lot of numbers. Now, some of them are supporting each other. Some of them are contradictions. But the only contradiction that I get outside the sheet is when I am with PC, you, Lewis, and that's when the contradictions come in. And when PC contradicts with a certain, you know, tone, when PC contradicts with a certain tone, I still don't. I don't contradict that. When PC is on something with a particular tone, then PC has done his research. PC knows his job very well. At times he gets very emotional. That's a different thing. He gets very, yes. At times he gets emotional. At times he gets very emotional. He will do certain things, but that's with all of us. We are all getting old. We don't have patience. That's a separate ballgame altogether. But I kind of understand the tone that PC picks up when he. I mean, you know, the thing is this, that when I close my eyes, I see numbers. You know, whether I'm sleeping or I'm taking a dump. If I close my eyes, I see numbers. But I think when PC closes his eyes, PC can actually visualize the horses racing. So there's a difference, you know. The sheet, the numbers, they give you a background. They give you an indication. But if you can actually visualize what you know, those numbers, I still can't visualize that. I am totally relied on the numbers. I can't visualize. But when PC talks like that with that tone, spot on. Spot on. the other day, I did not say this because I missed out. The other day, PC was on a particular horse and he said, watch the replay. The moment he said that, I was not even playing that track. I think I was either I was playing or I was not playing. I don't remember. But he said, watch the replay. And I had put in my thing on that. So big respect, PC. Big respect.
Jumped at an even line with Kipling's Journey showing out first. Steady sit after the start was Hyde. Master Topping not too far away with Wapiti. Naval Seal popping over onto the fence or near enough to the fence. One off in about fifth position as they travel by us the first time.
Lewis 14 Dumban.
The first call. Galifianakis under restraint in second last. And yet he moves. Goes back to the tail. They swim by 1,600 metres and move to the side of the track. And Kipling's Journey, a last start Eagle Farm winner, he's going to try and do it all the way. And so far, so good for him. He's getting a good run in the lead. Wapiti came across to be second. Master Copy trails third the fence. And Aiden still 3-1 as they turn to the back. Naval Seal, a length and a half back fifth, one off the rail. Outside of Hyde in sixth on the fence. A length and a quarter Galifianakis and two away Eddie moves. Who trails a little about 7 off the lead. They're going down the back straight, midway down the back now, 1,100 left to run. And Kipling's Journey under a good hold at a 3/4 length margin over Raiden, who eventually crossed to be second. He's trying to wipe, but now he gets in close. And still the speed is only fair. Master Copy sits pretty in third and fourth the outside Wapiti. Next pair the favourite, Naval Seal, outside of Hyde. To the Galifianakis and Getty Move. That's been the order for some time now as they travel to the side of the track. 7:50 left to run. And Kipling's Journey for the first time just increasing the tempo a touch. Led by 1 length to 8 and second. Master Copy third, Wapiti fourth. Here's a move by Getty Moves coming up 3 and 4 wide. Naval Seal is now back about third last between them and now needing a bit of luck as well. Galifianakis trying to travel into the picture and Hyde is sticking to the rail. By the 400 metres they straight for Hyde. Kipling's Journey being challenged left, right and centre. Master Copy slips right his inside. Getty Moves outside the pair. Galifianakis putting in. Naval Seal behind them and now under pressure. A few of them.
Soul, welcome back. PC, cheers, man. Love it, please.
Kipling's Journey still in front. Galifianakis on the outside going to it. Galifianakis, I'd say, beat out Kipling's
No, PC, I've learned a lot from you. Lot.
Basically had his chance. Followed by Wapiti, Getty Moves, Master Copy.
Soul is, yeah.
They get up of 2, 6 and 27.
6 and 7, 7 and 6. Pretty close. And we've got Aiden back in third. That's the only number on the frame. Galifianakis coming after Kipling's Journey. And yes, he just gets there. Galifianakis back in winning form, having won his last two. Kipling's Journey, very good again. He was rated beautifully out in front there by Mark Duplessis. There was a bit of an action from about the 750, 800 when he was getting it fairly cheap. We saw, I think, Yeti Moves was first to go. That shuffled the favourite back, Naval Seal, and then he came under pressure fairly quickly, Naval Seal, and then was slightly cut out for a run. He wasn't going well enough to go through, but we're just waiting for the judge to confirm these placings with Jake Bayless getting those heels going as he tries to lift him over the line.
14 running backwards, yes.
And we checked them out head on. Watson was up there, white sleeves, red colours. He's dropped off a little bit as they turn into the straight, and there are the official placings up on the screen. So again, right down the outside, although the previous winner, we had John Rambo.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Off the rails, but most of the winners today have been in the middle to outer part of the track. So 7, Galifianakis, the winner, ridden by Jake Bayless, trained by Jack Bruce, has been a good get for his connections over the last couple of years. He's been a pretty good money spinner overall. Kipling's Journey, Aiden, he had a bit of a wide trip early and then used a bit of gas to get up into second spot. He's pretty gallant, Aiden. He's run another very useful race there, and then Naval Seal.
No, it's 110.97.
after the opening leg of the quaddie here at Doomben, race number 7. We'll take a break and then be back with more on State Neighbourhood Central.
There's something wrong there. I checked the what is it showing? I don't watch a lot of replays. Sometimes it's hard to make sure you pick the best run because you can make excuse. Right, PC, and I completely agree with you on that. You see, that's exactly what I tried to say, that, you know, when I close my eyes, in front of me I see a spreadsheet with numbers. That's what I see. Whether it is my financial data or my whether it is the financial data or this horse racing data, I see these two numbers in front of me. But I'm sure when you sleep, you visualize the races. That's there in your mind, and that's what you see. We are living the races. I mean, that's what matters. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know what's going on. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's what was showing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. But here it is showing this. Okay, sorry. Okay, sorry. My bad. 1, 2, 4, and 3. My bad. 1, 2, 4, and 3. 1, 2, 4, and 3.
Rodeo dealer for Nicky Hodgson, being placed in his pass too at Wyong and here at Newcastle, and gets up to beat.
All right, this is what's going on. This is the 8th one. That one is the favorite. We look through the odds. That's 1, 2, 4, and 3. If we look through the rails, that's the first one. Now this is the 2400 meters. Generally, up to 2,000 meters, the linears, they win. That is 14. 14 is the linear. That happens up till 2,000 meters. Above 2,000 meters, it becomes the question of age, relaxation, and all that. Plus, this one is not within the rails. So, that is out of the game. Now, 2 is the second one, second linear, which is also not within the rails. That 1 is the only one which is within the rails, I think. Wait. That 1 is the only one which is within the rails. If we look at the pressure points, and they all are of the same size, 1, 4, 11, they are all the same size. 11 is a neutral. About 1 and 4, if they are the same size, then 4 has advantage. The 4 has advantage, which is the larger drift. It is also 1 year younger to this 1. But they are like that. And 1 is a good team, 14 is a good team, 11 is a good team, and 5 is a good team, probably. But 1 happens to be the best team. Is 14, definitely, with the linear. That's the best team. 1 is a 7-year-old, which is within the rails and all that. It has all the necessary strength and everything, but if it gets to the last mile between 1 and 4, then 4 is way more relaxed. The 4 is way more relaxed. Whether that will happen or not, that's a separate issue, and they both have 2 of the moron jockeys. They both have 2 of the moron jockeys. That moronness is basically on a sprint. So this basically doesn't have anything to do with the jockey performance. It is how the jockey has been handicapped. So these 2 jockeys are without any handicapping almost. The handicapping is with 14 and 5. That's the best jockey, probably. Vauban is a name that I know. That is a name that I know. It is that French horse. We raced this horse in last 2 weeks. We have raced it in last 2 weeks. And we won with that horse. Rosehill only. We have that was another day, another handicapping. Yep, we have done this with this horse. One, man, it's a tough call. It's a tough call. That horse definitely is a good one. The 4 has been given a lot of advantage. The last time when we raced that, let's not get there, but I remember Lewis also supporting the same horse. Lewis was also on the same horse. Me and Lewis, we went with that horse. But this is a 2400 meters. That 4 definitely has Warmonger. I don't. Which one is Warmonger? $11. Yeah, so the 11 is where the 9 4-year-old gilding. Yes, but that is neutral today. That might work as an advantage. That might work as an advantage, PC. It's a neutral. At this distance, it might work as an advantage, especially when here is the thing. So if we look at what is going on, if we forget about the pressure points and if we look at the sizes of the horses, then 1, 11, 4. So 11 is the one which is neutral. But if we look at the pressure points, then out of all this, the 11 has the smallest pressure point. So 1 is the favorite with 47% on it, and 11 is same size but less pressure. That makes it a neutral. And it is there with one side of the rail. It is there. It is there. It's a good team as well. The 11 is a good team as well. It is not a bad team. And it is a 4-year-old gilding on top of that. It is a 4-year-old gilding. So we're looking at 9. Then we take a look at gate number 10, which is 6. The largest outer drift. So that is the largest outer drift. That is the support line. Should come in second. Should come in second. What about 8? Nah, 8 is not. 8 is not looking great, but this one with that drift might just, and it is a horse. And it is a horse, which is a 5-year-old horse. Warmonger.
Semi-Blue gets a run there at the inside. It's putting itself into the race. Favourites in a fair bit of trouble here. And it's Semi-Blue going to the lead over Washing. The outside, Carls is finishing off. Battling away is still excited. 4 across the track. Semi-Blue in front. Washing dives. Out wide was Carls, and it's a 3-way go. Take your pick between the 3. Mateo Dealer was there.
1 is tricky here.
And Hamilton favourite Alabama Hussey finished last.
They left it in the bag with the favourite.
1 is tricky.
Between 1, 2 and 10. Full complement of numbers to come. The big one up next.
There are 3 horses that can challenge 1.
So race 8, the Kia team.
14, 8 and 7.
Group 1, wait for age. And the runners were in the yard. Here's a look at them for Harvey Norman. Number 1, Do You Buy Honour?
14, 8, and 7. All three can challenge. And 14 is a linear. It is a good one. The others have advantage. Very strong advantage. 8 and 7. Though they're coming from wide gates, but...
He paraded in like he's been here a million times before. He looks terrific.
Number 2, Vauban, Tim Clark for Waterhouse and Bott.
Well, so far, he looks amazing. He hasn't raised this, he hasn't turned a hair. So now whether that's a good sign or a bad sign, I don't know. He created a huge impression, running good sectionals, first up to the new stable, and he's obviously right in this. But if he can back up that performance.
Yeah, he's headed the parade super so far. Ronnie's obviously only done the one lap, but there's not a better sweat on him.
So you're looking at this field, Ronnie. You could be at the Curry, you could be at Longchamp, you could be anywhere because we get to Arapaho, a French import, Rachel King and Bjorn Baker.
I think he's primed for 2,400 now. He's got the form around the right horses, fair deal there, Stephen Vauban, soft suits, and he gets his chance to make it back-to-back wins.
Looks really, really well, Ronnie. Looks like he's tightened up. I know he's 4th up now. There's not a lot of him, but he looks in peak condition here today.
Here's Duke DeSessa, Harry Coffey and Kira Marr.
Good horse, Caulfield Cup winner on a soft 6, stables oozing with confidence. He's returned in great order, should have won the Australian Cup prelude. He's been saved for this, and there's, look, he's right in this. It's a terrific contest, and he's a big part of it.
Yeah, he's just an old tradesman. He looks really, really well in the coat. I love how his action is today. He's walking out really smoothly. He looks great.
Here's one of the Yulong imports, first start in Australia, Zaria, Tommy Berry, Chris Waller.
Yeah, 193 days. He's a lightly raced French gelding, just out of quarantine, who adds interest. I'm not sure what to expect from him.
It looks like he'll take good benefit out of today's run. He's a big burly type of horse. He's really healthy in the coat. He's an underneath with great action on him as he walks out. So, yeah, no knock for mine.
Circle of Fire, Colin on for Kieran Marr.
I'm expecting a good Sydney Cup trial from him today. I think they've just been biding their time with him. He was much better second up. He'll be much better today at Wait for Age.
Yeah, we've raced that horse. We've raced it here. I very, very distinctly remember that name.
Legend Damien Lane, Chris Waller.
Ongoing theme from here on in with Sydney Cup horses. Probably can't win today, but it's time for him to show something.
He looks like he'll take improvement out of today's run.
Asterix, Josh Parr, Chris Waller.
Flickers back on, going well, fit now. And just I doubt Wait for Age as he's go.
He's paraded great. He's very upbeat, nice and well.
Zechariah, McAvoy and Wall.
Similar to Asterix, getting fitter but not a Wait for Age type.
Couldn't knock his appearance.
Warmonger, number 11, Chad Schofield for Price and Kent Jr.
Real X factor on wet tracks. He gets his preferred wet track. I know he drops a heap of weight for the Sydney Cup. He'll be a big firmer after he runs well here.
He looks really, really good. He's got a really nice healthy coat on him. He's paraded well so far. He's big tick for mine.
And another import for you on Chris Waller trains, River of Stars, now ends up being Nasruilla.
Now, what do we got here? We don't know. Well performed, imported mare. She's there was a whisper around that she's pretty smart, and she might be a Sydney Cup horse in her own right.
Yeah, first time I've seen the horse, but looks well.
Hey, what is the point of putting all 7-year-old, 8-year-old, 9-year-old horses? It becomes so difficult to take a call.
But I think it sets up perfect, even though the draw looks tricky on paper.
I think that's the purpose.
Side lead and give this horse every chance.
Down the page for me, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have to be with Dubai Honour. He's tried, he's proven, and he's well. Can't get a negative about him. Even that interview with Tom, Aussie Tom, he said, no worries with the wet. I think he's better on it. So I'm with him. I think we'll get the final tick-off from Shani, but I think supporters of Vauban will be very happy what they saw in the yard there, unless he falls to pieces behind the barrier. I couldn't see an issue with him whatsoever. There he is there. A different horse today. Different horse. Arapaho, he's Johnny on the spot, primed for a big, big performance, and Duke DeSessa has come up unbelievable.
What does that supposed to mean?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Is different today.
Completely agrees with Ronnie. It's all about the class, the top 4. The top 4 saddlecloth numbers here, they are the ones the market are gravitating to. We had seen support for other runners during the week, but it's all about the big 4 late in betting. Dubai Honour, most popular, just a tick over a third. The total hold 360 into 320. He's a good firm at best back today. Voban, also a firm, $4 into $3.40. Not quite as much money as Dubai Honor, but still a firm nonetheless. They're going to battle out favouritism here late in the bit. Duke Decessor, he's rock solid, $5. He's hardly changed all day today. He's the horse we like. He'll go forward and make his own luck and be suited on this now soft track. Arapaho, just out a couple of rolls, 550 out to 7, but he's popular enough. He's not going to get much further than that $7 quote, so he's just out a little bit, 550 out to 7. Warmonger had been popular all week, but he's now soft. He's out to a $16 chance from 13 this morning. River of Stars, no money for her. Marcus says she'll lead the run, 11 out to 17. The other imported galloper, Zarir, he's holding his place in the market around that $26 mark. He hasn't got out too far, 23 out to 26 today, but not a lot of money around for him. So again, the market suggests he might need the run on the way to a Sydney Cup.
All right, let's go with Stu.
Market not really giving them much.
It's got a lot of disadvantage today, but
320, a new fave now.
the last time when we raced, that was a different day. Today, it is a different day. And it's got a lot of disadvantage.
Voban behind the gates today.
Absolutely, Tim's jumping off because he did this the other day. He got to the barriers and needed to relieve himself, and this is exactly what he did. But he's completely different in terms of the way he's handling the day now. It was pretty hot a few weeks ago here. It was humid, and the day was getting to everyone. It's a lot cooler today, and he's just handling it so much better. So I'm so happy with what I saw. I kept a close eye on him in the yard, and then when Tim did his prelim up past the barriers here and right around to the 600-metre mark, and he's just, he's so relaxed, so good. He'll probably be loaded into the gates riderless. Dubai Honor is fantastic as usual. He handles our conditions here. He handles conditions all around the world so well. He just takes it all within his stride. It'd be a pleasure to do anything with, I'd say. As for the rest of them, Warmonger, he looks really good. He's come on nicely now. He's had a couple of runs and he's ready to peak. He's a big boy. There's a lot of him, but from what I saw last start to today, he looks fantastic now. We're going to have a delay because Land Legend has thrown a shoe. So
of course he has.
Of course he has. I think it's a front near side, I think. So we'll have a bit of a delay here, but all of the horses are, as you'd expect, handling it really well.
Okay, so Land Legends cast a plate and the farrier will have to go to work. So, Tim Ryan, does that mean Voban's going to get shorter here with more time to bet? What price is Voban now?
Yeah, he is getting shorter. Actually, Dubai Honor just firmed as well. So the market's really singling out, well, the two of them at the top of being Voban and Dubai Honor, but now into $3, he'll definitely run favourite Voban. Not as much money as Dubai Honor, but he is very, very firm. I wonder if it has anything to do with this parade, Ronnie. We said he was a different horse today, and that money, well, he was second favourite when he left the mounting yard, and he got to the stalls, got to the barriers, and he was favourite. So
yeah, it's I'm sure it does. I'm sure it does. People saw him with the mess the other day, that Indian's makeup, but calm with the run he's got. It might have been because he relieved himself behind the barrier, because that's an old wives' tale. You double your bet if they do that. I feel sorry for the strapper sitting in the swabbing stall if he wins for the next 5 hours trying to keep it going again. But anyway, we'll put up with that if it gets to that stage. But no, he's very popular, isn't he?
Yeah, and we've just written another bet for Dubai Honor at 330, so he's back into 320. Voban gets back to 310, but the two of them at the top, they're going to run out. Only two losers, they're going to keep firming. They're very, very firm. So Duke Decessor just getting out of roll out to 550, and Arapaho also just out of roll out to 750. So it was a big 4. It's becoming a big 2 at the top of the betting.
So the farrier will work with Land Legend, a horse that was imported to Australia, ended up at Chris Waller's camp. In fact, they're all imports here. No homebreds in this field. There's a couple of Kiwi breds like Asterix and Warmonger, who won a Queensland Derby by 10 lengths, but the rest are imported from Europe. Dubai Honor with William Haggis, who's made a habit of coming to Australia and winning races. Dubai Honor's been here and is unbeaten in Australia. A Randwick and a Queen Elizabeth. Different attack this time. going over 1.5 miles, but that's the horse he's become. He's become more of 1.5 miles than a 2,000 metre horse, but we expect if he comes through this to back up in the Queen Elizabeth Stakes to try and give William his 4th win in that race. Looks like the farrier's going pretty quickly here because Zaria's coming up. And the horse that is now favourite is an ex-Willie Mullins scalloper, an ex-hurdler, a horse that has made 2 trips down for Melbourne Cups. Now finds himself with Gain Adrian, a brilliant winner of the Sky High. And they've targeted the Tancred, not the Sydney Cup with this horse. This is his big grand final. It's a great addition. Wonderful Tancred Stakes this year. What price Vauban, what price Dubai Honour?
Yeah, we now got 310 each of 2, so equal favourites, another late rally to Dubai Honour. So equal favourites here, but they've both been very, very heavily backed, especially in this last 5 or 6 minutes. It's quite often the pattern with these international horses. The money comes really late, and it's always a good sign when it does.
So there's little Arapaho going in, a Tancred winner 2 years ago. Now we're waiting for the blindfolded Land Legend to come up. Zechariah moves forward. Karen McAvoy walks across. Sorry, Damien Lane's going to walk across and jump back aboard Land Legend, which will leave River of Stars in the black cap and the Yulong colours, and that horse Asterix to complete the line. This is the Kia Tancred. Group 1, weight for age, 1.5 miles. Darren Flindell with the call.
Metres ahead of them, and Asterix is the last to go in. So 11 to run there, locked and loaded, and we're ready to go. Dubai Honour and Bourbon basically joint favourites here for this. They're off and racing now, and a great line out. Land Legend being taken back, Asterix being taken back. Now Duke de Sessa jumbled off the inside, so did Dubai Honour. Arapaho handy together with Circle of Fire. And River of Stars got pretty fired up here today. She's rolling forward up on the outside, going to the post the first time, and River of Stars is coming across. Duke de Sessa holds the front. River of Stars working, getting in advance of Circle of Fire, is looking to ease in behind the leaders. They're followed by Dubai Honour, and Arapaho caught 3 wide early. Bourbon midfield back on the fence. They're followed by Zarir and the white cap. Warmonger the outside, and Land Legend Zechariah. And Asterix is back last of all, so Duke de Sessa with a head on the chest leads the way. River of Stars second, and Circle of Fire was able to slot in behind the leader. Arapaho couldn't get in, stuck 3 wide, so Arapaho presses on now, looking for the spot outside the leader. This puts Dubai Honour about midfield now, on the outside there is Warmonger, and Bourbon back on the rails, a length and a half to Zarir. There's Land Legend from Asterix, and Zechariah is the last one. Duke de Sessa holds the front going down the back, out by 3/4. Arapaho looking for his second win of the race, and they're at the halfway mark now. Arapaho second, then Circle of Fire, and Warmonger making ground now. River of Stars has let go as well. So Nash has let the European mare race to the front now. River of Stars a long way out. Leading off Duke de Sessa, Warmonger the outside. 2 lengths then to Arapaho from Circle of Fire, and Dubai Honour is next. A length and a half to Vauban on the rails. On the inside is the rear. Then Land Legend from Asterix, and Zechariah's last of all. 800 metres to go, and River of Stars, having made the mid-race move, is a length and a half, 2 lengths clear to Warmonger and Duke de Sessa on the inside. A length and a half to Arapaho from Circle of Fire. Dubai Honour is well positioned and inching closer. A length further back to Vauban on the inside is the rear. Coming up to the turn now. River of Stars just in front there. Duke de Sessa comes up on the outside to issue the challenge. Clear from Arapaho. Then Dubai Honour and Circle of Fire between them. And then came Warmonger at the 300 metres. Duke de Sessa being tackled by Arapaho the outside. Dubai Honour's taking an inside run. And Bourbon's got the last shot at them. Duke de Sessa being tackled by...
Come on!
Says to the front in the Tancred Stakes and remains unbeaten in
1-4-2.
Sydney. Dubai Honour beat Duke de Sessa, and Bourbon third, Arapaho fourth. Further back, Circle of Fire, River of Stars and Land Legend. Further back to Zechariah from Warmonger, then Zaria, and Asterix was last to finish.
William Haggis and Tom Marquand have done it again. 6 Group 1s in Australia for the Haggis Yard. And Dubai Honour, the horse that doesn't let you down, has won a Tancred to go with his Randwick and Queen Elizabeth. And go through the list of horses who have won that treble. a Randwick, a Queen Elizabeth, and now a Tancred. Dubai Honour, Mark Wandon Haggis beats Duke de Sessa, a Caulfield Cup winner, and Vauban back in third spot, and a very brave Arapaho in
That was a different day. This is a different day. What happened is that one was the favorite. The one had both sides of the rails. It had the physics. Plus, it is one of the best teams. The team definitely is an advantage. And that is pure physics which is there. Two was a good one, but it lacked this side of the rails. 4 was the second horse pool in every possible way because it is the largest inner drift. That's the largest inner drift. This was the largest outer drift, but the inner drift is way bigger than the outer drift. So that happened. 14 was the linear, but it was a 6-year-old mare. It tried in the last 400 meters. It did try. Last 600 meters, actually, it did try. But it lacked physics as well. It was not within the rails, so that was not possible. And it is at 2400 meters. And the one had a dedicated jockey. Man. Then you're right, PC. You're right, but when it comes to, I don't know if you remember the Melbourne Cup, PC. The Melbourne Cup, that horse won at that distance because of a dedicated jockey. There was no other reason. I could not find any other reason on that horse. You and I raced together, Melbourne Cup, 3,500 meters. When it is about the distance of that size, PC, I think that's one of the factors, because when you have a dedicated jockey on a horse, especially on that kind of a distance, like anything above 2000, then the jockey basically has an idea of when and how to put the pressure on that horse and whether it'll deliver or not. So that's they might be underrated, but that's something that, I mean, if it has worked in Melbourne Cup, if you look at the races for Melbourne Cup, that's the only reason that I could figure out the Melbourne Cup. That was the only reason. A dedicated jockey over 3,500 meters. Yeah, he did. He did. That was not that was not how that should have been played. You see, what he did with the 14 was good. What he did with the 14 was good. He got it in the front at the last 600 meters, knowing that it lacks in many angles, but he tried. That's the sign of a good jockey, and that's a good jockey. He tried, but it lacked the physics, so you can't defy the physics. That's the first thing. Here it was the physics which was there. The 11, the neutral, this could have gotten in easily. All right, this thing could have gotten in easily. If you look at this side of the numbers versus 4, this could have gotten in easily. But I mean, this was in a better position from all angle. This is 34 by 4, 31 by 1. This is 112 by 114. This is 107 by 107 by 107. So that it could have gotten in, but what he did is he pushed it. It is not supposed to be pushed. This thing could have done the magic at the last 400 meters. This thing could have done the magic at the last 400 meters. The pressure was high on both these horses. 1 and 4. The pressure was high. This had the perfect opportunity, the 11, but the jockey is one of the biggest clowns. So if you're looking at these distances, I think we need to look at a few key things. One is a dedicated jockey. 2 is the physics of the race. If we get both those 2 right, then these distances, especially, I mean, up till 2200 meter, I think the mares are fabulous, the 5-year-old mares. But more than that, it becomes purely, if you have a dedicated jockey and if you have the physics. These 2 things. Geelong I don't have. I just have Rosehill. And the others that are playing. We'll go to the 9th one, see what's going on there. 2, 4, 10, and 5.
to the favourite Letitia, and also has Exodaka in the race. Standing
I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy.
Comes into what's on now. He's out there now with Melinda.
Danny, two nice chances here. Let's start with Letitia. She comes back in grade today.
Yeah, she certainly does. She's tipping over nicely and she's put together a really good preparation, racing well in city grade, and had a nice little to-go trial the other day, which was also good.
You've also got Exodaka resuming.
Yeah, she's in good order. She's probably a filly that might improve off the run, but we're excited with all the work leading into this and we expect a nice show.
And what about Road to Paradise? She's in race 7 resuming.
Yeah, all the work has been quite good. This time it will certainly appreciate a bit of ground. She showed us funny last preparation, winning on debut at a home track.
Is Letitia the best of your remaining chances?
Yeah, I'd like to think so, yeah. Thank you.
So 240, that's Danny Reed, but Chris leads into $1.90 goes Letitia, as they are at the start. Ahead of race number 6 on the program, Mel, it is late mail time.
2, 4 and 3. I'm with Letitia. She brings the best form lines here. She comes back in grade. She's been acquitting herself really well at Metro grade her past 2. She just needs a touch of luck from the barrier, but she does have good tactical speed, so perhaps they can just roll forward from there. Piparita, I was impressed with the way she was turned out in the yard. She's coming off a first up win at Wyong. There's a bit to like about the way she worked through the line that day. She was exposed a long way from home. Divine Bene, he has improved nicely off his first up run. He'll relish these wet conditions. He's beautifully placed with the claim and channeling. She's also coming off a last start win. 1, 2, 4 and 3, really good races.
Yeah, indeed. There's a bit of depth here to be 6th event on the program. Let's go to Tim Ryan from Tad. Letitia is the filly that they're coming for here, Tim.
Yeah, it's almost one-way traffic here in race 6. Potter's had a bit of a tough day at Newcastle. 5 races down, a favourite yet to win. We saw a really short price favourite come under in the previous, but they've gone again here. 240 after scratchings this morning. We're still around about that quote at 6 or 7 minutes ago, 230 taken. Now into odds on $1.85, around about 70% the investment on the race. Divine Benet's been soft, 370 up to 440. Piparita, 390 all the way out to 5. Channeling very, very soft as well. The only one that they've spec at longer odds has been Valentino Prince, $26 into 19. So it's the only firm outside the fave. I think Letitia, Chris Lees and Gibbons get it done.
Tim, thank you. Upstairs we go. Here's race 6 with Phil.
Valentino Prince loads away. Race 6, 1,250 metres. Set to go. Away. And Letitia was away midfield. It does look to be pressing forward though. Exedica and Divine Bene both away well. Channeling and Sack the right and not that far off the pace early on. Back on the inside was Piparita, followed by Maramoti, who's going a little bit unkindly in the early part. Valentino Prince is back to the tail. So Divine Bene takes up the running. 900 metres out, it's strode out, led by a length and 3/4. Favourite Letitia sits in second spot. 2.5 lengths away is Exedica on the outside of Channeling, and then Piparita. Next on its outer was Sack the Rider. Valentino Prince got on the heels there and just had to be restrained for a stride or two. And Maramoti's back at the tail. Divine Bene is the leader, coming up to the home bend, led by a length. Letitia in close attendance now in second spot. Piparita peels out 3 wide, Channeling tracks up behind these leaders, and then Exedica, followed by Valentino Prince saving ground the inner, and then Sack the Rider and Maramoti. Divine Bene is the leader, about to get on terms as Letitia on the outside. They're 2 lengths in front over Piparita and then Valentino Prince. Letitia got to a narrow lead over Divine Bene, who tries to fight back. Piparita's still making ground down the centre of the track. Letitia in front. Piparita comes after it. Letitia clinging on, got in. Letitia narrowly over Piparita. They're wide apart. Divine Bene in a clear third, followed next by either Maramoti or Valentino Prince. Exedica was next. Well back was Channeling, and pretty much last was Sack the Rider.
Letitia wins. Andrew Gibbons and Chris Lees, and the filly heavily back will cling on and win over Piparita. Its credit just kept on coming, that filly, to Sarah Ryan and Grant Buckley, but will just miss. Divine Bene That completes the popular trifecta at 11. Will get fourth, Valentino Prince.
And you just took bad luck out of the equation. Give her a little squeeze from the awkward gate, parked her straight up outside the leader, and she's finished off nicely to get a second career win on the board at start number 6. Piperita is the horse I want to follow out of the race. She was brilliant straight out of Maiden Company here. Divine Benet just travelled a little keen in the early stages, but it's battled a little nicely there for third position.
Numbers here 1, 2, 4, and 11. A favourite wins finally at Newcastle. We want to come a break and then back to Rosehill for the Doncaster Prelude.
This is the Doncaster preview. Okay, this is what I have for the 9th one. This is the 9th one in at Rosehill. So that 2 is the favorite. I don't know if it can win. I don't know. That 4 is the linear, but it lacks physics. So that's not happening. The question is here that that 1 and 9, the 1 is an 8-year-old gelding with one of the largest drift which is there, and the 9 is a 4 coming from gate number 4 is a 6-year-old gelding which has the highest, one of the highest relaxations. The 10 has relaxation, but the 9 is the second highest in relaxation. It is a huge advantage which has been given. So now why I'm talking about this horse is because this thing has grade races, group 1 races. It's not only the group 3, group 4. It has the group 1 races and the league races. And it has been given a very, very strong advantage here. It doesn't have the rails, but that horse with that advantage, it does not require the rails. The only one which has a little bit of support with the rails is this one, which is rightly one of the odds. It is well within both the rails, but this is an inner drift. This cannot win. It'll probably get a place, but that is also tricky because this is a bigger number. This is a way bigger number, but this is an 8-year-old. Even if we do that, then this thing is there to challenge. So that 2 is the favorite, but it lacks physics. Over a 1500 meter, it is not something that is in a great spot. The 10 is actually an EW, which is through the rails. So 10 definitely has a lot of advantage. With that advantage and that advantage, it is twice the advantage. But will it win? I don't know. I am not going to get into this. This is way too complicated.
Port Lockroy 15, Celestial Legend 16, Almabeer, William Haggis's runner 17. Then we've got New Energy at 18. That's taking into account Macarena and Amenable haven't accepted, and I think Mick Price is lukewarm on even backing Amenable up from here today. So New Energy 18, Firestorm 19, Redina 20, which would leave NCAP 21, And then you've got other horses who have accepted Rise at Dawn, Another Prophet, Sandpaper, Swift Falcon and Duke Cats. That's not official, but that's an order of entry that we've just put together in the press room, working out who's there and who's not. So take that for what it's worth. But I mean, the horse that's of most interest to try and get in, Ronnie, is Swift Falcon.
Yeah, it is, because he'll have supporters, and every way you look at that race, there's just queries galore there. You know, Purton's coming over to ride Mora. It's an unknown good horse, and then all these horses are going to prime on the right day. There's no doubt about it. You're another Wilsh, your Tom Kittens, and linebacker. And you could go down the page there. So I'm really interested in the draw. How we get this drying track during the week, what conditions we're working with, and I know we just saw a great race, but the Doncaster Mile is going to be one of the highlights of the order.
I believe Woden has accepted for the sires Ryan Moore to ride. Ryan Moore and Zach Purton will be here on Saturday riding on day one of the championships, which is something to look forward to. Let's get through these runners in the Racing and Sports Doncaster Predy at 1,500 metres Group 3. Winner can go...
Saturday, I think we have the Doncaster Mile at Randwick.
It is there. Here's the mounting out for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Just Folk, and I read out his name earlier. He's in the field, win, lose or draw here today. He's 13th in order of entry.
2 in Rosehill.
So Just Folk number 1, Gavin Bedgegood and Tommy Berry.
Yeah, it's a month since he just wasn't himself in the Blamey after a couple of good runs. So we know he's a good traveller. He won the Ajax at this track and distance in the past, and he has to be one of the best wet trackers in this race. He just loves it. Just look at his soft record. 16 starts, 4 wins, 6 seconds, 2/3. He never disappoints on soft tracks.
He's a big boy. He carries really good condition. Yeah, no knock for mine.
Number 2, Amenable, Chad Schofield for Price at Kent Jr.
He did more than enough first up on a soft track at Newcastle. He gets his chance to put another win on the board here with these conditions. Little queries on his second up form, but that could be a little distorted considering the races he's running second up.
He looks well enough, very forward. He's always obviously doesn't carry a lot of condition, but what there is there, he looks well.
Redina, an Epsom winner, Damien Lane, Chris Waller.
And capable of improving just with that good draw here. He's not much went right last start. I do prefer soft over heavy with him, so that's good today that we've had that upgrade.
He's a casual customer, never really jumps out. He's just one of those horses, goes about his business. He's parading okay.
Willado, number 4, a horse that Mark Connor said he wouldn't run in the Doncaster even if winning this race here today. Zach Lloyd is in the saddle.
Yeah, he's a beauty. He was a brave performance, having his first try at this track and distance last time. Wet suits him better. He's very fit, 4th up now, and you'll get a big cheer out here. He's going to look to win it for a long way.
He looks terrific again here today, Ronnie, but I'll tell you what he is. He's a little bit on edge. He's normally a little bit more relaxed for mine times that I've seen him in the enclosure, but he's up on the toe and he's very alert.
Okay, here's a horse just on the precipice. We've got him around 21st in order of entry, and that's just a guide. That gorilla rides in for Gary Portelli.
It was a forgive in the Canterbury Stakes Group 1 in a race not run to suit. So I think he's a big beneficiary of being on soft rather than heavy. Handles it soft, bit of query on the heavy, and I think it's a match made in heaven. I think Nash taking over on him is a good horse for him. I think he can stand over him and spring him into business here.
He looks like he's improved on the run, but I reckon he'll take benefit out of today's run as well.
A new endeavour, Rachel King for Waterhouse and Bott.
I know on paper you can say, look, he's only won 2 races, but I really like him here. His first up run was terrific. He was enormous considering circumstances. He's close from this draw, and he's got really good second up credentials as well. I think he's hard to beat.
Looks well, it's paraded well, always really casual and relaxed. Parades the same again here today.
Sandpaper, number 7, Tim Clark and Bjorn Baker.
Going great guns for the new stable. Looks to have turned the corner. And no knock, would have preferred him on a dry track, but he's got acceptable enough soft track form. He did win that soft 6 at Newcastle, beating Amenable.
Still looks well, as deep in the preparation that he is. He's had a good few runs. Thought he'd taper off a little bit, but still looks really well.
Berkshire Shadow number 9, Colladon for Kieran Marr.
He looks fancy today. He got his blinkers back on second up. He's going to be ridden further forward. And if he finds any of his old form, he's quite capable.
He's one of those horses, he doesn't carry a lot of condition. He's not going to take too many runs to come to him. He looks well enough. He's nice. dappled up over the hindquarters.
Do you cash Tyler Schiller, Michael Freedman? Yes, I think that's a little bit of luck from the draw, but he's going to be powering home, and it's not impossible to come back from back in the field. We saw it happen once or twice today, so he's right in the mix.
Yeah, he's really trained on well. He's tightened up a lot since that first up and second up effort, so yeah, probably in peak condition here today.
Spark, number 14, Harry Coffey for Neesham and Archibald. Yeah, Blinker's back on second up here. Very good first up, off a long break, and although he's got work to do from the draw, if he has any luck, he's not going to be far away.
I reckon he'll take another benefit out of today's run. Still looks a tad soft for mine.
Glint of Silver, J4, David Pfeiffer. Sure, look, he's been solid in 2 runs back after a long spell. He's goes up in class here, but he drops a bit in weight. He might run better than his price suggests.
Still nice and bright and fresh. He looks well.
Okay, Corey, the Doncaster Pretty. Last chance to get into the Doncaster, which is only 4 days away, by the way. Who do you like?
I'm going to choose a horse that's not going to the Doncaster. I'm going to choose number 4, Wellito. I thought he paraded really well. 4th up. It looks like he's in peak condition. He just had a real buzz about him today, where normally he's quite relaxed and casual in the parade, but he just like he had a real spring in his step.
Yeah, it's a good contest. 6-2-1-4. Pretty keen on New Endeavour here. I think he'll run really well. If he just holds his position, gets luck at the right time, I'm convinced he's in the finish. Amenable, Just Folk, the good wet tracker, has to go 59, but he's a real trier, and Wellado will give you an almighty sight. But I'm 6-2, 1-4.
Wide open, Doncaster Pro Ute, $5 the field. The best back runners at the top of the betting.
Azad, welcome back, Azad.
$5.50 into 5 today. It's around about a quarter of the investment on the race. Ducasse, also a very good firm and the second best back running in the race. $7.50 into $5.50. New Endeavour, not quite as popular, but the horse we liked in the race was $6 this morning. Did get to 7, but just trimming up to $6, and I don't think that 6 will last long. I think it'll firm again. Barrier 1, it has to get the right run here in this race. So actually $6 gone now. Now $5.50. Lido's been a little bit soft. He's been $5 out to $6.50, but he's still popular enough at that $6.50 quote. NCAP soft as well, $5.50 out to $8.50. Just Folk, a little bit soft, 11 out to 13. No Money Sandpaper. Berkshire Shadow has been spec'd at decent odds, $21 taken this morning, and he's pretty solid around that $15 quote. A little bit of money too for Sabark, 23 into 18, and Redina holding his price as a $19 chance. So money for lots of different runners here, but at this stage, Amenable and Ducasse, the 2 best backed runners. They're our 2 worst ways. But this late money for New Endeavour, it's continuing, and we might just see him run favourite late here. He's currently into a $5.50 chance, and that $5.50 is now gone. So now equal favourite, $5 each of 2 about Amenable and New Endeavour. That late money for New Endeavour, it's just all down to this map. Barrier 1, he'll get a positive ride. The Sable's going to ride him more forward today. Barrier 1, Rachel King, I've got him back third defence, and I think that's the reason behind the late money here.
Hopefully, if he gets a clean getaway, Rachel can just cover him up and get a lovely toe into the straight here from Wellado. And I think that's the key to it. And that's where he's going to, his strength will be really good at the 1500 late, I'm convinced. So let's hope so. Let's hope the money's right.
Yeah, I hope you're right too, because it's a good result for us. We've been able to lay
firm him again.
We've been able to lay Amenable and Ducasse, and still being able to lay Lido, even though he's a little bit soft and better out to $6.50. Do you think Lido probably runs him along a bit more than he did last time out? I think he was just out sprinted at the 1500 last time out, and Iona Merck just got him late. Maybe a bit more of a test might suit him today.
Well, I think just go quick enough to be left alone, and then he's a good judge of speed, young Lloyd, and I think he won't want to step him up too much because the speed's his asset. That's his main, firing bullets. He just keeps running and he tries. We can eyeball him and he somehow he looks to be under pressure and he keeps finding. Whether that's going to be the case at 1500 at this level, well, we're about to find out. He will give you a run for your money.
Okay.
Just going to take you to Shanny behind the gates just now. Reminder the barrier draws coming up after the last. Acceptance is taken at 6 p.m. this afternoon, or this evening officially, 6 p.m. this evening, for the sires, the TJ, the Doncaster and the Derby. The sires and the TJ will be released by Racing New South Wales somewhere between 6 and 7. And the barrier draw for the Derby and the Doncaster, you'll watch that live on Sky Thoroughbred Central tonight. Doncaster first at 6:45. They'll reset the barrel, and then they'll do the Derby. And it looks like we're going to have capacity fields. We will have capacity fields in both. 20 to run in the Doncaster, 18 to run in the Derby. Final check, Tim?
Yeah, and just touching on Derby and Doncaster, I'll be here working on those markets. So as soon as we get the fields, we'll have those markets straight out. We'll update the barrier draw live. But we have a new favourite, New Endeavour. He's been hammered late, $4.60. He's going to run an outright favourite here. Barrier 1, Rachel King, Gay Waterhouse, Adrian Bond.
Ducasse circles around and moves up. Final chance to get into the Doncaster, if they wish, to be run in just 4 days. This meeting run on a Tuesday, the postponed Tanquid Stakes meeting. Here's Darren.
Now, and Just Folk was the first into stride. Boleto quickly up into second, followed by Glitter Silver, the grey head poking through, and Whiteout Sabat going forward. New Endeavour and Amenable are in prominence.
That is an 8-year-old gelding which is doing that thing.
Comfortably.
One.
Silver keeps pushing forward and gets to second narrowly from Amenable. New Endeavour on the rails now. Boleto is caught deep. Out 3 wide on the outside. Medina travelling to the first turn. Then Berkshire Shadows. The Bucks out wide. Further back to Sandpaper. 3 off to Ducasse. And NCAP gives away an incredible start. NCAP's 4 lengths behind Ducasse. Just Folk leads the way. Boleto doing plenty of work. Strides up on the outside going to second. So he's had to do a bit to get there. Glitter Silver third. New Endeavour gets a good on the fence. Sabat out wider. Further back to Amenable, Berkshire Shadow and Sandpaper on a wide path. A length to Redina, 2 up to Ducasse. NCAP being quietly written at the rear. Just Folk at the 600. Got Boleto well and truly off the bridle. And now New Endeavour is slicing through, giving chase to the leader. Berkshire Shadow on the rails. Wider out is Sabat and Sandpaper. Amenable the long way from them. It's Just Folk at the
This is a joke of the highest order, man. This is a joke of the highest order.
There's still 2 in front, holding New Endeavour and Ducasse, and Just Folk's going to lead all the way. Just Folk.
That is a joke of the highest order.
NCAP's come from near, tailed off to run fourth, and gap the rest of them. Some of these have been beaten out of sight. Berkshire Shadows, Barker, Amenable no pickup, Redina, Glitter Silver. Boleto did a little bit of work, but my goodness.
Just Folk into the Doncaster. He was already there anyway. Just Folk, he was 13th in order of entry. He didn't even need to win today. But the wet tracker, that'll top him off. He wins his second race here at Rosehill. He won an Ajax to get into Doncaster a couple of years ago.
1, 6, 10.
Trained, not by Gavin Bedgegood.
And 5.
By Josh Julius. Yeah.
What a win that was. Doing it both ends. And he put them into it. He'd give them all a stitch. That's what he did. That they were spread all over. You think, who's going to get him?
This was one of the delicacies that was served by Rosehill today. So there's nothing that is happening, all right? Nothing with the rails. There's nothing with the rails. The 4 lacked the rails. It was the linear, it lacked the rails. The one with the rail had nothing to win this. 2 was outrageous. That was not a number that wins. But here, that 8-year-old gelding had an enormous outer drift, which is unmatched anything else. And this one, that 8-year-old gelding, I was thinking of 9. Why? Because the number of, Group 1 races. But this one has 9 Group 1 races and league races. And with that drift. Ascot. It is. Not expected. It was not expected, but that happened. That just happened. That just happened. Man, that was something.
His first up run, probably not ideal first up for him in a mad dash at a 1200 metre duel, but he handled himself quite well. He showed a little bit more pace than I thought, because last preparation, sometimes he was up in
13, 4, 11 and
the
3.
pace, but he battled on okay. This is much better. I prefer him when he gets to 1600, but he's a real trier, this guy. He'll put in 100% for you.
Poster Girl was good winner first up. Chris and Corey Months and Siobhan Rutledge.
Yeah, the betting was against her first up. She got right out to $21. Today, as we do the yard, she's been solid at about 9. And she won well. She beat the Gambling Greek, who's always hard to beat at Eagle Farm, and it certainly wasn't any fluke.
Mr. Bumbalewski is the 4, Jack Bruce and Damien Thornton.
Yeah, he's heading in the right direction, this fellow. I think he's better when ridden quietly. Often they've gone forward with him. Last start, he took the trail. He'd drawn nicely there in the duel behind Hearts Are Better. He took advantage. He kept finding the line, sneaking up on the inside. He's got as good a chance as any here.
Here's Air Swing from the Matt Dunn stable with Jake Bayliss.
This is a lot harder. A bit of give in the ground is not a problem, but he's got to find a length or two on the Grafton form.
Sorry, Maxie as a friend gets blinkers today. Rex Lip and Cole Wilson Taylor.
No market support, but I think she's going okay. She ran.
Alrighty, $2.80 favourite is number 1. Good luck to me.
Yeah, good support for him, Bernie. I've got him on top to be 2, 4 and 3.
Yeah, I'm going with a punter who did have to be reshod.
He's been really weak in the market.
Was Maxie.
With that replating, Bernie. They took him back to the tie-ups. He's $3.90 out to $4.40.
I think that was the best place to show him.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
He's always a bit loose.
There's a poster girl going in. I think that was Mr. Bubbalusky out the front, but has he gone into the gates?
Oh, there he is now. He's about to load along with Jim Mason's horse. All right, let's, that's it. 100 for me. Let's get upstairs to David Fowler.
Class and Silver. Mr. Babalowski, the high caliber fellows to up. You see a bit later. Certification team do a very good job with their stop. Mr. Babalowski's one off them. They're all in now. Ready to break in the 9th of Doomben. Second last race, the light turned on. All set. Paddock on the rails. Standing well. No breakers yet. Should catch them any moment. Racing. Good luck to be one of the first to go, but Miragical sprang out of the barrier stalls. Ridden with purpose and straight to the lead. From in second position, as a friend with the blinkers today. Air Swing gathering speed going up towards the front, and a punter is going to land 4th on the rail. There's the favourite, 2 lengths away in 5th. Good luck to me. To Mr. Babalowski, given ample time to settle and find his feet. Cherokee slips up on his inside. Poster Girl ridden off the speed today, and out towards the tail was Bolshevik Road. They steady now as they go to the first bend. 8.50 left to run, and Miragical after the smart start sets up shop in front. Leads Air Swing by 3/4 of a length for the putter. He's going to get gun run in 3rd. A length to the quarter away 4th was As a Friend, 1 off the fence. A length to the quarter, Cherokee, 5th to rail. Good luck to me, 6 1 off, 5 off the lead. Tracked everywhere he goes by Mr. Babalowski, then Bolshevik Road and Poster Girl. Gee, that first 750 metres was slow as 47.12. I'd run it myself onto the bend, and Miragical's had a very good run in front. A putter goes to the inside, then Air Swing. Cherokee pitching inside runs. Here's Good Luck to Me. Starting to wind up at precisely the right time. He's getting into his gears. He's getting into them impressively. And Mr. Babalowski runs on. This Bolshevik Road from the back. Good Luck to Me with a big weight. Reach the lead. A putter and Mr. Babalowski try hard. But Good Luck to Me too good again. And beat a putter, Mr. Babalowski and Bolshevik Road.
Alrighty. Number 1 is the winner. Good luck to me. Ridden a beautiful race there by Ryan Maloney, put into the right spot, and the cream has risen to the top there. Although a putter was very good, Bernie cutting the corner coming through. Mr. Babaluski followed the winner, and Bolshevik rode much better from him.
Everybody had their chance. You were very right, Maxie. He was just a cut above everything else.
Yeah, with the big weight, the improving track conditions, it just set up quite nicely for him. So he's a nice horse, very genuine, and he's got a good record, 3 wins from 8. He had that stakes performance 2 ago. And
Azhar, be careful.
position since coming up here.
YouTube has AI now, so, please
The winner, good luck.
be careful about the language you use. They will ban your account.
It's really to report, as you say, they all had their chance. They're back at 5th spot. Cherokee, Miragical Land.
YouTube has AI now, so be careful about the language.
The poster girl back last there in the red and green.
We all want to use that language, but
Oh, gee, she almost clipped the heels of
it's better not
a couple
to.
of times there. Anyway, we have to leave it there as we head to Newcastle.
Okay.
This afternoon here from Newcastle, class 1 over 1,500 metres to wrap us up. The good science fit.
This is the last one. And the odds are 13, 4, 11, and 3. That 13 is the favorite. It has a good jockey. That's for sure. It has a good jockey, but so what's happening is that's the linear. The 9 is the linear, but it lacks the rails. So when the linear lacks the rails, that's tricky for winning. The second linear is 12, which has all sides. 12 is with this side, that side, all sides. That's within the rails. The other one, which is within the rails, is 16, but that's a different number. So what and how things might get challenged is the difference between 9 and 12 is about 100 points exactly. This is 318, that's 418, that's about 100 points. So 418 to 535 is more than 100 points. So there is a threat, but the problem is this one is not within the rails. The 3 is not within the rails. I'm sorry, the 13 is not within the rails. It's a very good team. To win this, you need physics. 1400 meters, you need physics. If we look at the pressure point, that 9 definitely has one of the largest pressure points. The second largest pressure point is on 12. It's well within the rails. If we look through the sectional timing, 13 definitely comes above. 9, then 3, then 12. On a 1400 meter, but today it has the physics. They don't. So 13 is the favorite, 12 has the advantage. I am not going to go with it. That jockey pulled its head off so to last after jumping well, I can't believe.
Will Stanley.
She's been placed the last two. She's off a freshen after winning nicely at Corindi last start. This is definitely harder, but up to 1,500 metres is certainly a positive.
So they're at the start, just under 2.5 minutes out from the final event, most open betting race of the day. And the market tells you that at $5 the field, there are any number of chances. Blue Pino's second to leg, 650. Chances zone in there, 650 about Meet Me in Bondi. 8 Primo in the mix, $7.50. $8 about Mount Bona, and $12 about Hartman, and also Road to Paradise. She's had a bit of specking here on track. Okay. Open race, what do you like in race 7?
Well, Gavin, this is a game of a matter of opinion, and I thought Alcabeel looked a good thing here. 3, 2, 10 and 8. I was surprised to see him not lead at Hawkesbury last start. He batted on nicely behind Casanova. He looks a picture in the yard. I think they'll roll forward from the wide gate here today. He'll strip fit a second up and he'll take running down. Blue Pino's trialled up well, gets the claim today.
8 Newcastle.
The 10, Road to Paradise. She's a beautiful filly to look at. She's really developed with the break. She was very effective, fresh last preparation, and Primo coming out of the same race as Alcabeel last start. Finished third on that occasion and draws to get Matt Favours. 3, 2.
Was racing in metro races, but you are at Newcastle.
Might roll forward there today.
Yeah, I do. Like I said, I was surprised to see him not lead last start at Hawkesbury. He drew just pretty soft that day, but drawn wide. Perhaps they can just let him roll forward from out there. He might take a few strides to get momentum.
Okay, they look to be backing in late. We'll go to Tim Ryan from Tab. So now that looks to be in the last 60 to 90 seconds in this money for Alcabeel.
Yeah, bang on 60 seconds. He had been getting a little bit soft. He was 440 after scratches this morning. And that $5 was still there, now 90 seconds or so ago. Good bets in the 5, $4.60, $4. He's now a $3.90 chance, and a really good go just in that last 90 seconds. He's our only loser. Maybe in Bondi, the second pick, had some good support yesterday after we put up $15, less a few deductions. He's solid as a $7 chance today. Blue Pino, a little bit soft, 6 out to $7.50. Primo, bit softer. Oh no, so Primo is also a firm. It's been $11 into $7.50. And Mount Bona, a small firm for it, $10 into $8.50. Road to Paradise, the galloper that was a bit soft. It's been $8 out to $11. So money for a few of these, all at different stages of betting. But the important late move is Alcabeel. That $5 taken in the last few minutes or so, now into a $4 chance. He's been really strongly backed here late. Adam Hieronymus up to Newcastle for the ride. Best other firms around it, Primo and Mount Bona.
Okay, Tim, thank you. Thank you for your help throughout the day. As they move in for the final event on the program, you've got those late mail numbers. 3 are special, over 2, 10 and 8. And good luck if you're alive in the quad heading into the final leg. Mount Bona's rider Donovan Dillon out at the moment. Looks like they put the blindfold on. There's Rock Martin Angel about to leap in for race number 7. The track down right about halfway through the day after a pretty heavy shower and a heavy 8. It's gone bananas. Is awaiting its turn to come up into line. Mel, any final thoughts?
No, I think what's helped us is the small fields. Like you said, there was a downgrade halfway through the day, but the riders have been able to utilise the whole track and it's played quite nicely.
Okay, so the last one getting set, biggest field of the day as we head upstairs. Here is Phil Roberts.
Meet Me in Bondi, the other one out of line. $3.80 the field, headed by Alcabeel. Hit $5 at one stage into $3.80 now. Red lights. Set to go in the last. Stand up well and they're away. Nice line out, Road to Paradise out the back in the early stages. Primo and Call Me Magnifique were both away well, and Slick and Quick is pressing forward as well. It's going to be in the leading trio. Then Alcabeel working into 4th spot. Blue Pino the inside. Meet Me in Bondi and Hartman were next, followed by Road to Paradise. Mount Bona on its outside from Incantation. Rock Martin Angel, and the last one has gone bananas. So Call Me Magnifique at the 1,000 metres takes over. Alcabeel works up, sits outside this leader in 2nd spot. Slick and Quick on the inside is 3rd. Primo going forward is pulling a little bit as they make their way around that bend. And Meet Me in Bondi 3 deep. It's going forward as well. And then Blue Pino about midfield, back on the inside of Hartman, gone bananas, Road to Paradise. Mount Bono, Rock Barton Angel, and Incantation is last. Speed doesn't look to be overly quick. Call Me Magnifique at the 600 metres. Led over Slick and Quick in second.
Now is the time.
Under pressure. They were followed
Now is the time.
forward in the centre. And then came Primo, followed by Blue Pino back on the inside.
He's stuck behind that horse.
Rock Barton Angel, and the widest runner is Incantation. Plenty of chances. Alcabeel hit the lead as they run to the 200 metres. Mount Boner off its back. Meet Me in Bondi still plugging away. Rock Barton Angel coming down the outside. Meet Me in Bondi. Rock Barton Angel finishing off best. Rock Barton Angel hit the lead close to the line.
17.
Rock Barton Angel over Meet Me in Bondi, a tough run. Alcabeel third, Mount Boner fourth. They got away from Blue Pino, gone bananas. Call Me Magnifique, Incantation. Further back was Hartman.
Hey, you promised, PC. You made a commitment to yourself that you're not going to race anywhere apart from Randwick, Flemington, Sandown. This is not the track. This is not the track, PC. That's all. This is not the track.
Further astern, but 17, Rock Barton Angel wins the last.
This is not the track.
Thank you, Bill. As we head back to racing.
I've stopped racing here.
He won an Ajax and got into a Doncaster.
It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense from any angle at this track.
He loves a working holiday. We just try and follow the weather with him, and he's been a great horse to us. He probably ticks him over maybe close to $1 million since we've had him, so yeah, it's great.
Now, that's not an easy thing to do, to follow the weather, because it can change all of a sudden, but is that what you do?
Yeah, we lost National Willer today because we had him down to run in the Ajax a couple of weeks ago, and the rain didn't come, and decided not to accept, and probably cost him a ride in the rain. I wanted him to ride today.
Let's go.
He chose to ride another horse, which was fine, and we got an informed rider with Tommy Berwick, so it's a good result.
I don't think he could have ridden him any better.
No, look, he nailed it. When that horse begins like that and wins the gates and really gets into the groove and rolls along at a good clip, he makes it very heavy weather for the horse to chase him.
What's the forecast like for next Saturday?
No, it's not good for us, but look, we'll accept, and we'll see how the week plays out and make a final call Saturday.
Well done today.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Tom. It's tough as nails.
Yeah, he was. He sort of flopped around in the gates, and older horses sometimes just need a bit of a wake up. So I did that before we went in, and flew the gates today. And I thought I'd just ride him like an older horse, tough and hard. And I know Nash usually rides him, so I had to bring out the inner Nash in me, and he was too tough for him today.
He had him under the pressure at the 200 metre mark.
Yeah, he did. I felt like that if I could drag the sprint out of him, because he doesn't have a lot of change-up speed from what the connections and Nash has told me, so I didn't leave much of a change-up speed there, to be fair. But look, he was a deserved winner. He did it both ends. Cheers.
Well, Shani, it's been a different day racing here on a Tuesday, but great results nonetheless. The good filly treasure the moment, and of course our visitor Dubai Honor. They both won the big races.
She continued to dominate, didn't she? And she started a very short price favourite. Come over.
It's saying great results.
I thought Chamberlain was really good today. He narrowly got there. Our goalpost was phenomenal, fantastic. Only beating a nose and nose. And Dubai Honor, I mean, he just owns the place when he comes here. Tom Marcon and Dubai Honor have just got this fantastic association. He's ridden him since he was a baby, a 2-year-old, and now he's continuing to dominate our so I think it's been a great day.
That is another one. That is another track.
Fantastic.
Okay.
And we have to back up soon, straight into Saturday, of course. Day one of the champs.
So to the last of the day. Race number 10 over 1,400 metres, a benchmark 88. And let's have a look at the mounting yard for Harvey Norman. All you need in furniture, bedding, electrical and technology. Number 1 is Zuatica. Alicia Colladon for Barb Jones and the Jones boys.
Yeah, look, he's a good tough horse, especially early in his preparations and especially when he gets a bit of sting out of the ground. It's a bit like the previous winner, so he did a good job winning on the drive first up. I know he's got 60 kilos here, but he's a big, strong horse. He's quite capable at odds here.
He looks okay. He's super relaxed and casual here today.
A green fly first up for Anthony and Sam Friedman. Damien Lane is the jockey.
Yeah, he's had 200 days off. He's had 2 trials where he hasn't been extended. I know he's better known as a second
Boom, Pacey.
I think this race sets up well for him, and I think he's going to be charging home late.
Whatever you say, you take good improvement out. It's about 2 minutes right. It's not still a little bit tight enough to.
Kaboo number 4, Regan Bayless for Waterhouse and Bob.
Finally.
He's very likeable. General salute form now, isn't he? So just got a little.
Man, busy.
He can lift off that. He puts himself on speed, and he'll be there for a long way. So he'll be popular here.
Didn't see him at Kembla, but he looks well in the enclosure here today, so he's obviously taking good improvement out of that first up run.
Now we go to Gravina, Tom Marquand riding for Matt Dale.
Yeah, a few little excuses last start at Canberra behind Zuetica. Look, the wet's okay.
Brilliant.
Though he hasn't won in a few preps.
Brilliant.
Place checks, I thought.
Athletic type, but looks well today.
Okay, Cloudland, Dylan Gibbons on for Chris Lee.
The wet track in 1400 gives him a chance to improve sharply. So
Looks okay. I couldn't really put a knock towards him. He looks like he'll take a little bit of benefit out of today's run, though.
Now here's Cool Jakey, number 8, Chad Schofield and Joe Pride.
He's very fit with a tick over trial since his win at Warwick Farm last start. He's 3 from 5 on wet tracks, well, mainly heavy tracks, but it's still wet enough for him here today to make a statement.
Couldn't really find a negative for him. He's walking out well. His attitude's good.
Rhapsody Cheek, the next runner for Anthony and Sam, the stablemate to Green Fly. The rider is Tommy Berry.
Yeah, I expect him today. I think he's had a decent break, but he's a really good fresh performer. He's been unaccepted in his 2 trials. He's very good fresh. He won 4 straight at the beginning of last preparation. And I think he just give him a little bit of cover here. He'll rush home late.
Yeah, he looks really well. He's obviously feeling great. He's been up on the toe since walking in the enclosure. Looks terrific.
Bojangles, number 11, Jay Ford and Kim Ward.
He's popular, very popular in the market. His 2 runs back are great. I wouldn't have liked him on a heavy track, but now we're soft 7. He's 3rd up now and ready to go.
Yeah, he looks okay. I couldn't really find a negative for him.
Okay, now Nails Murphy, Timmy Clark and Kieran Mann.
Yep, Market's the best guy with him. He can pull a run out fresh, but he's had a couple of trials. So, yeah, just keep a close eye on the market from an inside draw here.
I think he'll take a run or 2 to come to hand. He looks okay, but yeah, he's a tad soft for mine.
Well timed, Nash Ruiller and Kerry Parker.
Well, he's well supported. He's $6 or something. He's on the provincial championship trail here. Went okay. This race tops him off, but obviously he's well thought of here today, and like I said, very popular.
He looks really, really well in enclosure as well. Running last preparation, he took him a long while to tidy his code up, but he's obviously he's 2nd up, but he looks like he's had a good few runs this time in.
Okay, now Kariah Keatings has made it. They put out a notice, the steward, saying that Reece James was going to replace Kariah because she had transport difficulties, but I'm looking at so she's here. Mike Van Gestel is the trainer.
Yeah, she's been up a while now, but she's one tough mare. Just not sure that she's got much upside left, but she's still in light here.
She's a plain type of horse. She doesn't really jump out. Yeah, she looks okay.
Dennis Starr, number 15, Harry Coffey and Kieran Marr.
Likes it wet, but would have liked an easier race for him to step it up here today.
Yeah, another one that not quite there yet. They can't still need a bit of tidying up.
Thunder Lips, Kerabaka Boy, Beard Baker.
Yeah, I'm interested in him. He was very good first up over 1100 last preparation, and then he was solid all the way through. So the stable's in form. Last race yawn, and second a bit sprinkle fresh, especially at 1400 today.
Whatever he does today, he'll definitely improve on his horse. There's not a lot on him. It won't take long to come to me. He's not quite there yet to come.
Okay, Corey, the last 2 to you.
Number 9, Rhapsody Chick. Obviously getting that type of horse, but looked absolutely outstanding in enclosure, mountain muscle. Just parade with super.
I am 9, 3, 8 and 1. I'm rolling the dice also with Rhapsody Chick here. Needs a lot to go right, obviously, in that draw the way this truck is today, but I'll trust Tommy Berry. It's confidence from the previous winner, like the way he's been prepared first up, and I think he's going to run boldly with any luck whatsoever. I think the stablemate might be in danger. Green Fly is similar, might be the 2nd up than first up, where Rhapsody Chick's a first up performer, Green Fly is a 2nd up performer, but maybe an extra gallop under his belt. He's ready to go here. They both like it soft. Cool JP loves the going, up in class, but very fit with the Chigover trial. And there's lots of options. I'll throw in Zoetica as the best long shot, 25 to 1 up the top. 9, 3, 8 and 1.
Yeah, tricky little race to finish off the card. $5 the field here. And punters have settled on a couple of gallopers who are both qualified for the Provincial and Midway Championships in Well Timed and Bojangles. Well Timed, the best back runner in the race. He's been 6 into 5 today after we bet $8 on Saturday. And an even bigger firm, albeit less money, for Bojangles. Went up 11 on Saturday. Still 9.50 this morning, 9.50 into 6 today. So those two gallopers are both qualified for the Provincial Midway Championships in 3 Saturday, well, 2.5 weeks' time at Randwick on the day 2 of the Championships. Kaboo got a form upgrade with General Salute winning earlier today, but he's just holding his place in the market. 7.50 unchanged from today. Rhapsody Chic, Ronnie's tip and Corey's tip, 7.50 out to 8.50, just back into $7.50. It's a loser in our book. Thunder Lips, 7.50 out to 9. It's back into 7.50. So those two horses just trimming up a little bit late here. Grandstand getting a little bit soft. He's been $7 out to $8.50. And Cool Jakey really quite soft today. $8 out to $11. Your likely leader. Maybe he wanted it a little bit wetter, possibly in the heavy range. May have been more to his liking. So I think that's probably behind the reason for his drift. Dark Glitter and Longer Rides has seen a little bit of specking. Did get to a high of $41, just trimming up to $26. Barrier 1, Kariah Keatings for Dark Glitter. Also comes out of the General Salute race. But $5 a field here, wide open, well timed, and Bojangle, two best mates.
Okay, let's go to Chantel Buckley behind the gates.
Thanks, Greg. So Well Timed has arrived and he's good. He's in really nice order. I didn't see him first up because he was out at Hawkesbury, but he looks fantastic here. His grand final is obviously in a week and a half time there, but there's nothing wrong with his condition whatsoever. Gravina's actually just arrived and he's looking fantastic.
As
Like
Jen
usual, that's
Salute
him. He's
from
one of those horses that just presents beautifully every time you see him. Kaboo had a really good workout, a warm-up. He looked really good when he cantered past me at the gates. He even gave him a nice solid warm-up, took him right down the back of the straight and brought him back again. So he's presented absolutely beautiful.
Got a dedicated jockey as well.
He's well into his campaign now. He's got fitness on his side. He loves these wet type of tracks. So he's looking as well as he did when he won that last time out.
Frank, 9 is the linear. 9.
I know he loves a wet track. He's just one of those horses that continues to look great when you see him. Haven't seen him obviously since November of last year, but he's looking great here. Second up, he might be able to do something on these type of conditions. But everything is well over here.
Okay, thanks, Shani. Back to Tim for a final update.
It looks very good, actually.
Well Time continues to be well back. Your $5 favourite, Bojangles unchanged at 6. And Rhapsody Chic, Thunder Lips, a couple of first uppers. They did get to highs of $8.50 and $9.50. They've just tripped back up to $7.50. So they have a little bit of a push late. The two best backed, Well Timed and Bojangles.
Okay, let's get up to Darren for the last.
The class act, Dubai Honour. Too Good for Duke de Sessa and Morgan when clear, running on stoutly into third in the Tancred Stakes. Now Rhapsody Chic moves in, the light is on and we're ready to run. William Haggis has one in at Warwick Farm tomorrow, the distance race. All set now. Racing. And Gravina began particularly well. Thunder Lips on the scene with Cool Jakey. It's a pretty keen go for the lead. Cloudland is prominent from Bojangles now. Whiteout Kaboo's got some work to do. Denal Star as well. Length and a half or so then to Dark Glitter. Zoatica's come across to drop in. Well Time sits back in the field with Green Fly and Rhapsody Chic is 2 lengths behind the second last runner. So Cool Jakey finds the front. And Kaboo got across to second. Gravina in the third. Then Thunder Lips to Now Star out 3 wide. Further back then to Cloudland is pulling a bit on the inside of the Now Star and Zoatica. Couldn't get in actually, it's caught 3 wide now. Further back then to Dark Glitter, Nails Murphy, Well Timed. Then Green Florida, half the outside to Rhapsody Chic. Cool Jakey at the 600 metres, leads by a half here on Kaboo. To Now Star off the track, then Gravina. He's being pushed along, so's Thunderlit. Cloudland back on the inside looking for a bit of room. Then came Zoatica, Bojangles. And Green flies well back with plenty of traffic in front. But Cool Jakey with a good kick from Kaboo. It's Cool Jakey 2 in front from Kaboo. 250 metres to go. Then came Gravina. Green Flies ducking and weaving 5 off the lead. Cool Jakey nicely clear though. Cool Jakey, Green Fly is eating up the ground at the end. Cool Jakey 3 in front, 2 in front. Needs the post. Green Fly got it.
3.
It's been a win. Green Fly with a checkered passage now. Cool Jakey looked home. Dark Glitter got up the fence to run third. Then Kaboo Gravina. Further back.
3-8 more.
Jangles, Cloud Land.
I think so.
Dales Murphy to now star and well timed. That's what they call fairy-like footsteps. That's what Cool Jakey was taking in the last little bit. But big bounds came Green Fly. Cool Jakey's out on his feet here. Jock knew it. Where's the post? Where's the post? Nowhere at the post. Where's Green Fly? Right over the top. And grabs it right on the line. Damien Lane for Anthony and Sam Friedman.
Yeah, big win. Just a great rider, this Damien Lane. He was patient.
How come there are 2 horses with the same number? 14, I think. 4 and 14.
And he had plenty left going to the line. Thought he was going to run out of ground, but they just went hard enough for him. And he gets home over a top of a pretty brave Cool Jakey, I would have thought there. And talk about brave. This
So, what happened with that 3 is there's definitely advantage was there. One of the highest advantages is there with that horse. So, this is the same thing that worked here and here, okay? It's the same thing that worked here and here. So what they did is this horse had races that are grade 1 races. They gave it a huge advantage, and here with that 8-year-old gelding, they gave it a huge drift. 9 grade 1 races with that drift. We saw the result, and here it is. If we look at all the advantages, 3, 4, and 16, all right. These are the top advantages which are there, out of which 4 was the one with the advantage which was there. PC was with it. But this one had grade 1 races, 16 had grade 1 races, but this was a problem, because this comes only when it is a maiden race. This is right below here. But that's too much of thinking. That's too much of something that is there. We work with the headlines. Ten Dumben.
In the Derby. So the size and the TJ will be out soon. Barrier draws for the Doncaster in the Derby to follow. Here's Damien Lane.
Well done, Frosty. Did that finish feel as good as it looked?
Yeah, I didn't really think I could win it to the last little bit. I thought, gee, this is going to be a good thing beat, the way he's finishing off. But
he's not a Gen Z. Look at him. He's a nice, matured guy.
Obviously,
He's a nice, matured guy. He's not like the others.
finishing off like that.
Great feeling if he can do it. And
He's like in his mid-30s probably.
Wet track. So wet trackers have certainly finished the day off here. The true wet trackers like Just Folk and Green Fly. Just Folk you'll accept in the Doncaster, but we've got a dry week coming up. So whether they would run him in a Doncaster on a dry track's another thing. That's Just Folk who won the Doncaster Prelude, but he'll be in the acceptances for the Doncaster, and we'll be back with all the fields at 6:45 on Road to the Championship, special barrier draw edition, live here from Rosehill Gardens.
Welcome back to Doomba for the last race here this afternoon, number 10. This is an open handicap. It's over 1350 metres. Pretty open affair here. Swiss Exile 440. Corf Castle, Hatchet $5, Corf Castle $5.50. Let's have a look at the stayer returning, Nick Our Spur. From memory, he might have been first up in the Archer last preparation. Perhaps Maxi, Corey and Kylie here, and Cody Collars.
Yeah, he's a good horse, obviously over further, but he's looking the part. He's looking very, very forward. He hasn't raced since end of December. No real support for him. I thought punters might have specced him a little bit, being a good stayer returning, but there's no money for him. But pretty sure he's going to run well.
No, that wasn't him, was it? Was there other stayer? It's all right. I'll look it up. Irish Songs is a 3. Louise White and CJ Brown.
I think it might have been him.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, Irish Songs. Now, this is his go. A little bit of give in the ground. Very good 2 ago when he controlled up on the speed there. He and Devastate fought it out. They were 1-2 and took control of things. And then he was a bit disappointing at the Sunny Coast. I know he was 3 wide all the way, but it was unlike him to give it away like that. He's since trialled okay, but I've included him in the quaddy because on his day he'd win this.
What about a Moray Veloce here from the Rob Heathcote stable with Bailey Wheeler?
Just a bit of a concern at the 1350. She likes to go to the lead and she likes to roll at a nice tempo. So if she can do that without being annoyed, there's a good chance she could go all the way. She's pretty tough when she gets conditions to suit.
Big drop in weight for Corf Castle here. Toby Evans and Steve McLean.
Yeah, 6.5 kilos on that 4th placing in the jewel of the Gold Coast behind Red Defcon, and I thought he did a good job because I'm pretty sure it was Bad Education that led by about 3 or 4 lengths, and the closers, Red Defcon came through near the inside, a few other strong closers, Hatchet, so he stayed on really well. This is his go. He just needs to get off that fence at some point, I suppose.
Well, here's Hatchet. Robbie Dolan rides for Rob Heathcote.
Comes out of barrier 8, that's good. Usually races well here, and I thought Cullo got a good tune out of him last start, running 3rd in that Red Defcon race. He was back, but really attacked the line. Robbie Dolan takes over here, so doesn't lose anything. And I think if he repeats that, he's hard to beat here.
Here is the favourite, Swiss Exile, out of our nation, Rob Archibald and Damien Thornton.
He's getting the side winkers on for the first time. He hasn't won for a long, long time. He's only won 1 at 26, but more often than not, he gets himself into a handy spot. He threatens and then doesn't.
His name is actually Damien Thornton.
I think he has had a win problem in the past.
Yes.
I could really have him as favourite here, but he's got some decent placing form over the years, yeah.
Fleur de Mon, Chris Waller, Sammy Collins.
Happy to watch. She'll get back and she'll run on.
Don't Stop, Paul Nolan Jr., Mark Duplessis.
I think he's got a knockout chance. 7th first up behind King Kappa in an open sprint, doing his best work late.
Sheriff Goma, 15 for Chris Waller and Ronnie Stewart.
He's a bit like a couple of them here. Corf Castle drops significantly on the weights. He ran really well first up, although 7 of 9 in the book. It was much better than that. It was a trot and canter. He was back in the field, but still gained ground. The big drop in the weight, 6.5 kilos, is what gets me in.
Pizarro, 16, Tony Gollan and Emily Lang.
Just can't follow him these days, Bernie.
No, okay. Bo Rumble in a point or half a point to 8.50. Jill Heinrich.
He's fit. He's had 3 runs back. Good last start, although he was advantaged by being up on the pace, and he gave a really good kick over the final part. He should be able to sort of, go forward and maybe hold on.
Siobhan Rutledge, I believe, riding him. What have we got left? On point, Maxi. Talia Fenlon rides for Rob Heathcote.
Yeah, I just wonder whether she might be in need of this run today. Heavily back Swiss Exile. I'm with 15 though.
I don't believe this. I did not have a Dumben dedicated feed. I just had Rosehill. They said thank you. We'll wait for the race and results. I don't believe this. Let's check here. No. 14 bursts through the gates. Okay.
See him burst through the gates, and Mark sort of flung. Just are awaiting any news. They might be just keeping him still over there just for precautionary measurements. He is conscious.
Yes.
We understand, and don't stop obviously will be scratched. He's altered. So it looks like they're going to remove these horses. So hopefully Don't Stop does a left-hand turn down the mile chute.
Oh, he's listening to you, Max.
Yeah, and they might be able to pick him up over there. So, yeah, we'll have to just wait until we hear something from the stewards, Bernie, but yeah, they're just about ready to go, weren't they? And this fellow just burst through the gates. And
Sir Jesse had his finger on the button, Maxie.
yeah, so he'll probably be scratched. He's done a lap of the track at a full gallop, but we're more concerned about Mark Duplessis and how he is.
Yeah, I mean, I only saw it live. He looked as though he landed on his bottom, and that can be a bad way to land for your back. We all know Mark's had various issues with his back, so our thoughts are with him. He's up. He's a man mountain.
Yeah.
He's up.
Because there was an issue, there was a past the post during the Winter Carnival. He had a problem and had to have quite some time off, but he appears to be moving freely. So that's the best thing that we've seen today.
Fantastic.
So everything's right there. So we might not have too much of a delay here. We've got Form Line Extra coming up, and then we need to get back for the barrier draw for the big races coming up on Saturday at Randwick, day one of the championships. So we're just waiting to hear some further news, Vern.
Yeah, look, I think he'll be scratched. They'll load up these horses and we will be good to go, albeit we'll be running a little bit late.
There's been very good market support for Swiss Exile. He got it as short as $3.20, down from $4.60. He's back to $3.50. And I'm supposing the win of General Salute from the Star Kingdom at Rosehill earlier today, people are looking at that because this fellow was third behind him in the Burke Lily there at Kembla in the BM94. He had every chance, but obviously that form line is good enough to give Swift Exile a show here. Here he is, Damien Thornton, just giving him a
Did your form say, because mine doesn't go back far enough, what track he won at? Was it Sunny Coast or was it here?
It was at Eagle Farm.
Oh, Eagle Farm.
Champagne Classic. It was Group 2.
That's right.
He hasn't won since then. That was his first couple of starts.
Yes, I believe it was. So,
I think it's common knowledge that he did have a throw top.
I think he's had more than one.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Sometimes you can tell watching him, like he sort of looms and there's no knockout punch.
That's
He's
right.
still good enough to run second, third, and fourth in decent races. So I think punters are, in particular, looking at that last race at Kembla, giving him a really good chance here. Hatchet's been well supported, 5 down to $4.40. So Swiss Exile Hatchet, best backed. Sharkomar's been a little bit easy. Pizarro a little bit easy. Some money for Bo Rumble and on pacer here.
Yeah.
$9.50 in 2 points to $7.50.
Why not? He's been really solid his last few, little Bo Rumble, and he probably hits peak fitness here today as well. I think this is fourth start back. He comes out of the benchmark 85 behind Lost in Transit and Manhood last time out. It depends what kind of speed. I hope Hatchet has the opportunity to come back out of that speed here today.
Yeah.
But it is a slight concern, the barrier, I guess, barrier 8 for Hatchet.
But as long as he gets a bit of cover,
Yeah.
get to the outside. I don't know why we've got a delay here. It looks like there's a meeting going on over there. Don't Stop has been officially withdrawn. He'll be back in the tie-up stalls. So
Mark Duplessis is still on the track, but just talking, standing there talking to people. I can see the vet, Stacey Flynn, here we go. Mark's probably saying, load him up, run this race. Well, we do need to wait for the paramedics to get back in the front of the van, Maxie.
all right, well, come on, guys. The staff here are going to be up early tomorrow morning, Bernard.
Huge, yeah, so moving out to 8 metres tomorrow.
You're out 7.5, so it's a big job. Circumference here, the miles over there, it'd be what, 1850 metres circumference? Around?
Yeah, we thought so. I know it's 26 metres wide.
Yep. That's
We had that equation.
I'm smarter than you know.
Smarter than Maxie.
Not smarter than yeah, so I think they're going to wait. I think Ross said on the radio that they're going to wait until tomorrow, give the staff, they've been working all day, a good night's sleep, and then they'll be out preparing the rail out 8 metres for tomorrow's Wednesday fixture where we've got 7 races.
And the forecast, Maxie, for tomorrow?
I haven't had a look at that.
10 to 45 mils.
Is that right? I didn't want to hear that. She's played beautifully today, Doomben, under the circumstances. It was ahead of 10 and going to an 11 by 5 o'clock on Saturday afternoon, so it's come back in great order. We had John Rambo getting up on the rails, but the rest of them have been middle to outside.
Yeah, and strangely enough, what we have seen today is we've had a whole bunch of slow tempo up front.
Lewis.
The sweepers have got home.
No dollar sign, bro. No dollar sign.
Genuine sort of soft.
No dollar sign.
Can turn that around, can't it?
Yeah.
All right.
So we're seeing a bit of action, and there's not much room behind the 13.
It's a tight squeeze, isn't it?
Yeah, that's directly behind them, folks. If you've never been here in Brisbane, is Nudgee Road, one of the busy roads at this time of the afternoon, but you wouldn't know it there's beautiful hedges out on the other side.
Yeah, there is. There is. Irish Songs takes his spot. There's only probably about 3 out. Corfe Castle. And a couple of others are in the favourite there as well. Swiss Exile, 340, your favourite Swiss
Bro,
Exile.
we want to continue doing this. Let's not get into trouble.
$5 to $9.50.
Yeah, that's a nice one. Body green.
Swiss Exile goes up. Red light turned on. Now they're set to jump. Already racing Brisbane. Amore Veloce broke out of the line first. Swiss Exile began well with Shire of Goma. On point showing early speed, and Irish Songs right up in the fray as well. Boat Rebel didn't gather pace all of a sudden. He's about 5th in the first call. Then came Corfe Castle also back in the field, followed by Pizarro, Nick Our Spare, Hatchet second last, and Flernamonders last of all. They travelled along the back straight, 900 left to run. And On Point, going on with the job, takes up the lead mid-race and moved to the lead by 2.5. Amore Veloce second, Irish Songs in third. They run but a length and a half behind that pair fourth defence. And the well-backed Swiss Exile, well, he's in a good spot mid-race, fifth one off the rail. Tim Shire of Gamer outside of Corfe Castle. A length and a half Pizarro and Nick Our Spur. Hatchet with work to do. He's 3 lengths behind that pair. Second last as they approach the turn. And Flernamond whipped them in 12 off the lead. On Point giving cheeky odds around the bend. By the 400, they're scouting deeper. Straight home in front from Amore Veloce. Swiss Exile ambling up on the outside. Bay Rumble go to the inside. Then Shire of Gomer and Corfe Castle. It's On Point tackled by Bay Rumble. Swiss Exile on the outside. Now it's time to see what he can do. Swiss Exile on the outside. He reached the lead. He moved clear. He's going to win his second race today.
Brilliant.
Swiss Exile first. Second.
Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Brilliant.
Swiss Exile for Annabelle Neesham and Rob Archibald, winning the last race here at
Yes.
hands of Damien.
Lewis.
They got a really good gallop there.
Oh, yeah.
80. 9 came in 4th, I think.
with On Point holding down second by the looks of it ahead of Bo Rumble, and Hatchet's made up significant ground on the ropes.
Yeah, he had to cut the corner and try to make up as much ground.
Too good. Hey, PC! Thank you so much, PC, for doing that. Thank you so much for doing that, PC. Anyways, gentlemen, that is it. We had 10 races at Rosehill today, and we did the last one, and here was Tombend. But I'm going to be racing tomorrow again. It's Wednesday. We'll see where and which track do we get, and we're going to be racing there. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you so much for being there, Lewis. Thank you so much, my friend, for being there, PC. I can never thank you enough, PC. And but stay blessed. I seriously hope you take care of your health. And stay blessed, my friend. Frank, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Stay blessed. Azhar, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much, Tuna, for being there. Frankie. I think that is it. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you tomorrow. Till then, have a great day. Bye-bye.